Welcome to the Adelaide Footy League's Division 1 Grand Final Day, live from Richmond Oval. For our C1 Grand Final, the Goodwood Saints will take on Port District from 10 a.m. Following that, our Division 1 Reserves Grand Final will take place between Payneham Norwood Union and the Goodwood Saints. Finally, our clash of the day will be between the Prince Alfred Old Collegians and Payneham Norwood Union. We thank our broadcast sponsors, Dartfish, Australia's most used coaching tool, Filming Footy, live stream and matchday filming specialists, Sports Interactive, creating better players, one coach at a time, Catch.com.au, screaming good deals, Interchanger, run your interchange like the pros, and Archie's Footwear. We wish all teams the best of luck during this Grand Final Day. And without further ado, it's time to jump into our Grand Final Day broadcast.
Well, g'day footy fans. Welcome to Hisense Stadium in Richmond for the biggest day on the Adelaide Footy League calendar. 44 teams across 29 different clubs, all battling to win one of 22 different premierships that will be decided over the next 8 hours. My name's Phil Hurden, pumped up for Grand Final Day. I'm joined by commentary legend Peter Walsh. Walshy, how good is Grand Final Day?
I'm tired now. You guys, that's a little whoopie-doo for us. You know, harsh words are spoken and promises will be broken. And that's with the players who are competing. But as I wandered over and I knew I was going to talk to you about what was going to happen today, spare a thought for those spectators that have been to all the games right throughout the year. It is their moment in the sunshine. They love their footy teams. There's a peck on the cheek for, say, a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and then they head into the rooms to get ready. This is what it's all about. The players can do something about it. Phil, the spectators can do nothing about it. It's football, and what a wonderful experience to be here today and to see it unfold and to hear around the state what's happening in the other games.
We're lucky to call 35 years of sport, plenty of games there. You're 47 years or so. But it doesn't get any less exciting, does it?
Oh, look, I just love being here and coming here earlier on, and everybody around the club has got something to do. Everybody has to get their act together, whether it's fixing up the bootlaces, whether it's rubbing some liniment on, whether it's just walking past and a furtive tap on the shoulder to say, good luck, exactly. And all of a sudden, this cacophony of noise in the change room, we're ready to go, and all of a sudden when they run onto terra firma, it's on. It is on, and that's where we're going to love what we've got to show our viewers right throughout a massive day of the F word, football.
15 minutes, it will be on, C1 Grand Final, and the Port District's playing the Goodwood Saints. Goodwood Saints have that extra layer of pressure. They're not just going for a premiership, they're going for a perfect season.
Yes, and look, you'd love them to win. I've got no affiliation with either of the clubs, but when a side can get through unscathed, that is a monumental performance. Because guess what? If they stumble, they'll be remembered as a side who blew it. They got all the way to the top of the ladder and then stumbled. You don't want that to happen, but you never know in this wonderful world of football. You're not too sure what can happen. Did they sleep all right last night? They got their nerves. How are they feeling when their mates are ringing up and saying good luck? All of these things that take place, and you're just not sure whether they are totally focused, but we'll find out soon.
And then after that, Pete, you got a big day. Now, I remember Live Aid 1984, the big concert in Wembley in Philadelphia. Phil Collins opened up in Wembley, got on a Concorde jet and made it to Philadelphia in time for the closing act. You're going to do something likewise today.
Well, I'm not going on a Concorde jet, and I've got to get Google Map out and find where I have to go after I've broadcast this first game, because I'm heading off to Peckerville and seeing more football. And this is just, what a day. I'll just drift around with no clear direction in my life. I'll find where I'm supposed to be, and then I'll jump into a commentary box and get involved. And, I just say this incestuously, we're good mates. In our world of broadcasting, this is a bit of a sad day for me too, because this is the end of our season. This is the end of annoying cameramen, of getting the numbers right for the teams that are playing.
All the prep.
Yeah, and then we walk away and we sit down and we say, that's it. That's it. Football, sport, it's just a bit of magic. The old magic dust gets flicked up to where we're sitting, and we hope it's a very big day for us too, because it's our bread and butter.
I think it's like we wake up tomorrow morning and like, where's the next one? You're off to Woodville for Old Ignatians and Glenunga. One reserve and Payneham, two very strong community clubs. And then myself, Sean Jackson and Lambo will give you all the coverage of Payneham Norwood Union, the underdogs, against the all-conquering Redmen of Prince Alfred Old Collegians. This is Phil Hurden and Peter Walsh, pumped up for a huge grand final day thanks to Filming Footy. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll set your scene for the C1 grand final.
Go you good thing.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game, a great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills.
Welcome.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
In a world of instant gratification, Kim likes things fast. That's why she uses the Catch app to search millions of products, like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. This is Usain. When something needs fixing, he's onto it fast. That's why Usain uses the Catch app for things like Usain's bolts. For anything they need fast, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Oh boy, I'm a bit tired actually. Peter Walsh here, joined by Ned Maguire. Ned, you've been running around in circles getting all the bits and pieces out there to make sure that our viewers are across the two teams. Welcome aboard. It's the first time I've had the chance today to say it's another thrill for me to have you on board. You've been very busy, but you've made it. Good stuff.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, it's been a bit of running around this morning. So, yeah, it's a great day for footy as well, isn't it? Great day for grand finals. Spring weather footy, isn't it?
Oh, magic, magic. Now, you can give us a bit of rundown on the toss because I think the skippers are out there in the middle now.
Yeah, they're doing it as we speak. And the Goodies have won it. And they're going to go to the right of screen.
That's Ben Chant. Well, that's what I'm reliably informed. He's wearing number 19, so we hope that's okay. And having a look at the Goodwood Saints and an awareness as to they have done so well right throughout the year doesn't mean anything, does it, on the grand final day?
That's right. It does really count for nothing at this point. I mean, Port Districts, they're going to think that, you know, no matter what's happened throughout the year, they've made it here, they're every chance, and anything can happen. You know, you always see that. So, yeah, we'll see what happens today, but I think Goodies will obviously like their chances.
Unscathed for the season. Last year they lost the C1 Grand Final to Adelaide Uni by 5 points, and last week they held Adelaide Uni goalless in the preliminary final. Adelaide Uni kicked just 9 behinds. Now, you can throw these stats like confetti paper up in the air, and I don't know whether they tell you anything at all, Ned, but I get the impression that there's more pressure on Goodwood Saints because they haven't lost a game, as opposed to Port Districts who are saying, hey, turn it on today and it could be a good way to finish the season.
Absolutely. I think it's similar to almost, you say, the AFL game tonight, or even to the SANFL extent with Gwinnell, who have only lost one game all year. All the pressure is on them in this game. So that might help free up Port a little bit, Port Districts here today. And Goodwood, you never know, they might tighten a little bit, but obviously they'd have to be the favourites going in today with, you know, haven't lost to anyone, let alone Port this year. So
no, they've belted teams. Average score 86 points throughout the year, and conceding an average of just 31. And again, it's stats, but they didn't get beaten throughout the year, won 17 games, and Port District finished in third spot. They won 14 and lost 5, but Goodwood Saints break away from the opposition and going in now with absolute favouritism and going through the motions now of just getting ready for the national anthem, which is always, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best things about any sport whatsoever, is standing there and getting a few of the old nerves and a few of the old hairs standing on the back of your neck when you're getting ready for the start of a game.
Absolutely. It's always a fantastic moment before the game, and supporters and players alike are always super pumped up after that, and so you should be. It's a really big moment in, you know, these guys' careers, I'm sure, and you know, they might not get another chance to play in a grand final or on an oval like this, so I'm sure they'll be making the absolute most of it.
Very true. Got a couple of Dans out there too, Daniel Payne and Daniel Fisher, the two coaches, and the players now, I suppose they have to go through the business of getting their photos taken and looking as if they're really enjoying it, but their minds would be well away from what's going on now, wouldn't it?
That's right. I can't imagine they'd be worrying too much about the photo. If they are, then It's probably a little bit concerning, I think. But, I would imagine they just want this first siren to go.
Mentioning too, in the build-up to the start of this game, Ned, talking to Phil Herden, and Phil, of course, has been involved in football for many, many decades. That'll make him feel good by me saying that. But it's all about the players now. But I reckon the supporters, when I walk through the crowd just before, they're nervous. Johnny's out there warming up. How's he going? Oh, looks all right. And Billy's there, and Donna's there. Donna's the girlfriend of Alex. And they're all getting ready. It's just a big day for them.
It is, it sure is. And I think we'll cross over to the anthem shortly, but it is a massive day, isn't it?
Yeah, well, when this game finishes, there's one team that's pretty happy. Another team, not good. Oh boy, just sitting up here and getting all of the nervous energy that we can create up here, Ned. It's a good thing as we're about to start. Congratulations to the umpires who've worked so well with Colin Rouston, who's been in charge for many, many moons, and the umpires, I'm sure, will do a mighty job, as will the two teams. Now, look, I've only seen a little bit of it, but I can tell you that filming footy, YouTube.com, if you get that up today, it's a kind of magic. Do it. It shows you everything. Filming footy, YouTube.com. Have a look around and you can pick up the game that you want to see and have a lot of fun doing just that. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, it's got all the games on there live, doesn't it? So that's fantastic coverage. And just about, if you really wanted to, if you're a real footy nuffy, get them all up on one screen and have about 5 or 6 different ones on at once.
That's like a Zoom, isn't it? A Zoom meeting.
That's it.
No, that's good, Joe. Like, I know that we've got commentators and we've got technical staff who are all over South Australia, ready to go. Producers, of course, all for the one cause, and that is to provide our viewers with the best possible coverage. Filming footy. YouTube.com. Ned Maguire and Peter Walsh with Phil Herden about the place too, and as I said, all of our technical staff getting themselves organised as we start this match between Goodwood Saints and Port Districts. The voice of Ned Maguire.
So up she goes for the first bounce of this grand final. Wrapped up straight away. That was Chant getting involved early. So up it goes again. Ball at ground level. Chant going to get there first again. Does well to get his way through. Here's Wolf. And he's going to go inside 50 now. He goes for goal. And a mark's been taken on the line there. It looks like Zindorf. It's a beautiful kick there by Wolf. And he turns around, puts it through for an early goal for Goodwood. The first one. It's only 40 seconds into this game. So Goodwood with the first goal. 1 goal. 6 to Port District's no score.
Looked pretty easy, didn't it?
It sure did. Coming out of the middle there, we'll have a look at the replay. Chant really just made that his own. Hands off to Wolf. And I thought for a moment he was going for goal, and maybe he was, but Zindorf in the end got his hands to it on the line, and they've put it through for a goal straight away.
What a start. What a start. Goodwood Saints, Port District, they're the two combatants in this first game Division C1 here. And that start exactly what you want. Let's see what can happen now as we're back at centre field. Scramble out of the middle. No one can win possession. Brodie McKinnon was in there doing the heavy work for Port Districts. He gets back now and waits for the ball to be tossed in the air. Away it goes towards Opton. Opton had the ball. Got it across towards teammate there in Ewan Kudra-Harding. Not too many of those names. It's gone over the boundary line for a throw in. We've got a couple of hyphens. We've got Ewan Kudra-Harding and Callum Kudra-Harding. So there's a few running around. Early score is an early goal to Goodwood. They lead by that margin with Ivak Sindorf kicking the early goal.
So in it goes again. On Goodwood's forward flank here. Ball just bobbling around. No one really getting clean possession until Goodwood get inside 50 now. And that'll bobble over for a throw-in in their forward pocket, just on those hyphen names. Fair, we might have to just call them Ewan and Callum, I think. Might have a few tongue twisters.
It could be.
If we have to call them all day. So we're 2.5 minutes in. 1 goal on the board for Goodwood. Comes in again now. Port Districts working their way out there, but they're not getting any clean sort of possession out, and it's going to be a ball up here. Good pressure by Goodwood to keep it within their forward sort of, nearly their forward arc. So it goes up again. Chant first to it, tackled straight away, and we're going to have another ball up here on almost the identical spot. Let's see if one team can clear it from this spot here. A free kick's been paid. It's going the way of Chant, I think. It was around his shoulder. So the man on the mark's on the 50. I don't think he has the distance. Oh, he might now after selling the candy. He lines it up. Oh, it's been touched on the line. That would have been a hell of a goal from Ben Chant there, who's been super lively, but it's a minor score. 3.5 minutes in.
Yes, and Goodwood using the ball well, getting it into their forward line. And there's an over the shoulder, I reckon. 30 metres out from goal. You know, you're running away with the ball almost bouncing towards you, and it doesn't do that. And we've got the goal scorer, Zindorf, who was taken high, and he will take the set shot at goal from only about 35 metres out.
I know it's early, but Goodwood's ball use looks really crisp so far.
It does.
In comparison to Port, who've probably had a fair bit of pressure on them so far. But
there's only 2 players in Port's forward line. Everyone else is in the forward line occupied by the Goodwood Saints. Isaac Zindorf blasts a goal and kicks a goal. And Zindorf is surrounded by his teammates. He has 2 goals. And Goodwood, the Saints, 2-1-13. Port District yet to score with Ned Maguire and Peter Walsh and Phil Herden lurking with all the bits and pieces that are happening here, and it's been a very good start by the side that hasn't lost a game all year.
That's right. On the Simon Black replay there, I worried for a minute he lent back a fair bit, but it's worked for him, and that's 2 goals for him, and he's got both for the team so far. So get it in his hands, and he'll do the rest for you. So we go up again in the centre square. Great tap there from Bolton in the ruck. Unlucky bounce over the head of the Goodwood wingman. Fantastic tackle straight away by Ovens York. There's another hyphenated name there. And that's holding the ball. He just gave his opponent absolutely no time to get rid of it. So on centre wing, he goes down the line. Pack converging. Getting there first is Hughes. Holding the ball there, and it looks like Bolton's going to have the ball again. Ruckman for Port Districts. Looking like he just wants to go down the line. Comes off the side of a boot a bit. All Goodwood players. Going to be a free kick for a block though, and they're going inside 50 now. Good spoil over the top. Gee, this ball's absolutely bouncing everywhere at the moment. Goodwood, can they get there first? A couple of fumbles there from Wolf, but he does well to lay a secondary tackle, and it's holding the ball. So he did well there. Second effort after just overrunning it a little. And he doesn't muck around. He goes long down the line, but it's been intercepted. Just a little too shallow for his teammate there. Gets over the top, and the mark's been paid. Looks like Tarrant Tomio there. He goes inside. The player by himself is Bolton. He's had a fair bit of it this last minute, and he looks to go inside 50. And he does. He goes long. There's a one-on-one in the goal square. Just over the back, though, and Crumming on the way through. He's just missed. I think that was Lachlan Cameron there, who just couldn't sneak it through. He did well with the front and centre, though.
He did. And at last, a bit of oomph being provided by Port Districts, at least getting up inside their 50. And just a fickle bounce of the football, not rewarding them for 6 pointers. They are behind. Goodwood Saints to 2-1-13, with Isaac Zindorf having kicked the only 2 goals so far. Quarters are 22 minutes each, and we've gone just on 7. Looking around, I'm not sure whether or not the forecast, it shouldn't be too bad. This is a bit cool, but I think it's all right.
It's beautiful up here, that's for sure.
Just need a pie or a cup of coffee or something like that. I'm sure that'll fall on deaf ears. Ball on the ground in the forward pocket, neatly done. Good work in defence there by Nicholas Crocker. Got the ball back towards the centre wing. They've used the ball oh so well, Goody Saints. They know where they're at, and they'll swing the ball towards half forward now and gain control of 2-1-13 to Port Districts, 1 behind.
So they're really using the ball well, as Walshy said there. When they go inside 50 now, there's Zindorf leading up. Just can't hold the mark there. That would have been another chance for a goal. Tackle laid, and it's going to be maybe a sling or something high.
Yeah, just crept over the shoulder there.
Over the shoulder. So coming away with it now is Oscar Mayer. He switches it. Courageous kick, and it does well. It works. He finds Blackborough. He hands off straight away. Down to the leading Gretsch there. He wants to turn and go. There's a spare behind the ball for Goodwood, so he chooses a really good option there. Goes nice and short. Let's see what they can do. It's another short pass here. That's Gracie. So Gracie on the boundary line and about the 50-metre arc. So he elects to go to the top of the square. Another spoil again from Goodwood. They're doing well down back. They're not letting any marks inside their forward 50. It's come to ground level, and coming away with it there was Hughes. He kicks inside, finds a teammate, and look at the green grass here. Zindorf has it about 60 out. 2 players ahead of him. He tells them, go to the space, I'll kick it to you. It's a beautiful kick. What a kick from Zindorf to Kudra Harding. That's Callum. Absolutely laced him out, Peter.
Sensible. I knew as soon as he'd taken the mark that up forward they scattered all over the place and got themselves into a good spot. And Callum Kudra Harding is the chance now to make it their 3rd goal.
Absolutely. So Innie comes now. Pretty good angle here. Looks good off the boot. Absolutely straight through the middle. Don't worry about moving, umpire. That's Goodwood's 3rd. So that's 3 goals now for Goodwood. 10 minutes into this first term. Port still yet to kick a goal. They've only got 1 minor score as well. We're looking at the replay here. They did really well to get a rebound out of their defensive 50. And they've done that really well so far. They've done that through Hughes on that occasion. And then Upton. So, worrying signs. A little bit early.
Very worrying. That the 2 times that they've met during the year, we had a win to Goodwood Saints in round 2, 11-8-74 to Port District 5-9-39. And then in round 11, it was the Goodwood Saints 8-8-56 to Port District 3-8-26. So there's not a lot of gap between those scores, but the way they have started today, it's been outstanding, as Blackborough into the forward pocket there for Port Districts. But look, it's hit and hope up there. There's not too much going for them as the kick from defence now will be marked out there by Ewan Kudra Harding. Back to the centre of the ground. Run and catch me and you won't. Jumping Jack Morgan slams the ball into the half-forward line. He's got some players down there who will run and carry. They do. The kick forward there by Thomas Jones in towards the half-forward line. He's got the chance there, his teammate, that's Jason Fleming. The flick out is poor. Port District will clear. It's Baggett. He lost control of the ball, and the kick down the ground was errant. So Port Districts will get some sort of respite after, in the 12th minute of this game, the scoreboard is a clean skin. Goodwood 3-1-19. Port District just one behind.
Goodwood again looking to load up and go inside 50 here. They're on the centre wing. Looks like Charlton with the ball. He goes down the line, but leading the Goodwood player to the ball there. It was well done on that occasion by Nick Organ. He goes short, finds a teammate. It's another short kick here. Just been bitten off though by the Goodwood players, and they go inside 50 now. Here's Kudra Harding again. Beautiful kick to the top of the square, finding Liam Bunn. And he turns around, doesn't muck around, he makes it their fourth. And this is an absolutely dominant display in the first portion of this game. That's 4 goals unanswered now for Goodwood Saints. Still only one behind for Port Districts. And I really think it's the way they're delivering it inside 50. Port have gone inside 50 a few times as well, but the delivery just hasn't been as clean as Goodwood's.
No, you've really got to scratch your noggins. Port District looked after by Daniel Fisher and Daniel Payne in control of Goodwood Saints. But the Saints down below, there's a guy down there who'll have laryngitis by the end of the day, I'd suggest. He's not yelling anywhere near as loud as he should. He yelled that much at a tree opposite where we are. It's just tumbled out of the ground. But still, that's what they want to do when they get to the football, don't they? As long as they're not swearing and carrying on. That was pretty impressive. Keep going out there. If you want to say, oh, Bun. No, I thought over the shoulder, not. Running forward, that's good work. It'll be taken by Van Zatti into the forward pocket. Numbers are with Goodwood, who kicked the ball now deep in towards that forward position. And it's paddled over the boundary line for a throw-in. So let's recheck. 4-1-25, Goodwood Saints. Port Districts, one behind. Grand final, almost 14 minutes gone in this term with Ned Maguire, Peter Walsh and Phil Hurden. And don't forget, filmingfooty.youtube.com. If you're looking and you like it, ring up someone and tell them. The footy's on all day. All day. Become a couch potato and you'll love it.
Thank you, Peter. Who wouldn't want to with the smorgasbord of footy we've got on today?
You can hear someone yell out too, like that bloke down there. So what more can you want?
So the ball goes up again in Goodwood's forward 50. Bit of a recurring theme starting to come through now in that sense. Port Districts, though, they're working it forward, trying to force it into their forward half. And it looks like they might manage to do so. But how about that pressure? Just relentless. 3 tacklers just converging on one Port Districts player immediately and not giving them a chance to get any sort of free-flowing footy going. Another ball up here, just bouncing around in that pack there, and it's going to be another ball up, I would suspect. The player a bit sore for Port Districts out the back of the pack there, but he looks all right now. So we go up again. Port Districts with the clearance, and they've just dumped it down to Ovens York. That's not the option today. They looks like they're playing with one spare.
Well, if it's not there, I definitely do. I haven't looked.
Ovens York went down the line, and
if you need, my
well
headphones came
by Zanelli, and he got a free kick for his troubles going back with the flight. But that kick, not so good. And Goodwood are going forward again. Is Kudra Harding just manages to evade all of them, and he gets it on the boot, and he's kicked another goal. That's 5 now, and what a fantastic goal for Callum Kudra Harding. He's having a real impact, and that's his second. So, 16 minutes into this game, it's a 5-goal margin, and Port haven't fired a shot, Peter.
No, this has been a very bold performance. A side that has come out and said, right, there's one thing that we've got to do. We've got to hurt this opposition and we do that as quick as we can with accuracy, and you were spot on with that call. There was a goal kicked by Isaac Zindorf within the first seconds, and that has been the plan right throughout, is let's hurt them on the scoreboard, and they are doing that big time. 5-1-31 to Port, one behind. We've still got some 5 minutes of play remaining, and out of the middle, catch me if you can, that's little Chant who raced down the ground. What's happened here?
Running too far. Not sure about that.
No. Well, Chant was off. He was sprinting brilliantly through the middle, but he's been pinged. And so with that, free kick, it'll go out there to Gracie, who's kicked for Port into the forward pocket. But there's nothing happening down there. Short pass in defence there, and Wolf will take the mark and will relieve the pressure with Goodies. 5-1-31 to Port, one behind.
So looking to reload again. He's just about brought rain with that kick. That's gone seriously long distance up in the air, and on the centre wing, I think he's probably, that was the intention of that kick. Didn't look to have too many options in front of him. So just happy to equalise that one there. Bolton just coming off the bench, straight back into the ruck, and it was a strong kick out of the ruck. Ovens York nearly took a serious mark over the back. Ends up getting it out. Here's Wolf. Just nearly taking a little bit too long there, but they work it out well. And on the wing here, here's Oliver Long. He looks inside. Umpire says play on. And he goes inside, but he finds Port defender in Gracie. He goes further inside the ground. So they're right in the middle of the ground now with Tarrant Tomeo. He looks further afield, finds a teammate. Strong mark there by Matthew Duggan. He's about 55 out, and he goes to the top of the square. Goodwood players getting back to support, but it's going to be a hold. I think there was a hold there, and the free kick. Oh, it's been a goal. I think the goal's been kicked. They've paid advantage.
They have to. They have.
And the goal has been paid. So finally we have a goal for Port Districts. That's their first goal for the game, and it's 5-1-31 to 1-1-7 on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
I'm a bit like you then. I'm a bit bamboozled because it looked as if they had stopped play, and then oftentimes there's just a little whisper from the umpire to say advantage. And the advantage is paid, and we might see it again here.
I think it was Clark that got the free kick for a hold.
Well, there's the kick.
That was the hold there, and then just sneaking out the back. That's Zanelli there?
I think so, yep.
We're back on again in the middle now. Chant first at it. Handball a little too quick for his teammate, but he gets straight back into it and lays a sturdy tackle. He's throwing himself around in there so far, and setting the standard for his teammates as Wolf's got it outside now, and he goes just straight through the midst there, and that's a pretty dangerous little position there. Zindorf chasing, but Port Districts are going to get it away, and it's not a bad kick there. Over the top, pushing the back, Cameron, just a little bit clumsy. Ball's going to go to Goodwood here. Just redo the laces.
I think so. Yes, it's been well looked after, but gee, when you think of what's been happening on the scoreboard, Isaac Zindorf 2 goals, Callum Kudra-Harding 2 goals, and Liam Bunn 1, and Lewis Zanelli 1. So, yeah, you'd like to think that if they are to stay in touch with 2 minutes of play remaining before quarter time, a goal now would be handy. And what's the umpire saying? Over the shoulder. And attempting to run away. And what's going on? The umpire's just getting across and having a chat to Tarrant Tomeo. He's saying, well, what's the story? What's the story, umpire?
Did play with him last year at St Michael's. He's a bit of a fiery character.
Oh, was he?
Tarrant,
Okay. Well, there's the hand pass. Maxie Duncan down the ground. Now there's a whistle and indications from the umpire with a push, even though there were quite a few players who were going for the ball. Oh, that's a wobbler. It's a wobbling kick out of defence. Didn't go all as much as he would have liked. Liam O'Connor-Dawkins just adding to the list of hyphenated names here at this venue.
Bit going on off the ball as well,
Yeah.
and the umpire's seen it. Going Port's way. They were both just as involved as each other, but Hoban's going to come away with it. He gets the ball, and the umpires just cannot get the whistle out of their mouth in the last few seconds. Hoban's going to come back with it, and now he goes again straight away. Looks like he knows how long's left in this first term. Gets up there, but there's Goodwood players surrounding it now, and that's Crockhart. Goes around the corner. She's with courage there. Beautiful mark, Kai Henderson. Almost saving a goal there, you would think. It's going to be out in the full, but I don't think there's going to be enough time left. Siren might beat them here, and it does. So the siren goes to end the first term of this Div 1 C-grade granny, and it was a strong display by Goodwood. Absolutely dominant so far. 5 goals, 131, leading Port District's 117.
4 goals the difference. Goal scorers for the side that goes in with an unscathed record. No losses so far this season. Isaac Zindorf, 2 goals, 1 in the opening seconds. And Callum Kudra-Harding, 2 goals. Liam Bunn has 1. And for Port Districts, Lewis Sinelli has the 1. 5-1-31 to 1-1-7. And pretty much, I reckon, Ned with the scoreboard, that's an indication as to the dominance of the side that go in as red-hot favourites. They played very well.
Absolutely, and I'm sure Goodwood would have been expecting to come out like that, and their pressure was just fantastic. But I think we might go to a quick ad break. So we'll come back in a couple of minutes with more coverage and the second quarter of this Div 1 C-grade grand final.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Flung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a 3-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Is there a better place to be on a Saturday afternoon, finals time at the football. We've got a massive day, spread far and wide. We are firmly ensconced here at the West Adelaide Football Club, where Good Saints 5-1-31 lead Port Districts 1-1-7. The margin is 4 goals, and they played oh so well in that first quarter. Peter Walsh with you, joined by Ned Maguire, and Ned so far has grabbed hold of the glucose snakes and given them one awful hiding, and is looking forward to doing the right thing.
Just me, is it, Peter?
Well,
stitch me up a little bit there.
No, look, I said awful hiding. I think we're unbiased callers. We don't want this game to open up. We don't want the game now for one side. We want to be able to see right now a free kick, and I reckon that might go to down there, Michael Gretsch. And if he shoots for goal and kicks a goal here, I'm not saying they're back in town, but it's important that they can get that first goal in the second term.
Yeah, it is only a 3-goal margin if they do kick this. So, I mean, there is so much time left that if they kick this, I mean, they can slowly work their way back into it. He struts in, and that's not going to be a goal for them. Never really looked like it. So it's a minor score. But some promising signs early. Let's see if they can manage to get it inside 50 and use it well going inside 50 a bit more frequently in the second term. Look at this setup from Goodwood. All of their players starting in the middle of the ground. And they're absolutely flying around everywhere. They've all come over to the commentary side for us. And they go down the line. Plenty of players there. Coming away with it is Hughes. He goes long and high and finds Kudra Harding. Looks like Callum. He's been fantastic today. Multiple goal scorer. He goes to the other one in Zindorf. He can't take the mark. Upton cleans up, but it's been smothered, and Port coming away with it now. Just smashed on the boot. Let's see if this works. It goes to Savua for Goodwood. Fumbles, but it's going to work out anyway. Here's Charlton. He goes down the line, and a beautiful intercept mark taken there on the half-back flank for Port Districts. Short lead-up kick. Finds Tarrant Tomio. He's going down the line as well. Couple of players there. Just can't get to it for Port Districts. It stays in. Goodies get it down the line. It just kept staying in. Did not want to go out until eventually we have a boundary throw in right in front of us here, and we're 3 minutes in already.
A good start to the second term. Both sides in and about, trying to knock the ball forward behind to Port Districts, and that would have been disappointing because they had a real chance of kicking accurately. It didn't happen. They have the ball at half-back, barrel down towards the centre wing position. Charging in there is Bartlett, who lost it. Good gather on the run there from Cameron. Kick down towards full forward. It's going to bounce clear. Who's going to get back there? Organ has his charging for the ball. Can he lean over and grab it? Over the shoulder from here. It's a long way out. Umpire says, I'll take it, fellas. And we'll throw it in the air. Port pushing forward, trying to get that early goal in this second term. Trying to get it. Just eat into the margin, which is 4 goals. Now there's a free kick for an over-the-shoulder call. No advantage paid. Attempting to run away there was Maxi Duncan, but it'll go back to the half-back line. What's going on, umpire?
They're strict on making sure they get back over their mark, don't they? So they go to Kudra Harding of the Callum variety. Been fantastic so far today, as I mentioned just before. He goes down the line. Mark couldn't be taken by Andrew Good. And we're going to have a ball up in front of the cattle crash repair sign there on the far side. Umpire doesn't muck around, throws it up straight away. Bolton, the Port District's ruckman, just had no idea what was going on. He got it straight away and threw it straight up. We'll have the same result, though, in the exact same spot. This time he says, Bolton, here you go. There's a couple more seconds for you to prepare yourself. Goodies get the clearance away. Here's Kudra Harding again. And he handballs to the feet of Chant. Taken high, though. Putting his head over the footy. And he's about 60 out. He plays on straight away. Goes to Duncan. He's on the 50. Top of the square, mark taken, turn around, goal. Liam Bunn makes it 6 goals for Goodwood. That's his second. And they've got 3 multiple goal scorers so far, Goodwood, and they take their lead back to 5 goals now. There's 5 minutes in. It's 6-1-37 Goodwood to 1-2-8 Port Districts on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
Yeah, just a little bit too easy in the finish, getting that score and being able to undo all the hard work being done by Port Districts, who had the ball in their forward line for a while, but not able to capitalise. And all of a sudden, it's back down the ground. Well done too to Bunn. I like the way that they're not just going to hang around, that if there's a chance to play on and run into an unguarded goal, well, good on them. And that's happened. And that means that extra goal now, a good start to the second term. It's 6-1-37 to 1-2-8. And that's an excellent scoreboard card. Goodwood win the tap out of the middle. Racing back there, it's going to be Brodie McKinnon. Brodie's kick over the top, chasing back hard there. It should be Upton, who got near it. He's waiting for it to come back to himself. Umpire says, is it out of bounds? No, it's not. Playing on's the call. Kicking towards centre half forward. Goodwood Saints there. Good mark taken by Tommy Jones, who gets cleaned up by his own teammate. Go Tommy, it's the call. Tommy floats the ball in towards half forward. Over the shoulder, Maxie Bartlett didn't take the grab, but over the shoulder's the call from the umpire.
It was a beautiful kick into the ground earlier that gave Tommy Jones the ball, as you mentioned, and that really set up this chance here.
Maxie, 40 out. Maxie kicks inaccurately through for the behind, so
no score at all.
No score at all. Ruined my book now. I put a little pen down. It didn't work.
Too early.
Too early. Early call. Early crow. It's 6-1-37
25
to 1-2-8. And we've gone 7 minutes of this second quarter, Ned.
Umpire's got a bit of a sense of the occasion, giving Port a cheeky 25. They need to get a move on, and me and Peter up in the box and all the neutrals watching on Filming Footy will be hoping they do and make a game of this one. And here they go. Down forward they go through Blackborough. What can they do with it here? They just seems to be Goodwood players first with the footy every time. Strong tackle by Tomeo though. Oh, it's over the shoulder. That looked a little bit stiff there. He laid a couple of really strong tackles and Goodwood are going to come away with it again now. So here's Hughes. He's been very lively. Umpire calls play on, so he bites off a beautiful kick inside the ground to Wolf, and he goes straight away. They're streaming forward. Short kick now. Finds his teammate. That's long there. What can he do with it? He goes inside 50. Players leading at it. Mark can't be taken. Maybe a chop of the arms. Umpire says play on. It looks like we're going to have a ball up here. About 30 out. Straight in front from Goodwood's goal. Oh no, free kick. Free kick going Goodwood's way. Maybe a high tackle. Not too sure what that one was for, but they got another chance here, Goodwood. And it's going to be through O'Connor Dawkins. Is there any chance of them having another hyphenated name? That's 4.
I keep thinking about Humphrey Smith. Remember the umpire who loved signing autographs at the end of the game?
Alright, in he comes. Does O'Connor Dawkins, pushes it across to the far side, so it's going to be a point. So 6-2-38, they've generally speaking been pretty accurate, but it's hard to miss when most of your scoring shots have been from straight in front. It's Alejandro, our cameraman there, just getting a little bit close there. Just dangerous work down there, but getting the best camera angle for us.
Looking for a free kick, I think he was.
A little too close for comfort, as Goodwood are going to wind up again through Vanzardi after a strong mark was taken. And speaking of strong marks, that was just far too strong from the big Goody Saints ruckman, and there's a little bit going on behind the ball again here. Just off of the camera. Goody Saints runner comes out and says, no need for that, mate. So, lining up for Goodwood 7th is Big Andrew Good. In he comes, and he's pushed it over to that side as well. So that's another point for them as Port District's come out now.
Short pass will be marked by Henderson. Looking to hand pass to Alejandro, but Alejandro wasn't waiting for it. And so there's going to be no advantage to the handball. That's a man at work, isn't it? On the job. He'll eventually be escorted from the ground. I've got no doubt about that at all, for an extra man being on the ground. But no, what he's doing is, for filming footy, he's bringing to us shots like that.
Fantastic.
Everybody's doing their hard work, and that's what we like to see as the ball is over the line for a throw in. That's capturing the action. Of course, as soon as the game finishes, we'll be having a look at the players who are running around and being congratulated by all and sundry. That's what it's all about. Just the end of a season. See James, one of our producers down there, and Oscar, his son, who eats all day on Saturday and doesn't do anything else but enjoys himself. Crashed bang through the pack. That was a good knock on there for the Goodwood Saints by Fleming. He's doing the shepherding, and he enables teammates to run through in towards full forward. And there's going to be a hand pass. The hand pass is all right in defence. Good work there by number 10 down there, Oscar Mayer. And the ball goes towards the boundary line. And there will be a free kick to Goodwood Saints, who go back into attack. They're leading 6-3-39 to Port 1-2-8. 12 minutes gone.
It's going out in the full as well. The boundary umpire got a little bit lost for a second there, and now he doesn't know what's happening. He was about 2 metres inside the ground, and now they're calling a throw in. But that was pretty evident to me that was out in the full. But I just think he didn't realise where he was for a second there, and
someone says absolute garbage.
Fans below us, let him know.
Yeah.
Now there's another interference. The umpires are they're not going to be the favourites in the last couple of minutes, that's for sure. And there's still a bit going on off the ball. A little bit of mayo on that one by the Goodwood player. Just got thrown off it and made the most of it. And speaking of making the most of it, it's a Goodwood ruckman there. That looks like Zindorf doing a bit of ruck work, and he's got a free kick now from a pretty... It's a tough angle, but it's definitely goal-scoring position. He's already got 2, lining up for his 3rd. And Goodwood Saints, I'd like to see their stats for free kicks inside 50. This would just about be their 4th or 5th, you'd think. Getting plenty of chances inside 50 through free kicks. Let's see if Zindorf can kick his 3rd. He looked pretty good over his 2nd. And that's just going to be too skinny. So that's another point for them. As the Port fans starting to get a little bit restless as we're in Port District's back pocket.
14 minutes having elapsed in this term. Goodwood Saints have kicked 1-3 and Port Districts have kicked 1 behind. Over the shoulder, surely. Now, the umpire was going to pay advantage. Well, there's no advantage there. So... Well, it's a little bit of a push. Oh! That was Ben Chant, who got split down the middle. It wasn't all that demonstrative, but it was a fair whack. And the umpire says, play on now, and there's going to be some trouble. Spoon for Port Districts on the right boot. But unfortunately, the kick straight down the throat of Jew. Jew now will take these time, and they do it well. They cut across. There's no need to go bang straight down the ground. Let's just chip it around that we need to. Samuel Evans-York around towards centre wing. The ball kicks further afield and they'll move forward. Is it gone over the line? Not yet. No. Saviour kicks poorly, and the mark in defence for Port Districts is taken down there by Joshua Spooner. 6-4-40, 1-2-8. Good old Saints. They're doing well. they're leading convincingly after 15 minutes.
So Goodwood Saints might end up with it again here. This looks like Kudra Harding. That was Ewan Kudra Harding, but a free kick's been paid again going Goodwood's way. O'Connor Dawkins, he goes inside 50, but it's kicked to about a 4-on-1 Port District's favour, so that was never really going to work. Port Districts go over now to Jack Borkwill, former St Michael's boy. He goes further afield, and it's a good kick. Finding his teammate. Borkwill running on. By himself there, but they elect to go further afield, long down the line, and it's been chopped off. Mark couldn't be taken though, and it will eventually by Matthew Savour, and they switch straight away. He's just got no options now though, so they're going to have to stop. Umpire says you're not stopping, it's play on, so Charlton goes back the other way. And he finds his teammate there. He goes inside. Risky kick, but it's going to pay off. Finding Cameron Dew. He goes short. Was not the option really. But it's not the worst result. Ending up in a ball up on their defensive back flank, Peter.
Yeah, scrambling from both teams. It's really quite extraordinary because in this quarter, Ned, we've only had the one goal kicked. In that first quarter, Goodwood Saints kicked 5 goals, 1, and blew the game open. Port District kicking 1. So it's been an even second quarter. But we need a goal from Port Districts. We need a goal, and they're not going to get one at the moment as Vanzati kicks the ball down the ground. There's a mark, is there? Umpire is not going to pay it. I thought for a minute, no. Umpire says play on as it's touched towards the boundary line and goes over before Nathan Levino can grab hold of the ball. 6-4-40 to 1-2-8. 17 minutes gone in the term. Remembering Goodwood Saints had a 4-goal lead at quarter time, but they really haven't been able to add to it.
That's right, Peter, they haven't. Only 1 goal extra added to their margin in the 17 minutes of play we've had so far in this second term. And we've got just under 5 left before we hit half time. Blackborough gets it out. Kick inside now to Tomio. He's been pretty good so far. Gets told to play on. Finds a teammate in Blackborough. Tackled immediately. Paid holding the ball. Not really much he could have done there, but I guess it was just wrong place, wrong time. So loading up here, Crockhart. He goes wide. Zindorf leading forward. They go to him. He's in a 2-on-1 here. Just couldn't get to the drop of the ball. Port Districts clear it out. But it might be coming straight back in. It looks like it will be. Quick hands from the Goodwood players now, and they're about 50 out. Great smother from Port District's defence. That might have been Zanelli there, who's been pretty good today as well. Just over the top. Here's good. Quick hands. Can't find Chant. Just a little too quick, if anything. Blackborough tackled immediately, and we'll have a ball up now on Goodwood Saints. Forward 50 arc, 18 and a half minutes played, sorry.
Very scrambly second quarter, without question. It's a sort of quarter where you just get that feeling that Goodwood right on half-time might snag another goal, even though in this quarter there's only been 1 kicked. And the sides having all sorts of difficulties in finding the big opening. Goodwood Saints in towards half-forward. Down there is number 13, Lachlan Cameron. And there will be a free kick, but that'll go to the Goody Saints, Liam Vanzati. And he's too far out to score. I reckon he would have, 60 metres. But he doesn't run in very far. He's kicking towards centre half forward. Clears the pack. Who's going to grab it? It's flicked wide. Push, shove. No one can get rid of it. Hand pass now for Port. They'll come wide and do well. The short pass back towards centre.
Oof.
Now downfield, the player who kicked the ball was Joshua Spooner, and he got whacked. And now the umpire said, yep, you can have the kick. Now that appeared to be over the mark. Wasn't paid. Racing in to try and take control of the ball is Upton. He couldn't do so. Knocks it back towards his teammate in Georgeson. He can't grab it either. Port Districts have it. Our umpire saying holding the ball. So, wow, you can have that now. 20 minutes gone, and the score is 6-4-40 to 1-2-8.
I think we should get him up here, get a mic on him, a few expert comments.
He's doing well. Yep, he's on fire.
Doing our job for us.
Mm-hmm.
It's Goodwood. Let's see if they can make it 7 goals for them. Their ball use just starting to let them down a bit, and Thomas Blackborough gets another touch here. Had plenty of the ball the last few minutes, has Blackborough. And that was a nice kick now. So they're on centre wing, but no real options ahead of the ball. There's a spare sitting back there in Ovens York for Goodwood Saints. So they have to work their way through, and they're doing it pretty well here. Here's Tazatomio again. He finds another teammate. That looks like it could be Zanelli there. And here's a chance. Over the top, just couldn't be marked by Adams. And the umpire says, holding the footy.
I like the way the umpire signals. It's like slow motion.
Slow motion, yeah, that's it. And Port Districts, we'd say that this would really, give them a bit of a boost going into half-time. Maybe they can turn it around after half-time with Michael Gretsch over this one. He can kick this. This might really fire the boys up going into the break. And he's done it. Crowd below us, love that one. And they've got a good little knack of scoring a late goal here, do Port Districts. They've done it in the first quarter, and they've done it again here in the second with about 30 seconds left. So I can't imagine there'd be any more football played in this half of footy, as Port now bring it back to about a 4-goal margin at 6-4-40 Goodwood, leading Port 2-2-14 on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
We'll see the ball bounce, and we'll hear the siren make a noise. And that's half-time, and I'll give you the tip. That was a good stirring quarter by Port Districts, who only kicked a 1 goal, but they've been able to reduce the deficit. It's 6-4-40 Goodwood Saints to Port, who are 2-2-14. So that means the margin is 26 points at half-time. We have for the leading team, Goodwood Saints, Isaac Zindorf, 2 goals. Callum Kudra-Harding, 2 goals. Liam Bunn, 2 goals. And for Port Districts, Lewis Zanelli, 1. And Michael Gretsch, 1. 6-4-40 to 2-2-14. A couple of thoughts from you, Ned, on the first half as players from both sides are leaving the oval, and then we'll take a break during the half-time with the entertainment being provided now by the two teams. And a good fight back, even though it's still a 26-point margin, at least a bit of grunt shown by Port.
Yeah, I think that Port, they got just as many opportunities coming out of the middle and getting the ball in their own hands, but it was just a matter of using the ball going inside 50 and in their forward half. They really struggled to consistently find targets, particularly inside 50. So I think if they can turn that around, find a few more targets inside 50, then they're going to give themselves a chance. But Goodwood Saints really dominant, and their pressure's been fantastic. That's part of the reason Port have struggled to find targets. They're just all over them as soon as they get the footy in their hands. So I think Port are going to have to really, really, really give it everything to get themselves back into this. But we're going to go to a break now, and we'll come back in a few minutes with the half-time report and the second half in the Div 1 C grade grand final.
This is Usain. When something needs fixing, he's onto it fast. That's why Usain uses the Catch app for things like Usain's bolts. For anything they need fast, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice. If you don't mind, that is the nail.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Flung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
In a world of instant gratification, Kim likes things fast. That's why she uses the Catch app to search millions of products, like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
It's half-time. Goodwood Saints 6-4-40. Port Districts 2-2-14. Margin 26 points for the Goodwood Saints, led by 24 at quarter time. Peter Walsh and Ned Maguire. And I can tell you, we should mention the umpires because they're doing as good as they can, and congratulations to all of those who've officiated throughout a long year. We can't play the game unless we've got the umpires. In this game, Nathan May and Adam Forster. Here they go in the green. The boundaries, Thomas Job and Neil Rankin. And the goal umpires, Benjamin Learson and Morv Elshorg Betson. Just so that we've got enough people out there who have hyphenated names.
Got to have our quota of hyphenated names out there to make it hard for us, that's all right.
Yep. And without getting too carried away, Ned, just in the last maybe 4 or 5 minutes of that quarter, even though Port didn't hurt all that much on the scoreboard, they are within range. It's a 26-point margin, so they're not out of the game.
Yeah, they really did start to work their way back into it. And I think, I said this before we went to a quick break, was that they've had plenty of chances. They've got the ball in their hands more than enough times to give themselves some chances. It's just a matter of finding targets inside 50 and inside that forward half that they just can't manage to do that anywhere near often enough at the moment. But if they can turn that around, then I think they're going to be on the right track to at least bring this margin back, and hopefully we can have a close one, because for both of us and all the other neutrals watching, we want to see a nice close grand final.
Absolutely. And Goodwood Saints wouldn't want that because they haven't lost for the whole year. And, you know, when you look back at the games that we do cover, there aren't too many occasions where you can say, oh, that team didn't lose a game for the whole year. That team didn't. That team didn't. There's usually one or two of the games that they're playing. Could be a surprise. Could be one of those things that just happens. And very hard to play right throughout the year and not lose a game. And I'll just go with Glenelg, for example. They were going with 17 in a row.
That's right, and they lose.
And they lose one. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not still favourites for the grand final in the SANFL, but very hard to go through a season not have a hiccup.
It just shows that if you just catch them on the wrong day and you play your best footy, I mean, anything can happen. So the Goody Saints have started well, but that's not to say that Port won't find their way back into this a little more. So I think it's only a 4-goal margin, so it's not like Goodies have really blown them out of this game. They're absolutely a chance, and all they have to really do this quarter is, if they can bring it back another couple of goals and get themselves within 2 goals at 3-quarter time, then I think we've got a really good game on our hands for the last quarter.
Well, the Goodies, they did not lose a game, won every game right throughout the year. 17 wins, 34 points. Prince Alfred 15-2 for 30. Port District won 14 and lost 5, finished up with 26 points in the system. And then we had Adelaide Uni at 11 with 7-22. Should mention too, a magnificent publication. Ned, what we've got here is, of course, the record, the footy record. And you can get hold of your footy record and have a look at who won the best and fairest that were held recently. You can go through and have a look. I love the goal kicking, just to see we had Joel Horskins from Golden Grove, 107 goals, and Alex Forster, 107 goals from Pembroke. And the next was, we've got a couple of 70s, but 2 big results there, 2 scores of over, and that's a mighty effort too. Love the goal kicking, just to get an idea as to how clever and how talented those men up forward are, and they do the right thing, and we've got a couple over the 100, which is good.
That's fantastic. It's just like a bit of vintage footy there, isn't it? The 100-plus seasons. So, yeah, I think that's great to see. And there's I was checking before, there aren't any players in either of these teams that are really high on the goal scorers list, which probably means that they're sharing it around. But the second half is about to get underway, and up she goes. Yeah, how about that? Clark going into the ruck for the first time today, and he's made a serious impact. Someone's down, in all sorts of pain, and the umpire has to stop it. He's on his haunches. Can't tell who that is over there, but he doesn't look all too well. So, with no time on as well, this might take a fair bit of time off this quarter. Let's hope he's all good, of course. But he is still looks to be in some real distress.
He's being looked after by some attendants out there, which is a good thing, and he's up on hands and knees, but he still hasn't been able to stand up. And all you can do is hope he's all right. Now there's a bit of movement. Yeah, and a few people that are clapping mildly. And he's coming from the ground anyway. And what you said too was we had the ruckman who got up there and there was a collision. And then all of a sudden the body hit terra firma.
I think that was the contest. He's stuck his knee in straight away in that first contest and made a bit of a statement there, and all of a sudden a minute and a half's off the clock without a single bit of play happening in this first half. But Port Districts are going to come away with it here, and Lachlan Cameron, he goes inside 50. 2-on-2 there, comes to ground level. Blackburrow's there, as is Ewan Kudra-Harding. He gets it out in the end. Nice kick inside to Shannon Upton. He gets called to play on. He goes long down the middle. Kick just over the top of Fleming there. Mark's been taken by Port Districts, and they're not happy with the treatment that he's received from Fleming. Oh, suspect kick, but it's going to work through a couple of hands. Umpire says play on after it looks like it might have been a bit of a high bump there, but the umpire's letting it go. Fleming in and under, gets the handball out. Let's see what happens here. Flying through there was Ovens York, or was it Silvestri for Port Districts. You're going to end up with the ball up though, after all of that. A helter-skelter there.
A bit of noise. I reckon too the player might have been Max Bartlett, who's come off the ground for the Goodwood Saints. But fortunately, he was up and about, and that's the good news, because he was sort of lying there for a while. But that's okay. So no score in this quarter as yet. As we saw almost the mark taken at centre wing there by Hoban. Not quite. Picked up and kicked out of trouble in towards the half-forward line. Number 13 going in there for Port Districts. That's Lachlan Cameron looking for a free kick, which won't be there. And there's a big fly swat attempt there by number 22, Clark. Tried to knock it forward. Bit of vigour there for Port. Player taken without the ball over the boundary line. And there'll be a throw in. So it's hotting up a little bit down there. 6-4-40 to 2-2-14. Goodwood Saints lead. 4 minutes gone, third quarter.
It sure is heating up, and that's what you want to see in the premiership quarter. It really is today on grand final day. So it comes in right in front of us. A couple of different ruckmen starting this quarter. And it comes down into Port District's forward 50. What can they do with it here? Goodwood Saints players first to it, but great pressure applied by Blackburrow, and it's going to be a ball up here. For a slight little fella in Blackburrow, he throws himself around. Yeah, it's high in the ruck by the looks. And it's going towards Nathan Benetti. He gets the ball, goes to Kudra-Harding. That's Ewan Kudra-Harding. He hands off. He finds Duncan. Nice kick up there. So it looks like Callum Kudra-Harding. Linking up well. Short kick inside. Zavur presents. He goes wider to Crockhart. Crockhart now has an option inside. Finds him. And that is Savur there, who eventually gets on the end of it. Turns onto the left. Goes forward. Too short for Good, but through the hands of the Port Districts players. And Good just doing all right to sort of keep it in the area. Bad bounce, evading the Port Districts players there. Kuja Harding gets on the end of it. And now Goodwood are going forward. Mark can't be taken, but it looks like he's almost just tapped it to his advantage there with Hughes. Umpire says play on. Might have just tripped. And now a free kick's been paid for who knows what. Maybe a little bit of abuse. It's my best guess.
Not sure. Well, I thought he was going to play advantage, but
absolutely
he's
nothing
it
in it. So, Peter, we're in 6 minutes into this third term, and we've got a boundary throw in on the far side.
And just have a ponder about this one, Ed. We've had 6 goals kicked in the first quarter, 2 in the second quarter, and none so far in the 6 minutes of the third quarter. So the side that hasn't lost a game all year have done what they had to do at the start of the game, and that's get some scoreboard pressure on. Now the chance for Bonetti. Bangs the ball down towards full forward. Now is the umpire going to play a cool play on? He is. It gets close to the boundary line. Almost snagged down there by Lucas Hughes. But there'll be a boundary throw in. No one protecting the goal face. Now we can see the only one is a Goodwood Saints player who jogs back in and says, kick it to me, I'm ready. Boundary throw in. Goals very hard to come by. Goody Saints with a 4-goal lead in the grand final. Playing like champs, playing like winners. Can they get the ball forward? They can. Hand pass in towards the half-forward line. Now it'll come back and it'll be stolen away there. The kick by Brodie McKinnon back towards the centre wing, but it's all Goody Saints out there. Umpire is going to play holding the ball, and Goodwood 6-4 40, Port 2-2 14, and some meterage. So Port now a chance to go deep into attack.
That's going to be another one. Whoever that was there on the mark, it looked like it might have been Ovens York, just lurking. And all we ended up doing there in the process was giving away another 25. So Evan Hoban will have to kick this from about 48. Umpire says play on. And now he has to go to the top of the square. There's players there for him. Bolton at the back. And it comes out the back. We're going to have a boundary throw in. It's just trickled over right deep in that pocket for Port Districts. What can they do with a forward stoppage here? They need a goal. Still only a 4-goal margin, but time is starting to tick away a little bit. So Bonetti smashes it out of the defensive 50 for Goodwood. 1-on-1 here, both players contest well. Port District's going to end up with another inside 50, or they won't. It's just gone straight up and down in the air. Blackborough does well to turn it into a 50-50, but Goodwood are going to come away with it. Kick inside, missing the target. But here's Kudra Harding. He's done well to find it. Little check side around the corner. Nearly finds, is that Zindorf down there? Looks like it could be Zindorf. He does well though at ground level. Good second effort. Hands it off to Good. He gets tackled straight away and the ball trickles over for another throw in over on that far side. Nearly 9 minutes played in this third term.
Plenty of action everywhere except on the scoreboard. Max Bartlett coming from the ground earlier with a knock. I think he's okay. After a couple of minutes lost there. We're up to 9 minutes into this term. Boundary throw in takes place. Good, gets front position, tries to knock the ball away, can't do so. Neatly knocked on there for Port. Chance will be taken by Lachlan Cameron, but kick is poor. And the Goodies, who'll use the ball pretty well on most occasions. This is Opton. Opton at halfback towards centre half, or more to the wing. And the mark is taken there by Sivois. He is one way then the other, and then kicks with the left boot. Kicks a long way. How about that for a kick? Very strong, very bold. Mark there by Lucas Hughes. Hughes in towards forward pocket. The mark is taken by Brady Wolf. Too far out to score. Now just having a look to see who's going to drop in short. Hughes could be the target. Hughes hasn't got a man really close to him. Henderson's about 10 metres away from him. He's still standing by himself.
So you might line this one up.
We could have a ping. What do you reckon, Brad? He's
Goes
kicked that
for it.
well. That is a good kick. That is a magnificent kick. Brad cries wolf, and he kicks a goal from a long way out. That is as good a kick as you'll see in this game, if you don't mind. 7-4-46 to 2-2-14. What a brilliant kick that was.
That was a fantastic moment from him. He just took it upon himself, and that extends the margin to a really dangerous looking one for Port Districts. Gone goalless so far in this half have Port Districts, and I think, having a look at this replay, it was a good mark to start, and then from that distance we were thinking he might want to pass it off, but instead he goes for goal, ends up slotting it. But we're back in the middle now. Here's Tomio from Port Districts. He gets it inside 50. It's gone out the back here. Half a chance of Port Districts. Tackled straight away there by Jake Morgan. Going to have a ball up here. Inside 50 for Port Districts. What can they do here? Benetti just hustles his way through. And then almost getting through was Hoban. Tackled straight away though. And Duncan clears the ball for Goodwood once again. Players chasing the ball. They beat it to the boundary. And Districts, up they go again. Blackborough from behind. Nearly took a beautiful mark there. Does well at ground level. Free kick paid. And I think he's going to get a bit of reward there. He is. Advantage not paid. That a mark taken inside 50. So Blackborough, what can he do with it? About 12 minutes gone in this third term. They have to start to get a wriggle on now, you'd say. They go towards Clark, and he takes it. Derek Clark. He's floated forward after starting in the ruck, and he's got a shot on goal here from about 40.
Big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is. From about 40 out. Pretty good angle. And they just about need to kick this one to get themselves back into this. Only kicked 2 goals for the game, so let's see what he can do here. Any struts, looks like it's gone over to the right hand side for another minor score. So they can't peg it back with that kick from Clark, and it's still a 5-goal margin, 13 minutes gone.
You're not going to win a grand final by only having 2 goals midway through the third quarter. That's not going to happen. Play on is strong there from Duncan, who's kicked back towards centre wing. Borkwolf for Port Districts had it, lost it. Couldn't do anything with it. Ball picked up and kicked across towards where Oliver Long chases. Oh, hard for the ball there was Callum Cooter Harding over the boundary line for a throw in.
No chance that he'd go back and get it for a second there. He's just too frustrated with himself to even have a second dig. He's been good today though so far.
He has.
There's Cooter Harding.
They've got control of this match. 13 and a half minutes having elapsed in the grand final. First of plenty here. Throw in. Bodies are there. Oh! Now the umpire's going to pay a free kick. He's going to say that the man there, Taran Tomio, was thrown to the ground after he looked as if he wanted to just take the ball and toss it in the air. And so his kick is towards the half-back line. And they're going to re-gig now Port, who in this quarter have only kicked it behind. They're 2-3-15 to the Goodwood Saints. 7-4-46. Almost 15 gone in the third quarter.
And they're going to have the ball here again. They've really had a fair bit of the ball. I'd love to see the amount of time they've had in their forward half. They've had plenty of chances, but once again, same sort of story. They haven't been able to find a target inside 50, but here's a chance. Goes high, and the umpire's going to take it back. Is he? No. Something's happening. Free kick.
I think he paid. I think initially he paid advantage.
He's gone downfield, I think, in the end. So Port Districts have the ball here. Inside 50, right tied up against the boundary line. Doesn't look super confident. Yeah, I think he's going to go top of the square here, and he does. Who's at the drop? Goodwood players get there first. Can't take it clean though. until they eventually smash it out. But it's all Port Districts. They've spoiled each other. The runner, I think, has gotten in the way for Goodwood. And Blackborough's got the ball here. Maybe not Blackborough. That might be Henderson. My apologies. That's Kai Henderson with the ball. And he gives it a roost up to the top of the square. Down at ground level, and we're going to have a throw in here. So a fair bit of this quarter has been played in the forward 50 of Port Districts, but for no reward. They've only got about 7 more minutes in this quarter to do some damage to this margin.
Yes, they need to do something, but unfortunately there's no one up forward to take a grab or to have a ping. As they're working it forward now, off the ground here, quick enough. It's run into the post. I think there's a free kick for a push in the back. And the free kick, I reckon it's gone to Hoban. Now, there's the discussion taking place between the umpire signalling a behind. So the ball has ran into the big white stick. And I still thought there was a free kick for pushing the back.
I don't think, just because the ball's gone over first, does that mean that there's no free kick? I'm not too sure, but that's what's happened. And it's going to have to live with it. The handball over to Matthew Savour. It's going to be another inside 50 here for Port Districts, just about. Mark can't be taken on the arc there, and it's going to be going the other way. Goody Saints with the ball. Play on. Touched off the boot. Few chain of handballs here. One more and they're out, and here they are. They're out through Vanzardi. He finds Zindorf. One more kick to Kudra Harding, and it's a definite goal. It's not going to get there, is it? Yes, it is. Beautifully done by Kudra Harding to get to the drop of the ball first, and beautifully worked by Goodwood Saints all the way from that back flank to give themselves a real good look at another goal here, and a look at Callum Kudra Harding's third. This would just about put it out of reach here, you'd have to think. As he lines up, he puts it through. He doesn't muck about in front of goals. That's his third. And that's the 8th for Goodwood Saints. It's 8-4-52, leading Port 2-4-16 on that Sports Interactive scoreboard, Peter.
And Ned, I'm not big on social media, but there's something doing the rounds now, and I've got to tell you, it's as good as I can ever remember. Now, that's a big call. It is to say, let's get Neil Danaher to the grand final in Western Australia. Sign up on your on the Facebook page. Post your yes, I agree with it, and let's just see how many people can get Neil Danaher to see the grand final, Melbourne playing either Port or the Western Bulldogs. Yeah. And I just think that is absolutely fantastic, the idea.
Fantastic, yeah, it's a great idea, and it's one of the good things that social media can achieve.
Yep, now I'm thrilled by that, and really thrilled, and I only hope now that we can get something very positive out of what is the next couple of weeks of the football season drawing to a close. And Neil Danaher, what an outstanding man he is.
Absolutely.
Now the ball is kicked in towards the forward pocket. There's a free kick. No, it's not. It's gone over the boundary line.
Didn't really want to bring up the AFL myself, being a Geelong supporter.
Oh, right. Well, let's just go through
let's just change the subject if that's all right, Peter.
No. Look, the Cats had a shocker. Melbourne didn't, and of course Port tonight.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of Port fans watching as we speak, so good luck to them tonight against the Dogs.
Yep, 3 minutes to go before we have the end of this third quarter, and the side that hasn't lost a game throughout the year won't lose this one. Goodwood Saints 8-4-52, and they're leading Port Districts, who were 2-4-16. The margin is 6 goals, 36 points, and we're 19 and a half minutes into this third quarter.
Normally trying to find a few mullets out there, but they can't find any today, Peter. Normally on Normally on a bit of mullet watch. It's not bad.
Oh, well, I wouldn't say it's not bad. I wouldn't get too carried away.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
No, it's good. It's good.
But not too many out there today anyway. Let's see what's going on in the footy. Number 25 there is Shannon Upton. There's a little bit skew whiff there. He gets his own footy though, gets tackled again. Zindorf, will he beat the ball to the boundary line? Yes, he gets there first. Well done. Strong handball back and a nice fend off. Too strong there was Matthew Savour. He goes down the line but cannot find Bartlett, and there was a crowd of Port District's players that were willing to intercept that one. Down the line they go again. Tomio up against two, and one of them being Andrew Good, the big ruckman. Poor Tarrant Tomio never really stood a chance there in that contest as big Andrew Good. He thrashes it forward. Zindorf's there, gets to the ground level but gives away a free kick. Too high, a bit of a chop of the arms, one or the other. Port Districts once again with the ball. Nice little kick inside, couldn't be held by Brody McKinnon. No, that was Michael Gretsch. Goody Saints got the ball now. What can they do with it? They go wide, finding a target. And that's Andrew Kerr. Haven't called his name too much today. And Gretsch at ground level. It'll be a ball up now with just about 45 seconds remaining in the premiership quarter.
And remembering, of course, that Max Bartlett, he was down and out for a period of time for the Goodwood Saints. Of course, there's no time on in these games. Here's the chance now. The run is provided by Maxi Duncan. Maxi Duncan. Maxi Duncan. And the Goodwood Saints, they won't start thinking about celebrations yet, but they've won this game and they've won it in an authoritative way. Another goal there makes the difference. 7 goals, 22 minutes less, 10 seconds to go in this third quarter, and that was too easy.
It was, and for a change, Goodwood have got the late goal this time rather than Port Districts. As the siren goes, they were goalless that quarter. And it was another dominant display that quarter by Goodwood, stretching it out to a 7-goal margin at three-quarter time. Peter, I would say that if we had the win viz up, it would be about 0.01% for Port Districts.
No, look, you don't like a side that makes the finals to fall away in the only one that really matters, and you can't walk away and say, oh, we got there, we're in with a chance, because in that first quarter it was catch-up football right from the word go. They were down by 4 goals, and look, they persevered, but this is, I would suggest, a reward for the performance of Goodwood right throughout the season, having 3 goal scorers who kicked multiples. Callan Kudra Harding 3, Liam Bunn 2, and Isaac Zindorf 2. And Port Districts could only manage up until three-quarter time just the 2 goals.
So we'll head to an ad break now, and we'll come back after that with the final quarter from Richmond Oval, Div 1 C grade, Goodwood Saints and Port Districts.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, oh, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game, a great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
Almost ready to start the final quarter, Division C1, and it's a big result. Goodwood Saints 9-4-58, Port 2-4-16. The Footy Club, founded in 1985, 36 years old. 5 straight Div 1 flags from 2005 to 2009, and they have remained in the top division of the league since 1991, with those glory years, of course, 2005 and 2009. They are a mighty team, Ned, and they are heading now for further glory as we start this final quarter.
They sure are. They're always around the mark, and yeah, dominant once again here. It's going to be another flag for them this year in the C's. As Tarrant Tomio, who's just about been one of Port's best, gets it forward. Here's Grant, Chant, my mistake, who was real busy early and just handballing it ridiculously deliberately out of bounds. Nice try trying to get away with that one. Looked like Liam Van Zadie, and Tomio is going to get on the end of this one once again. So he goes inside 50 for the second time this quarter. Nothing really doing though, and intercepting beautifully was Nicholas Crockhart. A few little style points on that mark as well. He goes short. Geez, can't find Duncan there. That was fraught with danger, but I guess in a game like this, they may as well just really take it on now and try a few things out. I can't imagine one goal from a turnover will make the biggest difference. You never know though. So Goody Saints absolutely flying out of that packet. Looks like Wolf. He's absolutely streaming forward. Here's Zindorf. Only one player ahead of them here if they can get it forward, but they can't. Tackle too slow. Probably handballed it, but the umpire says that was a throw. Wolf gets it again. Beautiful kick over the top here, and they're out if they can move it quick. They can't. So they still go forward. There's still an option there. Great spoil to prevent the mark inside 50. Still with the ball, Goody Saints. Fleming can't hold the mark. Few players from both teams respectively crashing in there. Slammed on the boot to the top of the square. Goods there. Can't mark it. Zindorf runs into an open goal. That's his third. And that's 10 goals for Goodwood. Zindorf finishing off some nice work by Good, bringing it to ground level. And a nice little front and centre there from Zindorf.
There's too many options up on that forward line. Yeah. If one's not going to get you, another one will. And when you were calling then, and you were calling where Wolf, he was like a 100-metre sprinter at the recent Tokyo Olympics. There's too many options, and this is a significant blowout now. At half-time it was 26 points the difference, but since half-time, Goodwood have kicked 4 goals and Port District have kicked 2 behinds. Ball tossed in the air. Knocked away there. The attempt to push into the forward line from Clark didn't go too far. There's a free kick and
holding the ball.
What's the umpire? He's not going to pay anything.
Paid holding the ball.
Oh.
Who? I'm not sure.
The kick is going to be taken by Tarantomio. Now, his pass is dainty. I thought for a minute he was going to go a little bit too far, but not. Kick down the ground in towards the forward line. Good gather, good sneak there by Adams. In towards full forward. Just offline and through for a 1 behind. So a behind to Port District to a 2-5-17. Goodwood Saints at 10-4-64. 4 minutes gone in the final quarter.
A bit of a chance now to start to think about who's been best for probably both teams. I think there's a bit of a standout, in my opinion, for Port District's. Probably would have to be Tarrant Tomio. He's got a
You know him because
well,
you used to go to school with him.
He's had leather poisoning today. And
no, he's been all right.
He hasn't had too many mates out there on his team, but back to live play now. Georgeson had the footy after a strong mark and gave it to Wolf, who's, speaking of best players, he'd be around the mark there as well. He goes to Liam Van Zaddy. Hands off to Wolf again, providing a little bit of extra run off that half-back flank. Puts it long towards Zindorf. Can't win the one-on-one. Derek Clark, quick hands. And Port Districts just have to slam it on the boot here. Just spoiled over the top of Cameron there. Adams straight at the footy. That might have actually been Bolton there, who was leading straight up at it. And we're going to have, how about the action from the umpire there with the ball up. I thought he was going to call a high there.
They practice in front of their mirrors. That's
not
all
mucking
right.
about. No, it's great. Just confusing me for a minute there. I thought he was going to give a high, but it's out the back here. Here's Tomio. Hands over to Bolton. Actually hands it to himself. Evades one. Kick gets smothered. And here is Georgeson, and he's happy to see it over. Playing a bit of a lockdown roll down there, you'd think. And Goodwood Saints bringing it out again.
Short pass is on. Liam Bunn in defence. He sees Liam O'Connor-Dawkins run forward and take the mark. He's at half-back. Big fluffy clouds. Not a bad day, though. It's been pretty good. Plenty of football to come. Kick towards the half-back line. High leap from behind by Organ. Couldn't grab it. And it's shoveled across the line. Now there's a player, Goodwood Saints. That's Andrew Good down there.
He's clutching at his knee.
There's some changes being made on the interchange, and no pun intended, but Andrew doesn't look too good.
That one wrote itself.
Yes, he is going to have to take some time before he gets to his feet.
Yeah, let's hope he's all right. Another note, talking about the no time on, this would, I mean, it's probably already over, but now there's absolutely no question about it. If an extra couple of minutes here. But let's hope he's okay as he's getting up to his feet now.
Yep, he'll come straight off.
Yeah, of course. There's no point.
No.
Just get now, but I don't think he'd be able to play out the rest of the game either way.
No.
Looks very proppy.
And so Good is removed from the venue. Scoreboard 10-4-64 to 2-6-18.
Sore as he may be, he'll have a premiership medal around his neck in just about 20 minutes or so that might take a bit of the pain away.
Not moving too well, is he?
He's not moving well at all.
Well, it's been attended by some, I would presume, those that are qualified to do that on the boundary line, and he gets a pat there from one of his teammates in Shannon Opton, and whilst that's happening we can get underway, so he's off and ready to go. And whilst that's happening, short pass from Cameron Jew at half back there for Goodwood, knocked away from that player, and it rolls over the boundary line for a throw in. So he's disappeared from the side down below. What's he done?
Deliberate there.
Okay. 10-4-64 to 2-6-18. Goodwood Saints lead. 8 minutes gone in the last quarter of the grand final.
So Port Districts, they just kicked it inside 50 to grass really, and no one could get on the end of it. Tempting to was Duggan, but just couldn't get a grasp of it. So we're going to have a throw in now in their forward pocket. Clark first to it, grabs it, kicks it straight away, but always a little bit narrow, that one. As it's another minor score, and it's a 7-goal margin with about 13 minutes left to play in this game. So the results all but confirmed. We're just waiting on that final siren. Let's hope Andrew Good's all right and has escaped without any serious long-term knee injury, because he didn't look in good shape at all. Let's hope he's okay. Goes up again. Clark in the ruck. Up against, looks like an undersized Wolf there. No, that was Bartlett in the ruck now, replacing Good in there. Getting the ball there, Hughes, off the Port District's player. They go inside 50 again here, Port, and they're going to get a mark here. That's Tarrant Tomio. He turns around, plays on, lines it up. No, goes to the top of the square, and it's been spoiled over. Mark couldn't be taken in the goal square, and that's pretty much been the story of their day. Had their chances, had their amount of inside 50s and clearances, but just can't take a mark inside 50, really, can they?
No, and only 4 behinds in this last quarter. They've had chances. Let's not get too carried away. They were never, ever going to really get back into this game, but they haven't been able to kick accurately, as the mark is taken out there by Lewis Sinelli. And Lewis Sinelli kicks to centre half forward. That's a good kick, and it's not a bad mark either. Lewis Sinelli, that ball floating in from centre half forward.
Seamus Gracie on the
good mark. Good grab too.
Good name too, Seamus Gracie.
That's not bad, is it? Number 9. Now he's he's well within scoring. He's only, let's say, he's gone back 40 metres, but if he runs up to the man on the mark, he'll kick from about 30. I'm just trying to work out, the man on the mark is a fair distance away.
Yeah.
And he's not going to get anywhere near him. He's on the mark now. He comes in, shoots for goal, gives it height, yes. Gives it accuracy, no. Through for a behind. 5 behinds in this last quarter to Port District.
If they kick straight, if they turn it into 9 goals too, I mean, they'd only be, 2 goals down.
Yep.
So, if they made the most of their half chances, they could be up and about and giving themselves a chance in this game, but not to be today. They never really, in fairness, looked like they were the better team. Let's see what Goodwood can do with it now. Kicking out to space, using the larger oval of Richmond Oval very well today. Free kick going to Port Districts though. And they're on the far side. Kicking over to Kai Henderson. He takes a mark. He's got a couple of options further this side. Looks for Thomas Silvestri, finds him. He goes straight away as well. He finds a target in Sipavan. He goes inside, 2-on-1, free kick, Goodwood's way. Max Duncan, he's going to have the ball on the back flag. Oh, jeez. Umpire says play on. Adams came streaming. Oh, no. Where's the Benny Hill music? That was 15 seconds of footy that I don't think will be...
No peripheral vision at all.
Don't think that will be kept in the archives, that play there. And we're about 13 minutes into this last term here with Peter Walsh.
Let's see what can happen. The only thing that can happen is Goodwood Saints can get the pill, and it's Charlton at halfback. He bounces back, feeling no pain. You don't feel pain if you're leading in a game where at the end of the game you get a cup. 10-4-64 to 2-9-21. Neatly grabbed out of the middle there by Ewan Kodra Harding. Would get a chance to relieve and do so. The kick in towards half forward. Land shy of the mark. Almost knocked away there by Hoban for Port. Bounces. A grab there by Braden Georgeson. He loses control of the ball. There's plenty of vigour from both sides. Umpire says, I'll take it. And we'll put it into the terra firma. At 14 gone, he throws it in the air. Clark tries to swat it away. Does so effectively. And guess who's got it? The Wolfman. There's one bounce. He's going to bounce it again. He ran a fair way. He ran a fair way, if you don't mind. And he was pinged for running a fair way. The crowd wanted it to be a no call, it's a good call. But let's be honest, the Wolf, he was ready to run, and he certainly did. And he gets a free kick against him.
A little ahead of himself there. He can't run that far. He could have taken another bounce and kept going and found a teammate in Zindorf, or could have gone for goal himself, but in the end he ran too far. Henderson, he finds Iovino. Haven't seen a huge deal of him today. He goes long down the line. That might be Bartlett there. A bit of frustration boiling over through Michael Gretsch. And Bartlett goes inside. Duncan can't mark it. And lays a strong tackle. It's going to be in the back on Blackborough. Play on advantage. Chase down tackle. Kudra Harding, you could see that coming from a mile away.
Done it all day, haven't they? They've just been really, really smart and played the game on their own terms. Anything like that, it's like you creep up behind someone and gotcha. That's happened too often.
So Kudra Harding, he goes wide. No one in particular, really. It's a couple of Port District's players there. They're going to end up with it. They send it straight back to him. So 15 and a half minutes through. Kick smothered again. Blackborough with the ball, tackled immediately. Quick hands though. And now there's a chance for a mark. Adams, no. Over the top of Marsland as well. Cleaning up there was Upton. Goodwood get it out now. Whistle's been blown for downfield. And Goodwood take the advantage. Here they go on centre wing. Fleming can't mark it. Ball has gone out of bounds right on the far side.
And you reckon that the fat lady will be singing pretty much now. Players down below, they realise they have a flag, and what they've done is they've been able to produce the goods on the day that counts after not being beaten for the whole season and then winning this significant game by a big margin. In defence, it'll be taken there by Max Duncan. Around towards centre wing, umpire saying a push from where we are. Well, okay. It's hard to tell from where we are, but still, that'll do. Kick back towards the centre of the ground. It will bounce there for Bunn. Now there's another free kick. Umpire letting proceedings go not. And there's some meterage now. And Wolf saying to the umpire, I can't believe that decision. And the umpire's not too concerned because the short pass was as bad as any kick so far today. That was from Brown. And the relieving kick will be taken. The Saints, after 17 and a half minutes, 10-4-64, Port 2-9-21.
Really sums up Port District's day there. This burning it going inside 50. There's no real way of sugarcoating their ball use going inside 50, to be perfectly honest. As we're going to have a ball up now, right in the centre of the ground, smack bang in the middle. Wolf chasing after it. Henderson there as well. Neither of them end up with it. A few players a bit sore after that contest. Here's Blackborough, takes a bounce in the middle of a bit of a pack there and gets out the way, but then skews the kick. Another intercept for Goodwood Saints. Uh-oh. Could have been a bit of a collision there. I think if the game was a little closer, there might have been. Goodwood going forward over the top of Bartlett. Who's going to get there first? Goodwood do once again. And that's Oliver Long. Over the top now. Who's there? Long's got it again. Free kick been paid for a throw. Port Districts once again with the footy in their hands. On the back flank. Forwards in front of them, still having a crack, moving around, giving options, as was Duggan on that occasion. Couldn't hold the mark though. And here's Wolf again, looking dangerous, hands off. Here's Oliver Long, he goes inside 50, just a little too heavy for his teammate, and seeing it over was Marco Supervan with 3 minutes left in this game. The results just about confirmed, or it is confirmed. It's just waiting on that final siren now, aren't we, Peter?
And there'll be some celebrations. Goody Saints will have won the game. Pick up out of the pack there by Kerr.
Great
just
courage.
off line, and it's gone through for one behind.
Fleming very sore after that contest. Henderson going back with the flight. Great courage from both players, especially late in the game with the result.
Yeah, there's no doubt
decided.
about it. The game's been won really since probably quarter time. It's easy for us to make that comment, but they've been in control, the Goodwood Saints, after a brilliant first quarter. And it's always going to be catch-up football, and that's something that Port Districts haven't been able to do. Goody Saints have. Ball kicked towards full forward off hands and over the boundary line for a throw in. Goodwood Saints almost ready to start celebrating, and sing it high and sing it low. 10-4-64 to Port 2-9-21.
I'll throw in here. Just under 2 minutes to go. Wolf snags it out of that forward stoppage, goes for the check side, probably could have straightened. Doesn't really matter at this point though, does it? And it's a minor score at the end of the day. See those Goodwood players getting around each other, they know they've won now. Great result for them, and I'm sure they will have a great day and it'll lead into the night, no doubt. Up goes Bolton. Tamayo at the back of the pack. Down the line. No one there. There's Goodwood Saints players everywhere once again. Oh, little bit of candy. Hands over. It's just players, always an option for Goodwood, and at the end it's Duncan. Turning it over, however, to Louis Zanelli. He goes straight away, goes inside. Blackborough just ran underneath that one. Coming away with it was Upton. One more kick. Can Zindorf get there? Yes, he can. Great diving mark. And he's going to have a shot on goal of what would be, I imagine, the last play in this grand final. Oh, Fleming's just getting himself a sneaky little last touch. And see what he can do with this last kick. I think they seriously get around if he can kick this one with probably just on the siren. Be a hell of a celebration either way. What can he do with the last kick of this Div 1 C grade grand final? In he comes. And he's put it through. And they go absolutely ballistic, the Goodwood boys. And they have every right to. Goodwood end up 11-5-71. Port Districts 2-9-21. They're the victors in this Division 1C grade grand final. And Peter, who do you have maybe as a couple of players that really stood out to you?
Well, it's hard to be absolutely specific, but performance of Wolf, whenever he was near the ball, he looked to be outstanding. Love the way that Ewan Kudra Harding was busy right throughout. Isaac Zindorf was busy right throughout. And they're mentioning the goal scorers, but they just had an even spread, and they'd be delighted. That's exactly what Coach Daniel Payne would want, and that is for his players not to rely on one or two, but just to get it together and put the game beyond doubt really in that first quarter. 5-1-31 to 1-1-7, and they finished up kicking a very impressive total of 11 goals, 5-71 to Port Districts, who could manage 2-9-21. So it's 16 scoring shots to 11, but let's be serious about Ned. There was never going to be any other winner than the Goodwood Saints today.
That's right, and we were trying before the game to find a way to see Port Districts winning this one, but realistically it would have taken something seriously special and extraordinary, and Goodwood were just too good, as they have been all season, and you have to say they deserve to win this flag. Going undefeated all year, you can't find a case for anyone else being more deserving than this team today. So good to see them win, and see Andrew Good down there. Let's hope he's all right as well on the crutches, the big fella. It's a pain of not mucking around in the Div 1 reserves game. They're already out there. But let's have a look at some of these celebrations in front of the crowd now.
The lads are pretty chuffed, and why wouldn't they be? And they're letting their mates come through and saying, good luck to you. Pardon me. I hope you can do the right things. Football followed by football, followed by football.
I'm so proud of you.
So the Goodies boys awaiting the presentations now. A great game for them. Zindorf there in picture was one of the best with 3 goals, as were the Kudra Harding brothers. They were pretty good too.
They were, yeah. Yes, they all contributed. The hardest thing would be who got the 3-2-1s in that team that won so convincingly. But the fact of the matter is that they all played well. It's easy to say that, but that's what it was. A team effort by a side that picked exactly the right day to maintain the form that it had produced right throughout the season.
That's right. Looks like we're about to get the presentations underway shortly. Yeah, we'll have a look at some replays now while we're waiting. Just a quick thank you to everyone behind the scenes as well, producers, cameramen, everyone that make this stream possible. We'll have a look at some highlights. That was very early in the game, and they really looked dominant for the first 30 seconds, didn't they?
Well, we certainly had to work out that Callum Kudra Harding was going to be involved because he got near the ball on quite a few occasions, and we knew then we'd be calling his name.
That's it. I think we're going to head down to the presentations now. And you're heading over now to Woodville Oval.
Yes, I am.
And I'll be over there later on. But thank you, Walshy.
Pleasure, Ned. Pleasure to work with you and the team. Good calling
Absolutely.
for the rest of the afternoon, and let's hope that we get some tight games, and we'll wait and see. All the best.
Thank you, Walshy. So we're going to head over now to the presentations, and we'll be back afterwards with the Div 1 Reserves Grand Final between Payneham and Goodwood.
medical staff, and all the other players have gone on the job today. They represented about 43 players that went through the list this year, and there was about 16 or 17 very unlucky to miss out, but we win this game for the whole squad, and we'll all party on tonight. You Footy.
I didn't expect that.
Number 6, Nathan Kennedy. You got it taken. Out. Wait.
So we're going to head over now to a quick break, and we'll come back with the coverage of the Div 1 Reserves Grand Final between Payneham Norwood Union and the Wood Saints.
Of instant gratification, Kim likes things fast. That's why she uses the Catch app to search millions of products, like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. This is Usain. When something needs fixing, he's onto it fast. That's why Usain uses the Catch app for things like Usain's bolts. For anything they need fast, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
is a great all-rounder. He likes the Catch app to get anything he needs fast, like Brad's Pit, Brad's Mitt, Brad's Kit, and Brad's air freshener. Yes, for anything they need, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Foster goes, oh, he sold the candy once, twice. If you don't mind, that is the nail.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Lung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream
And welcome back, folks. Right on cue. Thanks, Brody. We've got the coin toss. Division 1 reserves. Payneham Norwood Union in the black and white stripes have won the toss. Will be kicking to the northern end. Goody Saints in the black with the red, white and gold will be kicking to the southern end right of screen. G'day, footy fans. My name's Phil Erden. What a day. Grand final day. One premiership, one game is in the books. And going back to back or back to back, because he's here for half a game, before taking on his third grand final at Woodville. Then Maguire. Ned, how are you?
Good, Phil. Thanks for having me. It's one game down, so a third of the way there, and that was a good start to the day. But let's hope this one here is a little bit tighter.
A little bit tight. I mean, that was a pretty comprehensive win. 50 points to the Goody Saints. And congratulations. I mean, winning a premiership is no easy feat. Doing it with not a single loss is unheard of at the elite level. Fantastic to see it here.
Absolutely. They really deserved it. I mean, you can't make a case for any other team deserving it more than them. Really dominant throughout the year, and they beat them both times they played them throughout the year. So they absolutely deserved to win this one today. So I'm sure the reserves boys will be pumped up after watching the Seas win, trying to get the double for the club.
Well, there's doubles for both. Goodwood Saints will hope that it's the double today for the C's and B's, and Payneham will hope it's the start of a B's and A's double. Of course, Payneham have already won a flag in the women's, and were runners-up in another one, I think. So, we're talking two exceptionally strong community clubs.
Yeah, we are, and they do have for a long time now, Goodwood have been strong all the way through their grades, and they've had plenty of finals appearances, plenty of flags in the last few years, and I'm sure they'll be happy to see it continue as we're about to head over to the anthems by the looks.
We are. So, folks, if you're at home, we ask that you please be upstanding for the playing of our national anthem.
So we're approaching the first bounce. Payneham getting their photo taken. Of course, we're looking back on this one.
Sharon?
Oh, it's always fun how things live happens, yeah. Kneeling during the anthem, that would have caused a riot back in the States, wouldn't it?
Adelaide, Gardle Security, and Villiers Bakery and Power. Strengthening communities through footy.
All right, sorry about that. We've got calls coming in. I think we've sorted out our technical glitch. Bevan Jones, the PA announcer, was going to be our third commentator there for a second. Alrighty, B grade, Payneham Norwood Union, they finished 12-7. They were fourth, had one heck of a prelim final, tied at the end of the four quarters, went to extra time, only 1 point scored in the entirety of 10 minutes of extra time. That was a rushed behind too. Can't even credit to the winning scorer because there wasn't one. Goody Saints a little bit more traditional. They were 15-3, finished second. Defeated St. Peter's by about 13 points at Thebarton last week. Conditions, I've had a wander around. It's an interesting day. It's a Melbourne day. By that I mean it's a bit of sunshine here, a bit of breeze there, a bit of cloud cover and a little bit of rain coming later. Don't think it's really favouring any end, as is tradition here at Richmond. Not a windsock to be found.
That's right. It doesn't seem like it. I went down to ground level before the first game of the day, and there really wasn't much in it. Maybe a little bit, but I don't think it's even going to be a one goal.
The umpires today, field umpires David Alward, Patrick Lally in the field, Tyson Smith, Archer Wilson the boundary, Samuel Turner and Flynn Hall are the goal umpires. The teams are ready, the commentators are ready, the umpires are wandering around to get ready, and to get us underway, your caller is Ned Maguire.
Thank you, Phil. As that first siren goes for the Div 1 Reserves granny between Payneham Norwood Union and Goodwood Saints. Getting it out early, Payneham going towards their forward 50. Socket off the ground, nearly falls in the lap of Agorastos. kicked around the corner, top of the square. Who can get there? Goodwood get there first. Little snap around the corner, bit of a dribbler. It's going to work. Oh, he slipped over at the worst time possible, did Cornish. And it's going to be a high free kick. Whistle being blown. So the ball in Jacob Campbell's hands, about 55 from goal. He goes to the hot spot. Who's there for him? Gee, Mark almost taken over the top. Goodwood just smash it out. Mark couldn't be taken there by Crittenden. And we're going to have a throw in. About 1 minute played in this first term, Phil.
We're going to have scores coming in from all over the C grades. We'll try and share with you. I said 22 grand finals today. Do have one from the C4. Smosh West Lakes have the premiership there, defeating Adelaide Uni by 19 points, 21 points, 55 to 34. Back to this game. If you just joined us a minute in, no scorers yet. There's a hard hit applied there by Alex Crittenden on his Goodwood Saints opponent. He's getting up, looking pretty fine there in Mitchell Wally. Tapped down by Luke Heitman for Goodwani. As far as the Falcons, somehow escaping out of it, getting a kick away was Patrick Sanjay. He's the man who's been, he's the omission from the A. He's played in the A grade prelim last week. He gets it across to Paul Lowe. Too far out to score. Goes to the top of the square. Goodwood Saints have some numbers. Can't take the mark. Is it a chance for Payne to convert the fumble into something? Doesn't look like it. Net. It'll be a ball up 15 metres out in front of a good and growing crowd.
They're throwing themselves in so far, as they should on grand final day. Had it lost it there. Looked like that could have been Wagner there. Anyway, Goodwood coming out of their defensive 50. Kick. Not good enough there to find his teammate. And coming back, Robert Marcus inside 50. At the drop there was Gelling. It's going to be coming back though. Couple of big boys for Paynham. That one being Lockie Webb, and he absolutely blasts that as high as he can. Top of the square. Crummer's there for Paynham. Slammed on the boot. Oh, it's hit the post. I thought that was the first goal of the game. So a minor score there.
Well, don't have to tell the Paynham fans that a minor score could matter.
Absolutely.
The grand final deciding thing just last week to get it. All right, the Saints are going to break it away down the members' wing. The grandstand wing. Good mark taken. Attacking edge of centre. This is Hamish Burns. There's Addison and Hamish, the Burns boys, here today. On to Anthony Dempsey, the veteran. Into the 50. Front square. No one could take the mark. Falcons defence strong. Through some hands. They just keep working it forward. Oh, good tackle from behind. That's holding the ball. And Hamish Burns again with the footy. He sinks the boot into the share, and there's a man on the fat side. Mark in scoring territory. We'll pick up the number in just a sec. It's number 17, I think, Jordan Turner. Turner, who's kicked one goal from his 13 B grade games, was goalless from his 3 games in the A. Has a chance to get the Saints off to a flyer. 40 metres out. The crowd tells the story. They're cheering because Goodwood have a goal, courtesy of Jordan Turner. Ned, it's well, not quite as early as their C's scored a goal, but the Saints strike first.
They do. Goodwood with the first goal there, 4 minutes in. And a strong start from both teams. It's been pretty close either way, but Hamish Burns there really took it upon himself with a couple of plays there. And that kick switching the play inside 50 as well. Real aggressive kick. Finding his teammate.
You love it when your forwards are tackling hard. You know that they're switched on, ready for a big day.
So it's back in the centre square now. Tackle laid immediately. Tackle laid by Nathan Wright, and we're going to have another ball up.
Goodwood were as named on the Adelaide Footy, their website. A couple of changes for Paynham I'll tell you about in a sec.
So Paynham get it going forward now. Tackled immediately was Low. Goodwood look like they're about to rebound here. That was Presler. He goes down the line to Grass. 1-on-1 here. Sanzo got there first. Goodwood are going to come away with it though. Here's Wally. With the man bun. He goes long, a little bit too long, over the head of Alex Schiller. And cleaning it up back there was Kieran Nichols.
Yeah, I like the idea. I love the quick move and I love the open forward line. But Payneham saw it coming and read it better. The kick's turned over at 55 out. How can the Saints respond? Kane Cornish is going to an open goal. That's 2 in 2 minutes to the Saints. And you pump up the defence, getting in good position. Then they have that was a horrid kick coming out of defence.
Yeah, it's costly, isn't it? Turnovers like that in that sort of position. As we have another look. It's not this one, but
we
the one
won't name
after
the player because we can't tell you who the player is. Might be just as well.
Yeah, this was it here. Really
Number
costly.
well camouflaged.
And it was a good finish in the end. Looked like he kicked it off the side of his boot a little bit as he kicked it, and then he got a nice little bounce in the goal square. We're back underway again. Another clearance of Payneham, but it won't go anywhere. Goodwood are going to end up with it. Big contest on the half-forward flank. Both players going in hard. Whistle's been played for advantage. Now here's Wakeem. Sells the dummy. Oh, he just can't finish off. That would have been a hell of a goal for Daniel Wakeem, but it's another minor score.
That was probably the easiest one of the 3 shots they've had. Straight now 2-goal lead. So Payneham need to settle here. One thing is, when Goodwood get the ball, they look dangerous. They move fast and they find an open player. That's a nice long kick. I have a suspicion that maybe the wind is possibly, was northwesterly, switching westerly, so possibly favouring the Saints to a point in this first quarter. Did you notice the wind have any effect in the seas at all?
No, I didn't.
Whatever way Goodwood were kicking?
Yeah, that's right. Must have been going with them every quarter, but no, I didn't think it made much of an impact. You can't see it from here, that's for sure.
After claiming a 3 or 4 gale at Thurby last week and having no impact, I'm going to be conservative this week as Max Wagner takes the mark. He's too far out to score 7 now. Kicks it across the scoreboard, showing the Falcons trailing by 2, but they might do something here. They have a mark to Lachlan Matthias, who played 17 of the Falcons' 19 games for 10 goals.
They've got some height down there, don't they?
They
some
have.
Big boys.
Did get 1 shot at the A's, was goalless in that match. Said Payneham needed a settler. Well, here it is, if he could convert. In front of the little cheer squad, I'm not sure who they're with there. Parked in front of the scoreboard. From 45, goal umpires on the run. Never a good sign, Ned. That's a miss. Payneham a 2. They trail Goody Saints by 11.
So there's a whistle. What's
it
going to be? Maybe a 25. Something. Who knows what. But Goody Saints are basically taking their kick out from 40 metres further afield. And they've made the most of it. A mark taken now on centre wing. Can they move it quick? They can, but it's not finding a target. And Payneham are going to go back the other way. Good spoil from behind. And now Goodwood once again trying to rebound, but a fantastic smother. Good players there. That was Turner. But no team able to really string together 2 clean possessions. And the boundary umpire makes it his own. He's going to throw it in front of the scoreboard 9.5 minutes into this first term.
Throw in. Payneham, 60 out, searching for their first goals. Almost 10 minutes now. The quarters are 22 minutes flat. Not really a major issue in the first quarter. Could be later. Going to be Josh Goodwin, who's there in front of that group. I think they're Payneham supporters. I see black, I see white, I don't see much else. Payneham are going to work it out the back. They're going to reset, reload. That kicks Mr. Target. and will be picked up by Sean Crook. He'll swing it across to the open side. High kick. Forced Dylan Vangeldali to wait for it. He kicks it equally as high. But look at the Saints at the fall of the ball. Tom Gerling picks it up. The kick needed a bit of a stretch from Hamish Burns. Comes back to Burns now. He's tackled. Ball spills free. In the end, I think umpire's going to say my ball. Ned, it's going to be 15 metres out. Saints workload. They get to the ball quicker and faster than Payneham at the moment.
Do they ever? And up she goes. Payneham are going to get the clearance though. A little bit sloppy there. Sanzo does well. Handballs it over. Kick absolutely nutmegs Vandril Daly there. But Goodwood still coming away with it through Luders. Here's Payneham now. Another sloppy looking kick. Luders again. He's got options. Inside he elects to go down the line inside 50 to a 1-on-3. Burns is there. Does want to create a contest. Almost marked it. And doing well at ground level as well. That's a great effort by him to keep it to a 50-50 contest. We'll have a ball up. James Lakin looked a little sore after a contest before. Maybe a bit of a corky, but he looks like he's all right now. So another clearance to Payneham. One-on-one's ahead of the ball. No one gets their hands on it initially, but doing well there was Roberts. Turns one way or the other, kicks it down the line. How about the mullet on Luke Hateman? Fantastic.
Almost matches yours, Nick.
Nearly over the top. Will we have a ball up? No. Still bobbling around in there. Roberts again, tackled straight away, and a strong tackle. Umpire says in the back. Advantage paid. Here's Lowe, quick hands. Shrugging off the tackle was right. He goes over to Wagner. 1-on-1, beautiful kick to the advantage of Strato Agarastis. Turns, goals, and that's Paynham's first.
Strato doesn't like having to have a set shot.
No.
he likes kicking his on the run.
So that's the first for Paynham. Getting themselves into it now, 1-2-8.
Well, that's a relief, isn't it, that they're getting themselves into it. The scoreboard's decided let's just match the scores.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. It confused me for a minute. So that's 1-2-8 to 2-1-13 for Goodwood on this Sports Interactive scoreboard. 13 minutes through the first term.
Back in the middle. A bit worried about that scoreboard sitting like that for a while. This is the one at the ground, not. Oh, thank you.
Changed it now.
Not the one here, but even that's out by a point, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. So to us, it's a 5-point game, and I'm happy to stick by that. With a Goodwood Saints clearance, taking into the centre square. Here comes the cavalry for the Saints. That was number 7. No, it was 1. That would have been Kane Cornish. We're 50 metres out. Good tackle from behind. Was it from behind? It was pushing the back. No, it wasn't. That was Paul Lowe, the infringer. Luke Stanton with the Sharon in his hands. Fairly chock-a-block forward line now. Paynham have got back. That's not the greatest kick. Stanton gets the 1-2 back. From 45, the Wormburner kick. Surely someone's going to touch that. Nobody did. Spills out of bounds. A throw-in down the southern end here. Very much a ground almost due west of the city. Keep heading west, you end up at the airport and the beach. East, you hit the CBD. Beautiful backdrop to this wonderful oval.
So when it comes, attacking position here for Goodwood. Evading one tackle, slams on the boot, snap around the corner. What a goal there. Goody Saints have their third.
Josh
and that
Goodwin.
looks like Josh Goodwin did really well to keep himself steady, and then a really tricky angle there. He had to kick it right around himself there, and as we have another look at the replay, good at ground level, looked like he was off balance, turned, kicked, gave it some height, and gave it time to hook around.
On the replay, looked a little bit more in control than I thought actually there. And we do thank the Simon Black Academy for giving us the replays all the way through the season. A chance for us to have a look and say, did that really happen? You always notice the replays more when you don't have it. I should happen. You want to see something. So this is Patrick Sanzo who goes forward into the scoreboard pocket. Saints will see it over the line. Will be a throw in. The new electronic scoreboard, been here about 8 years, I reckon, here at Richmond. Always has a habit, or used to have a habit of going goal when there was a goal, when you actually wanted to look at it for a score. That's the only thing I've got against electronic scoreboards, besides the fact they take away jobs from young kids, such as myself when I was 15 at Plimpton. Not exactly a lot of football happening, that's why I'm prattling on here for the moment. Umpire's found a free. It's going to go the way of the Falcons. They're going to come in board pretty quickly to Sanzo, he's a key one. He was part of the starting 21 last week in the A's. Got the bad news that Callum Bartlett was taking his spot. Let's see and he's Safer had a fair bit to do with this game, but that in the end is a pretty good mark to the Goody Saints. As the ground now, Ned, beautifully bathed in sunshine.
Sure is. What a fantastic day for a bit of grand finals footy. As Goody Saints try to rebound. Not sure about the kick really to a 2-on-1 and intercepting well. It's Charles Durack. He sends it back inside 50. Can they keep it in? No, they can't. A few arms held out wide, arguing for a bit of maybe a deliberate. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, young Strato Agorastus. So instead we'll have a throw in. About 25 out from Paynham's goal. Dropping the head there and getting a free kick for his troubles. The Goodwood defender quite deep in their defence. Umpire calls him to play on. So he elects to just launch it down the line. Paynham players at the back. There's Eggleston. He goes back inside 50. Fantastic mark. Alex Crittenden. Well, the looks. Going back with the flight. Full extension.
Crittenden, one of only... Well, in fact, he is the only player to have played all 19 games. And in recognition of that, said, oh, well, look, you played every game this year. Come to the goal line.
So this is a big goal for Paynham. Taking it back to a 1-goal margin late in this first term. He puts it through. So 2 goals, 2-14, trailing Goodwood's 3-1-19 on the Sports Interactive.
Have a few grand final scores. Finals around the C grades. Don't have a C2 or a C7 yet. C1's obviously here. Goodwood defeated Port District's perfect season of 50 points. Lockleys, also a perfect season in the C5s. Beat Kenilworth by 15. Golden Grove beat Flinders Park by 40 in the C3s. Smosh beat Adelaide Uni in the C4s by 21. And Elizabeth, who are shooting for the perfect A-grade season, their C's got up by 3 points over Henley. They're off to a good start.
So we're back in the centre now. Going to have a ball up in almost the identical spot with 3 minutes remaining in this first term. Who's going to kick the next one? It goes Paynham's way, only as far as Holt Fanning. He just kicks it to grass. Probably not a bad option, and we're going to have a throw in right on centre wing over on the far side.
A few brave souls out there. It is a northwesterly to westerly, so they're going to cop it right into them this afternoon. Plus, it's a long walk out there. And I did lie. I said I couldn't see a windsock. I just found it.
So did I.
It's next to the scoreboard, and it's blowing right into them.
It is blowing, isn't it? It might have picked up a little bit since the start of this game, I would think.
So, some showers forecast for later in the afternoon. Just not sure how late in the afternoon that will be. And so it's a tough footy out there at the moment, and it ain't coming out. A reminder, we've got a pretty big coverage coming up of this game as we both balance giving you the B-grade game stream and also setting you up for the, well, it is the best of the best, the Sip and Safe Div 1 A-grade grand final as the Falcons go forward. So we will be keeping you pretty much vision of this game, but Whilst that's progressing in the second quarter, we're going to have an interview with Falcons coach Jace Bode. At half-time, we're going to have an interview with Craig Pitt. Three-quarter time, Luke Donaldson, coach of the Goody Saints. So in the third quarter will join us. Lambo's got some interviews at various parts as well as we set the scene for the biggest game of the season in the Adelaide Footy League.
So here we go. 1 minute and a half left, and gee whiz, that's an absolute shank off the side of the boot. So with the ball now, Payneham in the hands of Theo Dorakopoulos. Sorry about that, that's an absolute tongue twister. Might just call him Theo for the rest of the game, I think.
Yes, wise move.
To save everyone.
Well, now there's a stoppage. Let's do it.
Theo Dorakopoulos.
I reckon that's. I couldn't do better than that.
Definitely sticking with Theo. Sorry about that one, but you're gonna have to have the first name for the rest of the game because that's hurting my brain just looking at that.
Yeah, you got to break it up into syllables. Unfortunately, there's only so much space on the team sheet.
That's right.
Just be glad they don't put names on the back of the jumpers.
Absolutely. So 30 seconds left in this quarter. Umpire calls play on, and Payneham are going to have the last chance to score as there's a player down off the ball. Looks seriously
I'll keep an eye on
sore.
that. You watch the footy, I'll watch the injury.
We've got a ball up here. Time ticking. The umpire would want to throw this one up pretty quickly for there to be any chance of a score here. I can't see it. Can Payneham slam it on the boot? All get a free. They get neither, and we're going to get the siren. So
there you have it, quarter time. And, an interesting quarter, Ned. We thought Goody Saints got 3 of the first 4 goals, looked super dangerous, and on the back of their C's taking apart Port District, we thought they were just continuing on the march. However, Payneham steadied, kicked the last goal and slowed up the play, which I think suits them from what I've observed so far. Looks like we're going to go and have a chat. Lambo's got a guest. Once we've got the camera on him, maybe? No. Okay, we will see what's happening here. I think Lambo's waiting for the camera to join. So we're going to stick with it. Just to reiterate, those C-grade grand final scores that we've got so far in the C3s, Golden Grove over Flinders Park by 40 points. They meet again in the Bs. C4, Smosh Westlakes over Adelaide Uni by 21 points. In the C6s, Elizabeth over Henley by just 3. C5s, Lockleys took care of Kenilworth by 15 for an undefeated season. Scores are correct. 2-2 to 3-1. 2-2 to 3-1 is the correct score. Sorry for the folks at home. And I don't think we're having an interview at the moment, so we might... Okay. We will be having an interview shortly. So, Ned, what have you made of the day so far?
Well, it's been a great day so far, and a good game to start with the C grade. It was a bit of a blowout later on in the game, but it was a good game, and Goodwood going undefeated throughout the year in the C's. You'd expect them to do that. This game, pretty good so far in the balance a bit. Let's see how it goes.
So you're doing the Phil Collins as well, in terms of scooting off to Woodville. That coverage will start at about 2 o'clock. Your thoughts, Glenunga, Old Iggies?
I hope it's a close one. I'm not too sure how that one's going to go. I think I'm expecting a good game. Both teams had pretty convincing wins from what I can tell last week. So, I think they're probably the 2 best teams in it at the moment, which is what you want to see. So let's hope for a good game there, but I'm not too sure. I don't want to be too aggressive with my tip. So
no, I don't blame you for that.
I'll stay
tight-lipped. It is interesting that... Oh, no, that's Carlo Costanzo. Okay, let's go live to Lambo's got a guest.
Half-time. Sorry, guys, quarter time here at the Reserves Grand Final. I've got the A1 medalist, Jack Trengay. Congratulations, mate.
Thanks for that.
Great year, mate.
No, it wasn't too bad. Hopefully we can, I guess, do it justice and win today.
Yeah, it's been a great year for the club, and you're at the big party. It's no use getting to the big party if you don't get on with it. So all the best today, mate, for you and the team. And is anyone you really want to thank at the club throughout the year, mate?
Oh, I guess the whole footy club. It's been incredible. I think it's been said a few times, but this has been my most enjoyable year of footy, and it's all a testament to the footy club itself, like led from Sis, the president, Jim Parkinson, Tim Hall, all the board, and then the playing group as well. It's just been very enjoyable, and as I said, hopefully we can sort of finish off with a strong result today.
Fantastic. Thanks for your time, mate. I know you're on a mission, and all the best from everybody today. Thanks a lot, Jack.
Cheers.
Well, that's one person you'll wait for. Div 1 medalist.
Right.
Obviously with some work to do this afternoon. Div 1 tip for the grand final, because you're leaving at halftime to do your Phil Collins covering both venues on the one day.
So I filmed PAC beat St. Peter's absolutely
you were
thrashed
here.
Saints
last
week, and after watching that, I can't see them losing, to be perfectly honest. They were so dominant.
Don't blame you.
Yeah,
I had that filming in one corner of my laptop doing score updates.
Yeah.
And every time I looked down, it was like they'd kicked another 2 or 3 goals.
Further and further away. And
especially early.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get an idea of what the Breeze is doing here, as it'll be Paynham's turn to go to Eurotas Green Ground, bathed in sunshine. And a big day ahead, thanks to Filming Footy. I'd like to thank all our sponsors, Catch.com, Sports Interactive, Interchanger. They've all been great through the season, and we thank them for their support, enabling us to go that extra level today, bring in some extra bells and whistles. Hope you're enjoying the ground level view that we've been able to provide. And the second quarter, about to be brought to you by Ned Maguire.
Thank you, Phil. Here we go for the second term in what is a tight contest in the Div 1 Reserves grand final between Paynham and Goodwood. Ball bobbling forward. Let's see who can get there first. It's going to be Paynham coming away with it through Nathan Wright. Kick inside, working well there. Going to Jacob Campbell. Now the man on the mark is probably about 49 from goal. He looks pretty confident over this one. It'll take a serious kick, probably about 52. At least you'd think he'd have to kick this one. No one really making a lead for him, so everyone's expecting him to go back and slot this one. Let's see what Jacob Campbell can do. Looking confident over it. Close to the man on the mark. He gives it a good dob. Will it come back? Just not enough. So we've got a minor score for Paynham. Takes them to 2-3-15. Trailing by 4 points to Goodwood Saints, 3-1-19. 1 minute into this second term on the Sports Interactive scoreboard.
Alrighty. So, an early attempt there by Paynham, narrowing the margin now to 4 points, just to kick in it. The Saints will take it down the outer wing, about 55 out. Quick pack descends. Umpire will come in and sort it. In front of the old scoreboard that they built back in 1958, this ground was christened by Westies. The West Adelaide Footy Club goes back to the 1890s. Their home ground, believe it or not, West Adelaide, used to be Kensington. Work that out. Also was the Wavell Showgrounds, which makes a little bit more sense. Until the Show Society kicked them out. They were at Adelaide Oval for a while, and the council here at the time gave them a lovely oval. Been their home for 60-odd years, 63 years now. In a beautiful setting, in a great central location. Not much happening on the footy field at the moment. It's a bit of a stoppage fest. Ned, have you got any skills you've picked up over time to break it up?
Not particularly. I was mentioning before, I was trying to find a good mullet out there. I think he's sitting on the bench at the moment in Luke Heitman. But
get him up your ladder and have a mullet off.
Yeah, exactly. Go down and interview him at half time. But no, it's definitely a bit of a scrap to start this quarter. We've had one minor score so far. Other than that, nothing doing really in between. It's been in between the 50s so far this term. We're going to have another ball up here. Another stoppage. Let's see if someone can break it apart, pick up the speed of this game. Trying to do so here, but we're going to have another stoppage. A throw in right in front of the scoreboard. A few fans over on that side. Enjoying the sun, no doubt. Plenty of fans over this side as well. Great to see plenty of fans for both teams out here today. The Goody Saints, they get an inside 50. Mark dropped there by, might have been Sean Crook. Paynham coming away with it, tackled immediately. Dropped it. Umpire says hanging on. So here's a chance for them. A bit of open play potentially. Let's hope so. Wagner with the ball now. Goes inside. Risky kick, but it works. Finds Patrick Sanzo. He bites off another short one to Marcus Roberts. Looks for a handball. Sanzo running past, but wasn't... Oh, beautiful candy there by Marcus Roberts, and he's absolutely shanked the kick. A little bit ahead of himself maybe after that dummy. But he's done well. He's got his own footy back. Handed it off there to El Tamare, who was under pressure straight away. And there's a couple of sore players as well. Goes forward. Great courage there from the Goodwood defenders. But it's come out off hands. Paynham have the ball. Kick across the face of goal. Goodwood wanted to see it go over the line. It just won't go over. Still won't go over. And it's holding the ball.
Well done.
For about 10 seconds there. He was trying to force it over the line. It just wouldn't bounce his way. And Strato Agarastas has got a shot on goal from a pretty tough angle.
Well, he's too late for goal of the year. If he bags this, it would be a worthy contender.
So right up against that fence.
Excited whenever Strato gets near the footy.
And he comes. What can he do from this angle? Looks good. Off the boot. He's kicked it. What a goal.
Did you see how little their goal umpire had? The ball went right to them. How's
Fantastic
that
kick from Strato Agarastas. That's his second. And that's Paynham's third. 3 goals each.
And they have a lead. Strato, he's kicked 27 goals in his 8 games in the Bees. 14, and here's the Simon Black Academy replay. Just Stevie Johnson nowhere to be seen.
Yeah.
Oh, glorious. One of the highlights of the day thus far, and a day that always has many highlights. Game on at Richmond High Sense Stadium over the Bloods and the Adelaide Footy League Div 1 Grand Finals. It will be Goodwood using some hands that will get the clearance. Yeah, I reckon, there is a breeze there, just the look of how that kick held up, and it will favour the Falcons. But Goodwood will go forward. Black and white with a man advantage. They're not exactly using it that well, I might add. Kieran Nichols kicks it into space. This sets a task, I think, for Lockie Webb to bend down the big man. Oh, and he's brought down. Luke Stanton, great solo tackle.
A bit of an unlucky bounce there as well. It's bouncing.
Poor Webb was tackled in a most inconvenient position. Yeah, always hard to ask the big men to get that low. Crittenden with the kick. Off hands. Out of bounds. In front of a reasonably vacant terraces there on the city side of High Sense Stadium.
So 7 minutes gone. Third of the way through this second term. Not a huge deal to report except for that goal by Agarastas. It's kept us interested this quarter. Let's see. We can have a few more highlights, please, boys. And keep us entertained. That's not one. That's another throw in the exact same spot. But 3 goals apiece. This one right in the balance, Phil.
Yeah.
See if either team can run away with it here. We'll just get a little bit of a margin going into half time. So up they go. Beautiful hit out from the man with the mullet. That's Heitman. Another ball up. And we'll get to see it again. Look at it. It's flowing. Absolutely luscious. Up he goes again. Another hit out here to James Ridgewell. Off hands, down at the bottom of this pack here. Who can get it away? Heitman involved, as is Ridgewell.
I'll find it.
Off hands, and now Paul Lowe has it. Kick been intercepted. Free kick paid though. Going the way of Nathan Wright here. Now he's about 52 out. Players leading in front of him. He doesn't look overly confident he has the distance. Well, maybe he does. He's walked back now.
Yeah.
And it's gone to the top of the square. Mark can't be taken. Dribbles over for a boundary throw in. Right in Paynham's forward pocket.
So its game has slowed down at the moment. 9 minutes gone. Not much in the way of scoring. Just the sole Paynham goal, I think. And not even any behinds kicked. It's down their edge of the ground at the moment. And yet another stoppage. We'll wait for something exciting to break loose here. There's your tap from Heitman. Ball breaks momentarily open. 45 out. Finding some space. Will it sit? No. Oh, there's a move. There's two really good moves.
Tried the third.
But that is two good moves. It'd be pretty good on the dance floor, I reckon. But that was not a correct disposal of the footy Goodwood free.
Sadly, it's not a dance floor out there.
No, it's a... Well, they wasn't the...
Probably have the 3 votes.
They talk about the AFL Grand Final being the big dance, and that puts a few people off.
Might have taken that a little bit too literally, that call there. Anyway, Paynham looking to load up again. On the far side, they go down the line. Who can take the mark? Paynham can. It looks like Wagner over that side. He goes inside 50. Who's there? Up goes Big Lockie Webb. He can't hold the mark. And holding the ball, says the umpire. So, on the 50 arc once again, this might be right again. Almost a carbon copy of about 3 minutes prior, maybe not even that many. He goes short this time, finds a teammate. That was a pretty smart option there. He finds Michael Ialeggio, who is definitely within range here. Probably kicking from 40 or 45.
So do we put Jace on?
Bit of an angle here. 11 minutes gone in this second term. Can Ialeggio make it an 8-point margin? In he comes. Looks good off the boots, but it's another point. Just doesn't come back.
Nothing like having a committee meeting whilst commentating. Thanks for covering, Ned.
No worries.
Just checking where the Jace Boat interview has been recorded. We're just working out when we're going to slot it in.
Beautiful. So, Goodwood, out they come again. In a pretty sluggish sort of quarter for them so far. Let's see if they can change that pattern now. They just kick. There's no one ahead of the ball for them to kick to. So they go down the line. Paynham clean it up. They do likewise, but they find a teammate. Lockie Matthias is there. He hands off. Inside 50 now. Over the head of Webb. There's numbers there for Goodwood. Risky handball over the top from Vandril Daly. Didn't really have many other options though. And doing well to clean up there was James Lakin. Kicks further. Whistle's been blown. It's 25. Lakin's going to get it back. Going onto this centre half back spot with about 10 minutes to play.
Halfway through the second term. Just the 3 points in favour of the Falcons, who were the 4th ranked team of 4 for the finals this year. Spills to the back. This is a chance for Charles Durack to pick it up. Maybe not. Hard on the ball. Goodwood free. Let's see what they can do from here. There's a man in orange boots. I should be able to pick up his number pretty quick. Bobbed up. High kick. Almost there for Reed. Couldn't pull it in. It's going to be a stoppage. Goodwood's best chance for some time have not added to their quarter time score. Paynham have added, I'm pretty sure they've added 1 goal, 1. Stoppage after stoppage at the moment. I'll go one more, Ned, then it's all yours. Oh, the hand pass out is intercepted by the Saints. Mitchell Wally.
I think they're all saying it's touched.
And we're going to have a conference here. No official signal from the umpire. Touched it is, well called. I just watched Wally's reaction through the binoculars. And that will count. Well, it is Goodwood's first score. They trail now by 2 points.
So Paynham with the ball again here. Curtis Stringer giving an option. But they elect to go long down the line. To the pack and a great mark. Probably a few players with hands on it there. It's going to end up in the middle of the ground here with Jordan Pressel. Umpire says play on. Has to go now. Kick just over the head of Ridgewell. And Paynham with it now. Let's see what they can do. Quick hands. A little fumble there by Darcy Richards. Has it gone out of bounds? Yes, it has. Goodwood not happy. They're about to rebound there, but we're going to have another throw in. About 7.5 minutes before the halftime siren goes. A bit of a preview of the Div 1 game during the break. And exciting day of football across all divisions here. Plenty of grand finals on Filming Footy. As we get back to it here, Goodwood surging it forward. It's going to be a ball up though. 15 minutes gone in the second term. It's 3 goals apiece.
Just had an update. We will have both Craig Pitt and Jay Spode interviews for you at our halftime break of this B grade game. What have I missed in the last 30 seconds just while we organise that?
Not a huge deal. A few more stoppages.
A few more stoppages. Saints going forward. It's a 2-point game. We had like 4 goals in the first 10 minutes, and I reckon we've had 2 goals in the next 27. Oh my goodness. There's one for the Football Follies tape. Look, there's kicking across goals. You don't often see you kicking into the goal square when there's a team, when there's an opponent. Just going to pick up the player who's managed to achieve that. That is Daniel Wakim. His first goal. He missed one earlier, his 16th of the season.
Oh, it's not,
it's boy, oh boy,
did it, to
did it, I was about to say, it's not going to look any better on the replay. Let's have a look. Didn't even call for it, or did he?
Oh, no.
Well, kicked it to a 2-1. I wonder, is there a little from the... No, there's not even a clash jumper thing. I'm not even going to give this clash.
It's just a shank, really, isn't it?
In
the worst position possible to do it, isn't it?
That's it. Well, Paynham are trying to get some redemption here. They've gone forward. Some good tackling by that boundary line. A bit of a zigzag, though, and then some legs getting in the way sees it out of bounds.
Thomas out tomorrow. They're nearly keeping it in.
Tell you what, Ned, you're going to take off shortly at half time to do your Phil Collins trip to Woodville. Who are you thinking based on what you've seen in the first half?
It's really hard to gauge this one, isn't it? I think if you're looking at the last 10 or 15 minutes, I'd probably have to say Paynham. As it goes forward, Strado Agorastis.
Very good call.
What a mark.
Good timing
there. That's right, yeah, that's right. Could see that coming before that happened.
Yes.
He is part of the reason why
Yes.
I've said that.
Yes.
He's really exciting up forward, kicked that goal from the boundary, and
a finisher.
Goodwood really haven't fired a shot this term, have they?
No. Haven't fired a shot for a little while. I mean, obviously, they were pretty gifted.
That's
to an
right.
Extent.
So
this is a big kick.
It sure is, because they deserve a bit of reward from the ascendancy that they've had in this second term. So let's see if he can put it through for his third. Looks good. And he's got it.
As soon as you see the umpire straighten up,
Yep.
you know that's looking
right.
good.
It's looking good, and it was good. So that's 4 goals each now. Payneham with a 2-point margin, 4-4-28 to Goodwood's 4-2-26. 4 minutes remaining in the second term on the Sports Interactive scoreboard, Phil.
Yeah, 18 points gone. Haven't had any updates at all to C grade, so we're still looking for a final score from the C2s, where Old Iggies were going for the Triple Crown today at Woodville. C2s, B2s and A2s, whatever they're known as. And their A-grade game against Glenunga will be live streamed as well from about 2 o'clock, I'd suspect. Ned will be part of the boundary crew there. Goody Saints will just keep moving it forward, and they've got a free.
As much as I've been saying that they haven't had much, haven't really fired much for a shot this quarter, they've still kicked a goal.
And the chance for a second here.
And they've got a chance for a second from basically nothing, really. So
it says 26. I don't have it. Oh, that's Addison Burns. Yeah, that's the mystery 26. Was it numbered on the program in the on the league website yesterday? 40 out. Absolutely straight in front.
Oh dear.
And that has missed the whole set. That's why the Payneham fans are on their feet in the corner.
Bit of advice from the boundary line,
yeah,
no
I'm not
doubt.
quite sure how they go kicking from 40 straight in front, but that's fans. They paid their money. I guess they can have their entertainment. Ned.
So, here's Marcus Roberts in the back pocket. Probably a safer option this time, going long down the line when you got a player by himself in Webb, but he drops an uncontested mark. Ball ends up over the line, and with 2 minutes left, we're going to throw in. Goodwood's forward, half forward flank. Good little position here. Let's see what they can do with it. The Rucks go at it over the back. Strong tackle laid by Max Wagner. And another tackle as well, and the umpire says enough's enough. That's holding the ball. So at the bottom of the pack there, it was Addison Burns holding the ball against him, and Payneham now through Sanzo. Suspect kick inside. Now Goodwood probably hanging on there. Umpire didn't see it. What can they do with this? Oh, geez, he's gone for the soccer off the ground and missed it completely. A fresh area from Eggleston. Around the corner. Goodwood have made the most of that mistake from Payneham, and they've kicked a goal.
Josh Goodwin, I reckon, number 2.
Josh Goodwin.
Second goal, I mean.
Goal numbers, I was going to say.
Yeah.
So that's their 5th, and they've taken it to a 4-point margin back in their favourites. The margin is going one way. Goodwood kick a goal.
Lead change changes at least 5 times now.
Changes. So it's a tight game.
Oh,
that's what we like to see. Yeah, the soccer off the ground.
Actually, I do apologise. I've got the wrong player. That's Luke Stanton. Not Josh Goodwin. My apologies.
So that's two. 2 real costly errors now for Payneham
in a low-scoring game
in their back line, and cost them 2 goals.
And that's about it. Give us something wisdom in the last 3 seconds, Ned.
Thanks, Will. Putting me under the pressure there as the siren goes. Saved by the bell, I think, there.
Sorry,
that's for sure. So,
what a game.
It's a great game. Close contest all the way through.
You're going to ring up Woodville and say, hey, I'm staying here?
That's right. I don't want to leave now. It's a great contest. But sadly, I have to.
Yep.
In what is a 4-point contest at half time.
Yeah, so it's 4-4-28. That's Payneham, but Goodwood with that last goal, courtesy of the defensive error, that goal to Stanton, has put the Saints in front just 5-2-32. So it comes down to accuracy at the moment. 8 scoring shots to 7. Scores are correct. Thank you, goal umpires. Just checking we match up. We do. Everything ticks off. as we see the teams heading into their halftime break, and we see the Prince Alfred boys head down onto the oval as well. They start to suss out the ground, as do the Payneham A boys. We are 1 hour and 26 minutes away from the first bounce of what is the biggest game on the footy planet this afternoon, believe it or not. That'll be Prince Alfred and Payneham Norwood Union. Ned, any final thoughts before we set you on your way to Pekka Park?
Well, it's been a blast, this first game and a half that I've called here today, and this game's been fantastic. So let's hope that for all the neutrals out there, the margin stays this close all the way through, and we have a great game here before the Div 1 game.
Alrighty, Ned, thank you so much. Safe travels. And we'll catch up for the post-season show and a couple of Sherbies at that time. Lambo has found his man. Let's go down to ground level, and Craig Lambert.
Half time, everybody out there of the reserves grand final, Payneham versus Goodies. Goodies are up by 4 points. I've got the opportunity to interview Craig Pitt, the coach and player of the Prince Alfred Football Club. They've had a fantastic year. How's your build-up been, Craig? And congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's an exciting day, exciting to be here. Build-up's been pretty good, to be honest. I think we haven't lost a game since the mid-season break, which has been fantastic for us. And came off a really good win here at this Oval last week, so that's good for the confidence. We're just looking forward to getting into it.
You've set the standard all year. It's been great. And you're at the big dance, so you got one more tick, mate. So training this week, pretty good?
Yeah, training was good. We didn't really change it up too much. With the new finals layout, I guess nobody got the week off or anything, so probably made it easier from a coach's perspective to lay out training. You didn't need to worry about whether you're giving too much load or not much load. So it was all systems go as normal, which is probably nice to have it nice and familiar going into another game.
And it's been a good start of the club this week. Jack winning the medal, and he's had a great year.
He has had a great year. He's a very classy player, and he really leads from the front for us. So we're just very lucky to have him at our club. I think anybody would kill to have a player of his calibre come out, not just for his playing ability, but also his leadership on the field and off the field. So yeah, very lucky.
It's been one. You played Payneham twice this year. It's 1 win each. That's all behind you now. It's all on today. Your strengths, I reckon personally, from what I've seen all year, is around the ball and up forward. Payneham have played some good footy the last 2 weeks. The game's going to be won a fair bit around the ball today, Pitty.
Yeah, I think in finals, if you can get the ball moving forward, it definitely makes a big difference, especially early on in the game, in putting pressure on the opposition. So, yeah, I think it's always important to win that contested ball around the contest. And yeah, if we can do that today, we'll probably go a long way to getting in the right position to win.
No changes from last week, mate?
No changes from last week, which is always nice.
I know you've got a big game, mate, and all the best. And, playing coach, it takes a fair bit of an effort too. Do you want to say any thank yous and all that throughout the year to the club for what's, where you're at the moment?
I'll probably do that at another stage, okay, but there's so many people to thank. I'll be here for all half time, so we'll get to it at another stage, if that's all right.
No worries, mate. From everybody here, we appreciate your time right throughout the year. It's been great club to work with, and all the best for today, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Second quarter at Richmond Oval in the reserves grand final, Payneham versus Goodwood. I've got the opportunity to have a quick chat to Jason Bode, the coach of Payneham Football Club. Jace, how are you, matey? And how's the lead-up been this week?
Yeah, good, Lambo. Good to speak to you, mate. We've had a great week, mate. We're really excited that our reserves boys are getting the opportunity to play after a gutsy win last week, and it's been a great week, and we're looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's been a great year for the club. Prince Alfred have played some good footy too. You've been there as a player. As a coach, a bit different?
Yeah, hugely different. I had a couple of sleepless nights around selection on Tuesday and Wednesday. Trying to prepare for PAC, they've been the benchmark all year, mate. We know they've got some fantastic players. I'm looking forward to seeing what our boys can bring, and if we can play 4 quarters of cliche, consistent footy, I think we'll be a chance.
One each. This year, 1 win each, and second game, they came out the box, and I know you had a bit of a deleted team. Your form the last 2 weeks been great, especially at ground level. I see it. Today's going to be a different game, mate.
Yeah, well, we need to be played on ground level, mate. So we need to make sure that we're getting the ball to ground. We need to make sure we're supporting and outnumbering at the contest. If we can get it long into Liam and Rabs and Joels and these sorts of players, I reckon we're a big chance. But we know, we've got our work cut out for us, and looking forward to it.
Before you go, It's going to be one around the centre.
One around the centre, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're going to have first look at it with Boulders, and obviously it's going to be a pretty prolific midfield battle when you've got Trengove and Jolie versus Rook and Ant Gia and those sorts of players. So yeah, it'll be a big game, and I'm looking forward to it.
Before I leave, mate, personally, I want to thank anybody throughout the year for the club, mate, because they've backed you. You're on board. You're a coach. Yeah. You've got them to the grand final. You've got one more box to tick, mate.
Big box to tick it is. Look, I think. For me, it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to coach these guys. The boys have put in all the effort, and hopefully they get the reward today. But more broadly, to be part of Payneham and the Payneham Falcon army, it's fantastic, and I wouldn't change anything for the world.
Fantastic, mate. Thanks for your time. All the best from Dartfish and Adelaide Footy League, and hopefully I can give you a great interview after the game, mate. Take care, mate. Thanks very much.
Cheers.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice. If you don't mind, that is the nail.
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Slung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses Catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a three-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
In a world of instant
Half time here at Richmond Oval. We've got a cracker of a game in the reserves here. The scores are Payneham and Norwood Union 4 goals for 28. Trail Goodwood on the back of a centering shot or a switch of play late in the quarter, which gave Goodwood an opportunity, and they are out to 5-2, 32 lead by 4 points. We're lucky enough to be joined by senior coach of the Goodwood Saints Football Club, Lukey Donaldson. How are you, Duck?
Very good, Jacko. Thanks very much for having us.
Jeez, you look relaxed, mate. Shorts on. How would you expect a 40-degree day?
Yeah, I thought I might have to kick a few balls into the boys in the warm-up, so I didn't want to be too warm in the jeans.
Oh, it's good to see they've got a role for you still, mate.
Happy to do what we need to get them over the line.
Now, are you over the disappointment? No, you're obviously not over the disappointment. That's a stupid question. How's the week been, mate?
No, pretty tough. It was, obviously we weren't good enough on the day. And you know, we obviously feel like if we got through, we'd be every chance today, as I'm sure Payneham do. So we've got to regroup. We still think there's a lot better footy in this group. So we've got to go back to the drawing board a bit over the summer and address some of the things that they were able to shut down in the prelim.
Excuse me, mate.
Father's Day was a bit rough with the kids, though.
Now, it's great that we've got you, mate, because one of the things we're going to do, I'm going to put a slide up in a minute, which will show what we think were the matchups between the two sides. And given you'd have a very good knowledge of them, we're going to pick your brains about who.
Yep.
Oh, here it is here. Maybe how about that? So, what we've got is Payneham going forward. Liam Davis, for me, I think is the key to their forward line, along with Jolly. How do you see Payneham's forward line?
Yeah, absolutely. I think where they were really good last week is some of their medium forwards. Agarastas,
yes.
he kicked a couple and got them going in that third. Obviously, Davis, I think, kicked 4 points, but he obviously clunked a few going forward. And we all know in finals, if you win those one-on-one duels with the big fellas forward, it goes a long way to winning, whether it's a prelim or a grand final.
Yep.
I think the midfield is where it'll be won and lost, so I think they've got to do something to curb the influence of Jolly if Payneham are to win. And I think Trengrove's almost a play-on, play-off role where if he has 20, you've probably had a good day on him. And he also works hard. You know, he takes 3 or 4 marks in the defensive 50 and then you see him popping up, kicking goals in the forward 50. So they need someone that's really fit to run on him as well.
Is Pinoho the man? I'm not sure if I got the pronunciation correct on that, Pinoho, but we're going to roll with that all day.
Yep.
Unless I get told otherwise. Is he the man to stand Trengrove, do you think?
Yeah, I'd probably send him to Jolly myself. I think he's sort of a bigger-bodied mid. I think he did a reasonable job on Fav at times last week for us. So he'd be the one I'd probably send to Jolly. I think Jolly gives them that elite foot skill that can really cut you up, and that's how they like to play, is run and keep possession and overwhelm you, I guess, with their fitness.
I'm always amazed when we watch PAC play, and Jolly always plays well. Mainly on the back of his, just as you said, he's got an elite kick. And I always wonder why opposition sides don't tag him, given he should be the easiest man to tag. I know he's strong, but as in you can stand with him and you can try and expose him when your team's got the ball.
Yep.
But a lot of sides refuse to man up on him.
Yeah, we've certainly put time into him because he's also deceptively quick. I don't think he gets a lot of credit for his ability to beat guys to the footy or even get outside a stoppage. And, you know, he's classy whether he's at half-back, half-forward or on ball. And if he has 20 touches, you're probably under pressure at forward.
Okay, so who goes to Trengrove then? If it's not Pinoho, who would you think?
Well, I think Giannini's probably the guy. I think he's got good leg speed, covers the ground well. I think you've also got to be able to use him to get forward of the stoppage when, you know, guys like Rook and Balderstone can get their hands on it to get it forward. So, and I think it's an awareness role, not necessarily a hard tag, because I think your mid's got to get his share of the footy. Otherwise, you're putting too much defensive work into their midfielders.
Yeah. Now, Brinsley's a typical stay-at-home fullback. I imagine he'll pick up Davis. But Will Doward likes to play as the spare and the intercept player as much as anything else. Will he get the job on Jolly, do you think, given he likes to play off a bit?
I reckon he'll probably start there, but I think if they play Jolly deep, they started Jolly in the ruck last week, so he might go to Barnett or someone, but I think if you're coaching PAC, you want him up the ground where he can really influence, particularly when they're kicking against the wind, so he can intercept.
Now, Wilson's played 14 or 15 games now, I think, and they've named him to start on the wing. You wouldn't imagine he'd spend much time on the wing, would he? Surely he's the...
It's funny, I think he started forward last week, and I think he just sort of has a licence to play wherever he wants, forward centre of the ball, so he's just so dangerous. You've got to stay goal side of him, and if he gets one over the top, good luck catching him.
Yeah. Now, how do you see the matchup in the ruck going, mate? Sam Balderstone, I mean, hasn't set the world on fire by the standards of which he played in the SANFL, and I know he looks like he's been carrying a bit of an injury, but he was much better last week. He looked a lot more mobile last week. How do you see that matchup with Noon going?
I think he's obviously the key at stoppage, and I think where PAC's opportunity is to use Giles around the ground and actually link up through the middle, which we probably weren't able to do as much as we set out to do last week with Carts. But I thought Balderstone in the second half was able to nullify our ruck work from Carts, which made it hard to get some momentum going forward.
So who wins the midfield battle?
I think it'll be PAC. I do think they've just got a couple more. Their depth as well with Fisher and what's his name, 22, McNamara. Like, they've got a lot of guys that can roll through. I just think they're a little bit deeper.
Okay.
But as we said at the start, if Payneham can do a really good job of sort of sucking the life out of it at the stoppage, I think they'll be in with a chance.
Okay. at the other end of the ground, mate. PAC's forwards. I see that as their real strength. We had a chat with Craig Pitt during the week and talked about, for me, the big difference in them is him going forward.
Absolutely. I think he's been terrific and he's super fit. He plays almost as another mid.
Yeah.
I think the one that we always put a lot of time into is obviously Jake, because he's probably going to take 3 or 4 inside 50 marks. And I think Brazil's been a really important inclusion for them because the knock-on effect of best defender goes to Pitt. Obviously, he's potentially getting a lesser defender and an opportunity to kick a bag.
So Orcello, like he's a good competitor in the air. He has to be the one that goes to centre-half back and plays on Jake Pitt.
Yeah, I think you want to play him where the ball's going to go.
Yeah, okay.
He's so clever in the air, and when it hits the ground, I think he'll use his leg speed.
Yep.
He's very good at giving a handball and then getting it back again, so they've got to make sure that they lock him down and don't let him run off.
Okay. The other thing I noticed when I had a look at both teams this morning in terms of...
Come on, boys.
That's a goal or a point?
Not a point.
Point. So, just for those at home, the score now out to Payneham 4-4, 28, and Goodwood Saints 5-3, 33. So, 5-point margin now to Goodies. Plenty of time left yet, Luke. Don't start starting to already think about the beer. I'm worried about you. I know you work in the pub game.
Haven't had one yet.
Will the boys end up at the Moseley tonight? That's the question.
We'll probably prefer it if they stay away. No, we're back at the club tonight, so I think they've set up a marquee and might even be a DJ in the change room, so I'm sure we'll have a good time.
DJ in the change room. Well, on the
bit
back
like Big
of
Day Out, different DJ style of music in each room.
Well, on the back of what happened to you in your last home game against Unley, where you couldn't even get in your own club because the Unley people had taken all the seats.
I think we've got a function for 150 tonight, so we should be able to increase from that game by 70 people, which will be helpful.
Is there any... The other thing I probably should have chatted about was going through both sides. There seem to be a lot of exclusions or guys that have missed out today. The obvious one is for PAC, the lad who plays on the wing, played a little bit the Crows, a top-up player for a while.
Ollie Clark?
No,
he's playing.
No, not Ollie Clark. O'Donoghue. Ben O'Donoghue.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if has he played much in the second half of the year?
Played 9 games.
Yeah, okay.
So he's the only one I could see that was injured. Plus they lost Hugo Barry to Interstate and he wasn't able to get back. The Payneham seem to be at full strength.
Yeah, I think they've got all their key guys right at the right time of the year. I think. Other
than Jace, what are you hearing there? Why he's not playing? Shoulder?
I think his intention was always just with the point situation that I think today they'll play with 17, so I don't know that he was able to. Because Bartlett's couple maybe.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
But yeah, I think he probably also feels he can add more coaching from the sidelines. I think.
Yeah, it's a tough job being a playing coach, but he should have had that pretty well covered with Macca. Although seems to have taken a bit more of a back seat this year. Here's one bloke that surprises me, mate. Going on the ball now for Payneham, number 8, Strato Agarastas.
Yes.
He is a highlight machine, isn't he?
He is. I think he's kicked 3 already in a
today,
pretty low-scoring game.
Wow.
Kicked a ripper from the boundary, so he's someone that...
and it's going to him right now. As if on cue. He's dropped it. He should have marked that, and that would have just been perfect timing, Luke.
Yeah, he's got one of our best lockdown defenders who played in our A-grade flag last year, Tommy G, on him.
Okay.
Very good defensively, but's had a few injuries, and hence why he's playing in our Bs.
Right. The other one that surprises me a little bit is Michael Allegio's playing today in the Bs, but he hasn't played a lot of footy this year.
Yep.
Is that through injury?
Yeah, I think he had a couple of injuries, but he played against us when we played him out there in third last game of the year, but I think with Bartlett coming back in, probably didn't find a spot for him.
Well, let's call this one, Duck. This is for Strato's 4th for the game out of 5. I'll let you call it, mate. This is your debut.
I reckon he comes in, and I reckon the wind might just shift it out to the right. It's a tough kick there, 50 out into a bit of a breeze.
Yeah, it's a long way out, isn't he? He's not sure he got that quite clean, but nice intercept mark.
This is Roger Luders' son, number 5.
Oh, yeah, Sam.
So obviously, sorry.
Is it Sam?
Jeez, you've just
I've thrown you, have I?
Jack Luders.
Jack. Right.
When you said Sam, I was thinking, no, it's not Sam at all.
Does he take the marks his old man used to take?
Mate, he does. We're really excited over the coming years. We've got a few good tools playing out here that have had really good years in the B grade, and he's just getting better every week.
Okay.
So he's taken a few hangers at centre half back this year, like his old man.
Yeah. Okay. How old is he?
I reckon he's 20.
Okay, so he's definitely got an older brother then that's played.
Yeah,
Scotty
Scotty would be maybe late 20s, early 30s.
Bad run, had a little bit of time at Westies.
Yes.
Away here in the middle, if they can spot him. A couple of blokes there. Nice centering ball, that one. Just can't quite play him with the handball out the back's good. Plenty of space, and that's the thing that guys are going to find the difference today. Being on an oval of this side, particularly for your players playing at home, this ground would be almost twice the size of
Well, I think we talked about it when we used to do 1Ks here. I think it's 495 metres for one lap.
Yeah.
And I think you get about 350 at Goodwood Oval. So the boys prefer it when we send them on a lap there than what they did here, I can assure you that.
No doubt. Any other further thoughts on today, mate? I'm going to get a tip from you. Who wins?
Yep.
And by how much?
Yeah, I think PAC, I think they've got a lot of class, particularly cross half back as well. I think Perryman will be a key for them. He gives them a lot of good use out of the back half.
Good finisher with the ball, isn't he?
I think they've got a multi-dimension attack as well that pretty deadly, and I think probably as fit a midfield and classy midfield, for the first 6 that go through there for them. So I think that'll be the difference. But as I said at the start, if Payneham can contain them at a stoppage, then that'll go a long way to seeing them have a crack.
Okay. Excuse me, and who's your man of the match?
Oh, I think it's hard to go past Trengrove. He's an incredible work rate. He uses the footy so well, so I'd probably say Trengrove for me.
Were you as surprised as what I was with how low he scored?
Yeah, there was a few. I'm not sure. We only played him once, and I think he had 20 and 2 and missed out that day. And he probably could have snuck in for one, but I thought there'd be games. From what I'd heard, a couple of times he'd had 35 and 3 and potentially didn't get a 3, but they always see it a bit different, the umpires, don't they?
Well, they're a different breed, mate. We know that. The other thing that every time we have had his stats looked at, I mean, he's just a workhorse. He is 8 to 10 tackles a game, and he works from the front, deep defense, D50, and he'll work all the way the other end of the ground. So good luck whoever gets the job tagging him today. I think you'd almost need to run with 2 players.
Yeah, that's right. I'd
that job.
Play 2 on and off him.
Yeah. And who's been the favourite out of these 2 teams, mate, the B rate?
I think Payneham have come from, they were maybe 6th a month ago, so they've finished the year really strongly.
Wow, okay.
And I think they finished 4th and beat first place Brighton last week, who'd only lost 1 game to us.
Right.
So
that was a remarkable finish. Macca told me about that.
Yeah, it was a draw and then it went to overtime or something.
But not only that, the draw was on the last couple of seconds, or might have been after the siren, and it was a kick from 50. So that lad should have been promoted into the A grade.
Yeah.
He'd still be on a high from
Absolutely.
last week. Should find out who that lad was.
He's in the same form as Melbourne, you reckon?
Yeah, correct. The good thing is the weather is perfect for a grand final. It's overcast, so there's no issue with sun coming in anyone's eyes. The rain looks like it's going to hold off at this stage. This promises to be an absolute cracker. Just hope it's not like last night's game.
Yep.
And it's not all over by quarter time.
Yeah, I think, and that'll be the thing is, whoever kicks with the win first, if they can execute it, all the scoreboard pressure is the key, I think, in these sort of games.
I haven't been out on the oval. You obviously have. How is the breeze?
Yeah, I reckon it's probably a couple of goals going south.
Right.
But as you know here, because it's such a good deck, if you can just work hard and chain up with handball, you can still score into it, as we've seen the last couple of games.
Yep. So scores. Excuse me. I have had my second COVID needle too, by the way. That was yesterday, and I think they've given me something. Scores at the moment are Goodies 6-3-39 to Payneham 4-4-28. We had a little bit of trouble with getting texts continually from people telling me the scoreboard was wrong during the C grade. So for all you mathematicians at home watching, feel free to message me if we get it wrong again. Our producer, it's a long day for it. Oh, it's an absolute beauty.
Jimmy Lakin, our
Port Lincoln?
Yeah, he's from Port Lincoln and he won the league medal Thursday night. He's had a great year.
Right. I remember trying to recruit him one time, actually, when he was still in Lincoln. I heard he was coming to Adelaide and he chose Goodwood Saints, and he hasn't really been able to break into your A grade consistently, has he?
Yeah, he's probably dropped about 8 to 10 kilos to play this year, and I think, again, if he can do that next year, he'll be right in the mix.
Right,
Last year, he was unlucky not to play in our A grade final. He was going to come in after not playing a game. We looked at him just because he was a big body and he's really good in the wet. Good balance, but yeah, he's a great player and he's an exceptional leader for this young group.
Okay. So you've got high hopes for quite a few of these boys to figure prominently next year in your A grade, mate?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's even a couple in the C's that, a couple of them were in the best couple on the ground in the second half of the year, but just unlucky to be squeezed out for today. So we're really happy with all our young guys, and there's a couple of guys hopefully that we might get back in the next 12 months, which will top us up as well.
Yeah, nice kick too. It's always a real joy to see someone come from the C grade and end up making the A grade, because most clubs, the C grade, they'll train one night a week, and and you see those lads that play in there and they've got ability, and you think, if they only trained and got themselves a bit fitter. And then all of a sudden one does it, and you go, well, he's a perfect example for the rest of the boys in the C grade.
Yeah.
Have you had any that played this year in your A's that have come from your C's?
Well, ironically, the guy manning the mark, Crookie, he started in our C grade this year.
Right.
And he was actually, when we played Paynham at Paynham, 4th or 5th best for us. So he's done it. We've also had a couple of guys in former years that have won A's, B's and C's best and fairest.
Is that right?
So I think it was Michael Warsman. And even Nick Burgess played quite a bit of C grade and then B grade. So it definitely happens at Goodwood. I'm not sure how often it happens at other clubs.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's the thing, though. A lot of our guys playing in the C grade are from our 18s in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Dad's Army's out the door from when I first got to Goodwood.
You sacked a few of the oldies, didn't you?
No, well, I think there's quite a few that have played 400 games and they're 48 years of age, and I think, let the kids have a go.
Super rules is for you blokes. Or have you got a D grade?
No, we don't. There's a bit of talk for next year, but I think logistically it makes it pretty challenging a D grade. So.
Yeah, I think I remember it was at Flinders Park and we put a D grade side on, and it's more romantic than anything else. You think, oh, well, here's another 30 players into your club, which are going to help your bottom line because they'll have a drink and all that sort of stuff. But it doesn't eventuate.
Yeah.
Because they play the early game with a double header with a C grade. They play the early game and they're not interested in coming back to the club at 6 o'clock at night.
It's a long day if you're starting 9 o'clock in the morning and
a
couple of cans after the game.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So from here, your boys after the Bs, will you stay and watch the A grade, mate, or will you?
I don't think so, mate. We'll get. Hopefully, these boys will get up and we'll be able to go back to the club and get around these guys. Who, it's just terrific for the C grade. Last year, they were the only team of ours that didn't win it, lost by 4 points. And for Painey to take them through undefeated this year is just extraordinary. So we'll get back to the club and have a good night. Yep. Hopefully the Power get up tonight. And I reckon we'll be in for a ripping AFL grand final. I'm a Hawks man, but...
Is this your Adelaide hat on?
Yeah.
Oh, this because the Mosley, you've got a Travis Boak and a few
and Robbie have got a share in the Mosley.
Yeah.
So.
Are they getting a spit?
Yeah, well, I think we'll be showing it if they get there.
Right, okay, well that's good to hear.
Benny Rutten's also got a share, so hopefully we'll get a Port Adelaide Essendon grand final next year and it should be good.
Well, I hope the Div 1 grand final is up on the screen at Goody Saints, mate. You can tune in and flick through and keep a casual eye on what's going on. You expect PAC to win. Do you have a preference? Who would you like to win?
No, I don't.
You hate both.
Yeah.
No, you do. You told me before. You can't stand either one.
Yeah, I think. You've obviously got a tip, but really, whoever wins probably deserves to win on the day.
Yeah.
They've both had really good years, so.
Yeah. And you're going on next year, mate?
Yeah, absolutely. We looks like all of our coaching group we really enjoy being involved in the club and hopefully helping guys on and off the field.
Yeah, did I see Dean Brogan on your bench last week?
Yeah, he's been helping a little bit with our midfield and he's been outstanding. Right. He obviously spent 4 years at GWS looking after the mids and looks like he'll be going on as well, and maybe even doing a bit pre-season. Which
He's also got a role at South Adelaide.
Yes, he has. Yeah, and his nephew's there, so his nephew's playing really good footy. I think he had 30 or 40 hit-outs last week at league level.
Okay. Yeah, I did read a story on him during the week. It's an interesting story. Come from interstate, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I think Melbourne, and probably been shut down with all the COVID. So
he's still young enough to potentially be drafted. I guess as a ruckman, they always develop a little bit later.
Yeah, and I think if he has a good final series, as we know, that's the time to shine, to get picked up by an AFL club.
So you had Matty Ullman as a runner.
Yes.
And you weren't short of big man advice then? Or did you have to dumb the conversation down at times, Luke?
No, we obviously they both got basketball backgrounds. So tactically they love talking about defence and offensive plays and all those sort of things, but they knew each other.
Well, I don't know how you found basketball over the years, but I always found that the kids that have come through basketball systems, particularly the lads who play as the point guard, are the easiest to coach.
Yeah, particularly at half-back. I think basketball is their peripheral vision and they see the game so well. And probably, if you look at Pendlebury and Roughhead and guys that were elite, Robbie Gray was an elite basketballer as well.
Right, okay.
They just have a better feel for where players are in the ball. And
the spatial awareness.
We've actually got a couple of guys, the Burns brothers, that played a lot of state level basketball, and Levi Elms.
Okay.
Matty Ewan and I beat up on him in the 2-on-2 after the grand final last year, though.
He started the right, Levi Elms, last week, didn't he?
Mate, he was
first two, didn't he?
He's had a great finish to the year. He's kicked the ball really well. He's hard as nails. I think he's probably averaged 12 tackles over the last 6 weeks. So he's one of our best guys for effort and work rate. Yeah. And he certainly started well. I think he had 2-1 on the scoreboard, was our first 3 scores.
Yeah, blow the siren in the game.
If only.
Well, mate, we appreciate you coming up, Lukey. And it's a nice, I'm sure it'll be a nice night tonight. So it's with Craig Scott. Will he have a couple of Shirleys and let him hand out after a long
He'll have a couple of lemonades. He might put a couple of mixes in there. So he normally saves it for the grand final night. He'll turn one on, I'm sure.
Well, he's overdue, isn't he?
He's got some pretty good dance moves, I think.
I'd like to see them.
Not sure if we can dance with the 150
No, you can't.
function.
I just noticed on the bench, Jeff Verrill, just on the other side, who was a Nord club doctor for years. And last week, John Giannini went down with a smack in the mouth. It looked like his teeth. And he was on his, do you remember it? It was right in front of your box, I reckon. And anyway, I had seen the Jeff 10 minutes earlier, just in the crowd, and I thought, I know Jeff pretty well. Oh, what's he doing here? Just having a look. Next thing, look out in the ground. Who's that bloke out there in civvies? Oh, it's Jeff Verrill. I said, who said he could go out in the oval?
Yeah, I think he's hamstring specialist, isn't he? He did a bit of work with Barcelona and.
His business is Spark on Henley Beach Road, Sports Arthritis Clinic. He used to be
he was at Sportsmed, wasn't he? Yeah. It's always to see him at Sportsmed when I was playing at Westies. He's a ripper fella.
Oh, he's a great doctor. And he'll just jab you up and let you play. And he always errs on the side of playing.
Yes.
Whereas now the common thing is, I have a week off. Jeff, I'll have 5 minutes off.
I'll never forget, I took my wife in, she did her knee playing netball.
Yep.
And he said, look, I'm going to drain the fluid out. And he said, most partners, I get them to sit down because if you get a bit wheezy in the guts. And I said, oh, mate, I'll be right. And then he's put the needle in and it's fountaining straight out into a cup. I said, I think I'll take the seat, Jeff. Thanks for the heads up. So he's been very good for a lot of footballers, I imagine, over the journey.
Yeah, he has. And I actually asked Gary McIntosh after the game about it. I said, what was Jeff Verrill doing running out in the oval? He said, oh, no. No, he said he comes to quite a few of our games, and we always get him to come finals time. So I apologise for slagging Jeff last week about running on the oval trying to show everyone he's a doctor when he was actually there in official capacity. He's a different cat. Well, the score here is 7-4 Goodwood Saints. Payneham Norwood 4-5. You're up by 3 goals, 1. Luke, go and enjoy the rest of the day, mate.
Will do.
It goes well.
Thanks, Jacko. All the best today, Footy.
Well, the crowd's starting to build nicely here at Richmond Oval as well. This is as good a crowd as I've seen for Div 1 for a while. How are you, Phil?
How are you, Jacko? How are you, mate? Pumped up for a big Div 1 game?
I am, but I've got a nasty cough, so I apologise to the listeners at home.
So I shouldn't laugh. That's rude of me.
Yes, indeed it is.
But look, I've had a couple of games at Richmond under the weather, so just battle on, mate. As the reserves, it's been an interesting battle, hasn't it? Goodwood look to be the better, and they're slowly but surely inching away. A chance there goes begging. 22-minute flat quarter, so just 20 seconds left of this. They'll take probably an 18-point lead into the break. And if anyone's got some cough lozenges, could they bring them up to the back of the grandstand? Trying to work out whether there's a chemist to send you.
Apologise for that. Just went
That's right. You got some water?
Yeah, I've got some
keep
water.
your fluids up. You'll be fine.
Oh, send me a
just
beer.
don't get too excited, I'm told, is the key to it. As that is three-quarter time in the Div 1 reserves. And the Saints, who demolished Port Districts by 50 points in the C's, take a 3-goal lead into three-quarter time of the Bs. Very shortly, Prince Alfred fans, hang around. We've got a special interview coming up with Lambo, who's pulling double duty today.
Ooh.
Boy, oh boy, he was keen, Lambo. Usually he's here at about first quarter of the Bs.
Yeah.
He was here second quarter of the C's today.
No, he's got problems at home, mate, obviously.
Could not keep him away.
Jody kicked him out very early.
Kicked him out. Well, grand final day, it's probably a better thing because all you do is just sit around house and go slightly troppo, I reckon.
I'll tell you what, Phil, I've just got on the podcast recently. For those at home who like to go for a bit of a walk or do a bit of exercise, some of the podcasts I've come across lately have been fantastic. And I speak of Dylan Friends,
okay,
which is Dylan Buckley.
Okay.
Son of the legendary Jimmy Buckley, who played at Carlton.
Right.
And it's just a podcast with different guests. Very entertaining, mate. So if you're looking for something to listen to, I recommend that one.
Okay. Well, my wife keeps, you should read more. You should do more. And I'm thinking, it's finals time in the footy. Don't have a moment basically to scratch myself.
Yep.
But all that will be over and done with soon enough. Might get into the podcast. Grand final day, Jacko. If you're in the A-grade team right now, you are 50 minutes away from first bounce. You're out there having a run around. You're getting a bit toey at this point.
Yeah, the important thing grand final day is keeping a lid on it. The last thing you want as a coach is to be putting any more pressure on the players and making them any more nervous. So it's actually different to most games in that there's already enough. The players are already up and about anyway. Your role as the motivator is somewhat reduced grand final day. It's about keeping the atmosphere calm, keeping the players calm. You might have a rev up just before the game, but at this stage, 50 minutes away, that's still very much just in the warm-up phase.
All right, I think Lambo's guest might have just stood him up. We might take a momentary break. We'll be on standby if we need to be. Hope you're enjoying the live stream at its finest here, thanks to Filming Footy. Well, Lambo's never without a friend for long. Let's go live to Craig.
Three-quarter time here at Richmond Oval. Goodies in Panama. I've got the president, Roger Rashid, of Footy Director. Sorry, Rog, you keep repeating and helping me out. How's your week been, mate?
Yeah, it's been good. We've had a pretty good lead-up. Everyone's healthy and we're ready to go.
It's been a really good year for Panama. Some recruits. This is what you get them on board now for the big games to help you get the results.
Yeah, we went pretty hard early with our recruits, and we're pretty happy with the way they've all turned out. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens.
One game each this year with Prince Alfred. The last time you played them, you had a lot of injuries. They're all back. Your form's been good the last 2 weeks. No excuses today at the big party, mate.
Yeah, that's right. We've got a very healthy respect for Prince Alfred. They always bring it. So, like I said, we're healthy, we're ready to go, and we're hoping for a great contest.
Mate, beautiful thing about playing in football club, you've always had time for us during the year, mate. So from Dartfish and the Adelaide Footy League, Rog, we respect what you do, and all the best today, mate. And thanks for taking time out, mate. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate all your help too. All the best to you. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much for that, Lambo. As Payneham, Goodwood were ready to go about 2 minutes ago. Payneham stayed in the huddle for as long as they would be allowed. I thought the umpire was almost going to bounce the ball without them for a sec. Given the crowd that was on the field, that could have been something absolutely chaotic, because the league's trying to run to a tight schedule here. We're running with 22-minute quarters, and I reckon the league's about 3 minutes behind, which could be interesting when they try and start the A-grade game in the middle of the B-grade presentations. Anyway, as you can see some of the highlights, Strata Agarastas had a great goal, probably the highlight I've seen so far. The final quarter about to get underway. Jacko's joined us. I'm not sure I'll give Jacko the final quarter off, we'll just ease you into it, mate.
That'll be nice, Phil, that'll be nice. So I'll just do special comments for the rest
I reckon
of the
that's a
game.
good way to go. I'll let Gabba practice
call.
it some play-by-play. Here we go. Final quarter. Doesn't matter the sport, doesn't matter the grade. Premiership on the line. Everybody gets excited. Same here for these 44 players out there at the moment. As the umpire says, I'll take control. It is a flat 22 minutes left of this one. Goodwood, who've led all day. Actually, Payneham and Goodwood goal for goal the first quarter and a bit. Goody Saints snuck their noses in front at quarter time and had a good third quarter. But Payneham, I reckon, are coming home with a little bit of the breeze. They get the first inside 50. They get the first shot on goal.
Agarastas.
That is Strato Agarastas. He has proved a huge influence on the course of this game. I'm not sure if he kicked any in the third, but that's his fourth. Comments, Jacko?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you're Jace Bode watching this. Strato Agarastas is a highlight machine. There's no doubt about that. And I
let's
think he might
go.
Be thinking, well, he's in good form. Maybe we should have played him in the A grade. Who are we going to?
I thought we were going to Lambo, but he's not set for us. Okay, maybe the next goal.
I can see him mingling with a heap of young girls on the boundary line, the Lamb. Strato Agarastas has kicked 4 of Paynham's 6. His brother Athanasi will play in the A grade today. The Agarastas brothers been very good servants of the Payneham Norwood Union Football Club since they were kids.
Alrighty, we're back in play. Back to 12 points. Very gettable margin for the Falcons here if they charge home with the breeze. I don't think the Saints can rest on the lead as they have it. Goodwood inside 50. Umpire's found a free. Going the way of Goodwood. It's going to be Daniel Wakim.
That's the last thing Payneham needed, was a quick goal to Goodwood.
Quick reply.
Yeah.
It's funny, Jacko, we had 4 goals in the first 10 minutes and then about 2 goals for the next quarter and a half. And then the goals have been turned on again in this final period. The Falcon Army right now should be waving the flags, throwing them, distracting, putting off. They're sort of doing it. And it has a little bit of an effect. That's an opportunity missed for Goodwood. Could be a useful point. Takes it from 12 to 13. Still a long way from that. And, of course, not quite sure if the Adelaide Footy League have built into their schedule today what happens if one of the minor grades ties.
It's a draw, yeah.
It's a draw, and I assume, like last week, as the Falcons fans will tell you, we go into extra time and just start the other games a little bit later. Falcons forward 4A.
Well, they've had
Tom
plenty of
Gerling.
experience at Payneham Norwood Union on
That's
the back
it.
of last week. For those at home, I think they kicked a goal after the siren in normal time from 50 metres to draw the game.
To draw it.
And then played over extra time.
And there was only 1
minute
rush
left
behind.
Yeah.
In the whole lot, in the whole 10 minutes.
So pretty special effort. As Luke Donaldson mentioned when we had a chat to him earlier, they've come from sort of 6th, maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago. So good achievement last week to knock off the top side. Yeah. And they're still in there swinging, Phil, at 7 goals, 6 Goodwood to Payneham, 5-5. They're 2 goals, 1 behind. Yeah, 2 goals with the wind at your back, with 18 minutes to play, is gettable. Wind won't do it for you, but this one is far from over. Throw in. Attacking side centre. Saints the clearance. High bouncing ball. They have to wait. A nicely tapped on.
Now sock it on. Just keep moving forward. Umpire said kick it in danger.
I reckon they've lowered the sock here, Phil, have they? I've just noticed and look on the far side. You used to be able to find a sock.
There is a sock. No, it's scoreboard about 10 metres to the right.
Yeah, I can see it. I'm sure it used to be higher here at Richmond for years because as you look at that sock, definitely favouring right of screen, which is Paynham's end.
If there was an easterly, you'd never get it because there's a big green building right behind.
Yeah, correct. And that's why I'm sure that it used to be a lot higher than that. And the scoreboard, obviously, now is the
electronic scoreboard. Inside forward 50, race for pace. Strato's lurking. Strato's tackling. Ball spills free. Cavalry arrives.
Oh, he's got it.
He's got it too, and he's taken the ground instantaneously.
No sense of fear by the umpire.
That was at this level, that was a little bit too sudden death for mine, who maybe I'm thinking theatre more than the rules.
Yeah, correct. I think with a little bit of theatre, Strato gets the free, has a shot for goal and puts him within 7 points, but umpires aren't paid to think like that, Phil.
No, they're paid to just the facts, ma'am. Nothing but the facts. Kick from the back pocket. I reckon Tate Silverlock took a hanger here one day, right in that very spot. And another block kick. 2 smothers in 20 seconds by the Saints. Doing the 1%ers, forcing the Falcons back. Forcing the error with the kick. Can the Saints pounce? The man with the mighty mullet. And Luke Heitman can't pick it up. And now that's Crittenden with another one smothered. The 1%er sheet would be chock-a-block. Eggleston with the kick foot. Now they're a chance. Will it sit for Nichols? No, it won't. They've got too many numbers, Jacko, and they finally cleared into some space. Well done, Saints defence.
Well, absolutely. That was terrific team defence from Goodwood Saints there. Paynham looked like they were going to get out several times and in the end just couldn't quite get the job done. They have an opportunity again here in the middle of the ground, although that handball doesn't help their cause, and Goodwood Saints are able to regain the footy and push it out. And any wasted time will be seen as valuable this quarter to Goodwood Saints because they are in control of this game. I just noticed on the bench, it looks like Scotty Doreen is it on the interchange for Gary McIntosh as his assistant
helping
coach.
Out?
Yeah, well, Scotty was
you never know who turns up at this time of year to help out.
Yes.
Suddenly everybody wants to be a water boy.
Well, Scotty was the assistant coach for Macca at the A grade for years and then gave it away last year, or the year before. Now he's back, so it's terrific to see.
Saints inside 50. Spills back to Hamish Burns. He can't get clear space for a kick. Oh, there's some hard tackling, and it's a bit too hard.
Free kick, Phil.
Paynham ball. Falcons. Time not yet of the essence. Got a slight momentum. I think they've kicked the last 2 goals. Interestingly, there seems to have been, Jacko, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, when the Falcons, there seems to be more Goodwood Saints fans here than Paynham ones, or maybe the Paynhams are yet to come.
Yeah, I think, well...
Or are they just yelling louder because this is as high as it gets and the Falcon fans are saving themselves for the big one later?
Well, it's an interesting thing. I can't see a lot of purple, Phil, for the PAC, where I would have thought maybe all their first 18
they're
at
the corporate lunch beforehand, Jack.
Oh, okay. They may well be. Strato Agarastas talking about was lurking there, Phil, and that would have been a lovely opportunity for Paynham, but not to be. Goodwood Saints defence is holding up exceptionally well, and that's a lovely kick out of the half-back flank.
So far, so good. Not there yet. Wakim gets it across to Wally. That's where he is, on the centre wing, right in front of the Memorial gates here to Kane Cornish. She kicked a good long-distance goal in the first quarter. He boots the Sharon to the 50-metre, comes out the back. A fumble. Can it set the Saints up? No, it can't. Eggleston tackled incorrectly. Paynham ball. Well, we're going to Lambo at each goal, and of course we planned that up, and there's been 1 goal kicked in the first
I'll tell you what,
40 seconds and nothing since.
He's the most underused boundary rider in the country, is Craig Lambert. He's getting paid under false pretences.
Oh, he's already had 3 good interviews. We haven't even had the Bees finish yet.
Oh, okay, all right, I'll cut him a bit
Today's a Lambo day. It's a Jacko day. It's a filming footy day. We love grand finals.
Yep, another opportunity for Paynham. Just north of the middle of the ground. They really need to get a clearance here. Goodwood Saints sending a spare back behind the footy, which is good coaching. They just need to preserve their lead really now. 2 goals, 1.
Yeah.
They just need to make sure behind the ball they structured up nicely to try and, as I said, protect the advantage they've got. And this time Payne had come out from the stoppage at the front, which is good play. We've gone in the direction of Agorastos again. He's got to beat 2, 3 even. Wasn't able to do that. Maybe a free kick. It is the Goodwood Saints. Gee, if they could just stop giving away free kicks in their forward 50, there might be a chance, Payneham.
Doesn't help. Jordan Turner has it in the back pocket. He goes with the percentage play, get it towards that boundary line. Oh, stealing that from the side. Well done. A phantom 20. Oh, that's Addison Burns, number 26.
Yeah, well played some top-up football for the Adelaide Crows, Addison Burns, so he's certainly no mug, Phil.
No, absolutely. Be happy to have got to a grand final. It's on the centre wing. Tyson Eggleston is at the bottom of that pack. Will be a ball up. We look at the clock. There's 12 minutes left of the Div 1 Reserves Grand Final. Thanks to Zip and Save. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Filming Footy.
So the big fella, Lockie Matthias, goes at it in the ruck. Played a fair bit of A-grade footy for Payneham this year. Big Lockie. He'd be disappointed to miss out on an A-grade game today. But they're in pretty good fettle, Payneham. They're well served in the ruck by Sam Balderstone and Nick Jolly. Again, they go to the front of the stoppage. Paige Hastwell has an opportunity, but again, Goodwood Saints just set up nicely behind the ball and are able to take the ball away. And they're almost into their forward 50 now. They keep it alive. It's good football by Mitchell Wally. And when someone said, "Where's Wally?" there he is right there, Mitchell Wally.
Chance here with a snap. That was beautifully smothered by Darcy Richards of the Falcons. Another, I reckon that's about 6 smothers I've seen from Payneham in this final quarter, from both sides I should say. Taken high. Thomas Altamare.
Have you called out number 21's name yet?
No, he's just Theo. We worked out with Ned in the opening minutes. That's just Theo.
Here's
on the back,
Agorastos.
Strato.
Here's Agorastos.
Goes the team play. Will it pay off? Yes, it does. Cooper Young converts the maximum. Now you can hear the Payneham fans. 7 points. Let's go Palambo.
Great game in the reserves here. Payneham just kicked another goal. I've got the Payneham girls here. Who's going to win, girls?
Woohoo!
Excellent. Only 7 points of diff at the 11-minute mark. Here we go, Payneham.
Lambo's got himself a fan club. He loves the ladies' days.
He'll be there all day.
Why did I know that the first group he'd find the ladies' fan club?
Yeah, she's obviously very happy to be there, Craig, and no doubt would have dropped a couple of hellos on his way out.
We'll see where else Lambo roams between now and the end of this game. Hopefully we get a couple more goals to find out. 10 minutes to go. 7 points the margin. Payneham with the wind and the ball at the moment. Into some space on the wing. A bit of a tap. They've got the numbers, the Falcons, if they can work it out. I think they're about to. They've taken on one too many by the look. Spills to Altamare. He's set upon. No time to get rid of it, says the umpire. And a free kick given away by the Saints.
And they're not happy, the Goodwood Saints supporters. They are going spare here at Richmond Oval.
Well, there's a huge clump of them right in front of that play. Into forward 50 it goes. Tapped into the pocket. Boundary line should win. It does. Throw in 30 metres out. Everyone a chance to take a breath.
Lock it in. Payneham is exactly correct.
I don't know what's better in these situations, Jack. I don't know how long's left or not.
Oh, I think it's always nice to know as a player.
Yeah, it's nice. It is. Yes.
It'll determine a lot of things you do. But number 2, certainly, Paige Hassel's been busy for Payneham. He's in the action there. Goodwood Saints again, able to spread on the outside pretty well. And there's that man again.
There's Wally.
Where is Wally?
It's not where's Wally, it's there's Wally. He's everywhere at the moment.
Yes. Which Wally? What will he do with this
I
one?
wonder how many times he had to put up with that joke in his life.
Yeah.
High kick, you can see the breeze bring it down. But Saints have some numbers if they can clear it. A little bit of space heading towards Lambo.
Chase boat, I think, with the footy, isn't it?
But possibly. Yeah. I wonder how many Falcons players are taking a little peek out to see what's happening in the Bs or fully focusing on the A's. They wouldn't normally do it. Good bulking work there by Sean Crooks. Sends Goodwood forward. Wally's got 3 on his hammer and tack.
Holding the ball.
Oh my goodness, that was quick. Kieran Nichols has it for the Falcons. Back down the wing. I like all this football on the grandstand side. This is fantastic. Callum Reid with the mark.
Gee, the volume has gone up here, hasn't it? The level
It
of
has.
support for both sides. Both clubs screaming out their support. Callum Reid has it. He goes into the corridor, but all there is Paynham. They chip out to the wing for Thomas Altamore.
That's what I'm going with anyway.
And there's the man of the match, Strato Agarastas. Can he get on there? He won't need to. Comes through the corridor now, onto the boot, heading towards the goal square. They're going to need a good bounce. Goal! Dear, oh dear, we have a 6-point game. 1 goal. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Yeah. Well, look, we've got 7 minutes.
Now's not the time to be making a tea or grabbing the beer from the esky. Hold that thought, because we are 6 minutes, or 7 minutes, Phil says, 7 minutes away from the siren. There's 1 goal separating the two sides. Goodwood Saints are under siege.
The draw is in the equation, but plenty of time for it to be taken out. The kick inside 50. I reckon that was the spot to kick it to, Jacko. Just no Falcons
in
the vicinity.
Poorly read.
Outside 50. Paynham are there in numbers. Oh, the player was going down. Was he taken high? Umpire indecisive that had control. It was the more senior umpire off that showed the courage to make the decision.
I don't mind that either, Phil. I mean, if he can see something that the officiating umpire can't see, as Gary McIntosh makes his way to the boundary line, getting a little bit so he's sitting down now as Macca.
I can only imagine. It's because he was here. Imagine how terrible he was 2 years ago when the A's were just hanging on for grim death against Princes. Got that first ever Div 1 A-grade flag. Alrighty, we're 20 metres out from the Saints goal. Another one here. They're almost home as we're down to 5.5 minutes. They've kicked around the body. Needed a good bounce. It almost got around Sanzo.
Point.
In the end, it missed. 7 points. Falcons need 2 scores to win. That could be a very handy point. Long kick. Distance with the breeze. Saints would need 2 or 3 to get it back, but they're not even going to do that. Some quick hands. The Falcons kick it into space. Trussell has got a paddock to go.
Here
comes Strato! Forces the contest, but Saints had the numbers to see it down the outer side and out of bounds. Ooh, my goodness. That would have been a moment if Strato got that in his hands with an open goal, 50 out, and to see what he could have chose to do. There is 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in a 7-point game for the Sip and Save Did One Reserves Premiership. And the trailing team have kicked it to their 50-metre arc.
Goodwood Saints drop. Well, they could have taken there. Doesn't hurt them at this stage. Ball on the deck, still going hard at it. They dragged it back in.
Someone dragged it back in. That was trouble. In the end, the Saints have bullocked their way forward about 20 metres, got it out of the scoring zone without a clear possession in the stat sheet. And that's going to be a stoppage. Nicely done by the Goodwood defence. When they get the ball, they generally don't concede. They generally try and clear it by pushing it forward into space for someone to run onto. We go back. It'll be Dempsey's kick. One of the things you missed earlier, Jacko, was second quarter. 2 pretty fundamental defensive errors leading to Goodwood Saints turnovers and goals.
Oh, I did see one. Yes, I did see one down the centre of the ground. Yeah.
At the moment, that's the difference. Well, that's more than the difference in this contest.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Is that Chase with the hat on there, the white hat on the sidelines? Can't be. Couldn't be this engaged in the B grade with the A grade only 10 minutes away. Surely it's not. I just can't pick who that
Well,
that person is.
We've got the roving cameraman trying to get a side shot for you, Lambo. Sorry, Jacko. So keep an eye on the TV, see what comes up at the next stoppage. There's Macca. He just wants to go out and tackle someone, doesn't he? I'll sort these Saints out. Time is now becoming a factor.
Yeah, under 3 minutes to go, Phil. It's going to be tough from here. They're 7 points down. That last point, crucial, I think.
They've almost got to get it down their end of the field, get that point, and then get the goal.
Yeah, front half pressure is going to be the only way they'll win. So, 2.5 minutes to go. It's looking more and more unlikely, and Goodwood Saints have got a spare behind the ball. It's 1-on-1 everywhere else, plus bar the one spare. Now they've dropped a second player back, so the camera's not quite picking this up, but hardly anyone forward of the ball for Goodwood Saints. They're really locking up their defensive side of the game.
Yeah, well, we're only 26 minutes away from the start of the A grade, so there might be a little bit of a overlap. Our pre-game's going to be fascinating, Jacko, as the Saints go forward. Even a score, even a boundary throw-in that will take away another 10, 15 seconds. The poor boundary umpire has to chase hard to get it. It's the wrong end of the field, the wrong end of the scoreboard for the Falcons right now. The Saints, you can see the bench. They think they're almost there. Getting the Bs with the Cs and the women's division earlier.
It's probably the best feeling this time now for Goodwood Saints with a minute 20 to go. You pretty much know you've got the game won when you're on the bench, and this next 80 seconds is just the best.
Yeah, well,
when you know you've won it and you're still playing,
yep,
and you can just live it for a little bit longer is the best.
I'm not sure I'd be saying it's all over just yet, but we got a minute to go and it's all for the Falcons to do. I reckon that might have just done it. They're held up at half back. They cannot escape from the Goodwood end of the ground. Clearing kick, now they got half a chance. It's a mark taken by Matthias. His high kick into space. Nothing but black and gold. Oh, hang on. Who's Estrado lurking? He forces the contest but couldn't win the footy.
You might have to coin that phrase, Strado lurking.
Yeah. I think over the years, though, it would have been coined plenty of time. 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, Goodwood Saints crowd now realise the game's won.
They have to score.
Cheer.
They can only do a point goal double, and they can't now. That's your ball game. Congratulations.
Goodwood Saints Football Club, they always manage to get it done. Their B grade's been strong for a long, long time. There is the final siren. You can see the ecstasy on the bench. Well done. Congratulations to the Goodwood Saints Football Club.
And I guess, Jacko, what I'm seeing here is, these are the fans on their feet. C graders, A graders, the women that have come out. Big Saints contingent. And this is where it's possibly different than at Sandford level with the fans, that it's really what's my league team done for me. And if the reserves, well, that's nice. If the under-18s win, that's nice. Here, those other grade wins are enjoyed more. It's a community club that everyone gets involved with.
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, Phil.
Scores are correct. That was the, correct weight posted. No protests.
Big D getting herself ready on the sidelines with Jim, one of the board members of the Adelaide Football League, getting ready to present the cup to the winning side.
Yeah. We will take the presentations in full. As soon as the presentations are done, we're going to switch instantly into A-grade preview mode, because in essence, our timesheet had us starting that in 2 minutes. But the Adelaide Footy League run a tighter ship than us by the looks of it. Some discussion amongst the umpiring crew at the moment. This is where they gather and vote on the best player for the medal.
they're just noticing the Italian Stallions lunch alongside me, Phil. Very healthy looking lunch from the Stallion today.
Yeah,
Bit of pesto, some olive.
Well, he's been here. He was here for about 4 hours yesterday.
Right.
And he's been here since 7:30 this morning, so. Goodwood Saints this year finished in second, 15 wins, 3 losses. Played St. Peter's, Thebby last week, won by 15 points. Payneham today, won by 7 points. The final score in the Sip and Save Division 1 reserves, it is Goodwood Saints 7-7-49. Payneham at Norwood Union 6-6-42. No sign of the league teams as yet. Slowly but surely, both sides are making their way over for the presentations. And these are the moments where pitchers say a lot. There's a Anthony Dempsey, Jacko, long-time servant of the Footy Saints, and he's got a few tears welling up. I'm wondering if that might mean a bit more than we've just won a premiership.
Well, I think Anthony Dempsey, I could stand corrected on this, but I think he has played in more Division 1 premierships than anyone else in the history of the league.
Wow.
And I reckon that's 9, Phil.
Wow.
It's at least 8, and I think it's 9.
Yeah.
And that's probably his first B grade premiership. So, well, he has been lucky at the right time of the year, hasn't he? And it's good to see he's alive and doing well. Lambo had him moved on, passed on to the other side not that long ago. So, crowd's now starting to make its way out onto the oval to get out and congratulate the Goodwood Saints boys. Some of the mothers, girlfriends, wives, and in some cases both the wives and the girlfriends making their way out. And pretty special time at the end of a premiership game as the PAC boys make their way out on the ground. They're nice and early, 10 past.
Yep.
So they'll do the warm-up out on the oval whilst the Premiership Cup is being presented to the Goodwood Saints Football Club.
Just let's hope they don't do the coin toss while the prezos are on. We won't know what to film. Speaking of a man who's in different angles, Craig Lambert just saw what's on the food table.
What about
Welcome, Lambo.
Hey, Phil and Jack, you have Christmas Day and you have your birthdays, but Grand Final Day is it's just something special, isn't it, boys?
Oh, it is.
It is. And look, we're lucky. We know beforehand that normally we're going to be part of it. Nobody else does until a week or a couple of weeks beforehand. And so we get to enjoy this every year. For the players out there, this is such a unique, they may never be in one of these ever again.
That's right. You don't get many opportunities in life, and playing a grand final, you give it everything.
Yeah, PAC boys out nice and early. They're a bit toey. No sign yet of the Payneham Norwood Union side. But looks like Macca's got the B grade into tight huddle, just commiserating on. They had their opportunities in the B grade, just weren't able to quite put the final nail in, were they?
A couple of defensive lapses when they were right in the contest.
Yeah.
Didn't help them. They should have led at half time.
But they did make all the running in the last quarter. Had a lot of ball inside their forward 50, which they weren't able to hold in. And
big crowd, boys. Good crowd.
Huge.
Good crowd here
today, I counted before. We got 976, so I reckon we get over 1,000, Sean.
Yeah, good counting, Quake. You must have had both shoes off.
The only issue is the Saints will slowly drift off, so this might be the biggest crowd we have at this particular moment.
Yep.
Prince, but that's how it works with these kind of days. The Prince's boys out early as expected. They'll be looking to settle the nerves, get off to a flyer and get into their comfort zone.
Not a lot of red, having said that, Phil. I would have thought.
But see, they don't have the juniors, or they don't have the broader club.
Yeah, and I still would have thought the old Scholars.
Yeah.
You know, it's a big school.
Yep.
I thought making the Division 1 premiership, they would have had big numbers here, but it doesn't appear.
Well, they've got 15 minutes to turn up yet, so you never know. I mean, you would have expected
you would have expected all the Payneham Norwood fans would be here by now, get behind their B grade side. So a quick thank you to the sponsors, Filming Footy, of course, catch.com.au, Screaming Good Deals. Dee Shepherd's not too far away. She's marshalling the troops. And we'll get underway very shortly. Once the presentations are done, we'll flick over and we'll get into the full preview of our Sip and Save Division 1 Grand Final. Any final thoughts, Lambo, before you head down to the action?
Look, Prince Alfred have been the best team all year. I think they coach well. Payneham will, I think they'll bring a bit of heat early, but I think as the game goes on, personally, I think Prince Alfred will show why they've been top all year, and I'll pick them by 33 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Okay, let's go down for the presentations.
Would like to thank you all for attending and supporting the Sip and Save Division 1 Reserves Grand Final today. Congratulations to Goodwood Saints. Please welcome runners-up coach Gary McIntosh from Payneham Norwood Union to say a few words.
Steve. Congratulations to Colin, the Goody Saints footy team. Thanks to the Adelaide Football League as well. Well done to the umpires. And well done to our boys as well. Battled hard all day. And have had not a bad year. So we can get ready for next year now.
Thanks, Gary. I'd like to welcome up the Premiership coach, Benjamin Johnson.
First of all, to Payneham, had an awesome back end of the year and definitely deserved to be here and could have gone either way today. So congratulations to you guys. Hopefully you have a few beers this weekend and still enjoy it. To our boys, it's been a long year and we've ground away and I'm bloody proud of all of you. So enjoy this weekend. I'm sure we'll celebrate. To the C grade boys, well done as well. Come on.
I'd like to ask David Alwood to come up from the umpire to award the Best On Ground medal to James Lakin, number 11. Please welcome Executive Peter Carter to award the Premiership players with their medals.
I'll go off the top. Addy Burns. His partner in crime, Hamish. Number 21, Tommy Carlson. Number 1, Kane Cornish. Number 18, Sean Crook. Number 2, Anthony Dempsey. Number 14, Tommy Galing. One of my favourites, number 16, Joshy Goodwin. Number 51, the big fella, Lukey Hotman. Number 19, Eddie Holt Fanning. Had a big week. Number 11, James Lakin. Number 5, Jack Luders. My biggest headache, number 13, Geordie Prezza.
We might only have like a 5 minute, 4 minute.
Close second best today, I thought. Number 4, James Ridgewell. Number 22, Alex Schiller. Number 12, Daniel Trussell. Number 10, Dill Daly. Number 15, Daniel Wakeham. Number 8, Mitch Wally. And last but not least, our captain, all-round nice guy. Oh, sorry, Jordan Turner. He's not on here. That's a fine. Early roll. Number 9, Luke Stenton. That's it. That's all right. Almost missed it. And we'll get our skipper, Cow Reid.
To the Payneham boys, that was probably one of the best games of footy I've ever played in. Intense all day, and you definitely came good at the right time of the year. Good on you for knocking Brighton out. Don't like those blokes. To our boys, I bloody love ya. Let's do it again.
There's one more I want to get up. I've had a tough year this year, and Dave Sorotsky's been there all year, so I will bring Dave up to get his medal as well.
Peter Carter to present the Cup and the Division 1 Reserve flag to Goodwood Saints.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together once again for our 2021 Div 1 Reserves Premiers, the Goodwood Saints.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Goodwood Saints, another flag, another cup to add what is becoming a pretty good collection over the last 15, 20 years or so. Let's go down to Lambo at the coin toss. Lambo.
Okay, we're ready for the toss of the A1 Grand Final. Payneham and Prince Alfred. Umpires are all ready. The captains are coming in now. The oval conditions today, boys, a little bit windy. That'll be 19 degrees today, just a little bit of rain. But if I win the toss, I'll be going to the northern side, which is probably worth about 2 to 3 goals. On the ground, it's hard right throughout. They've done an amazing job, the groundsman today. So here comes Gia and Perryman now, ready for the toss.
Southern end, folks. Southern end.
Here we go, boys. Cheers, called tails. Payneham won the toss, boys. They're going to the northern end. Have a great call today. Exciting. Here we go.
Thanks, Lambo. That's actually the southern end. We'll give him a compass for Christmas. Have a look at the weather forecast here. Partly cloudy. Perfect day to be playing a grand final as a player. Perfect conditions. No chance of rain either. The wind 21 kilometres northwesterly, which means for you viewing at home, it'll be blowing from the left of screen
to the
right of screen, which is heading towards the south.
We're very close to a welcome to country, but we have to get all the Goodwood Saints people off the oval for the moment. Here's how Div 1 shaped up this year if you're fairly new to today. We have the 2 top teams playing. Top 4 made the finals. Prince Alfred demolished St. Peter's by 74 points. We called the close one Payneham Norwood Union over Goody Saints, and the Falcons, well, they got up by 10 points. Might quickly have a look as the teams are lining up for their photos. That's Prince Alfred's history, looking to get second flag their season. 10-game winning streak. Last loss was to Payneham Norwood Union. Let's go to the team for Payneham Norwood Union just before we start our welcome to country. We have a graphic with the team. Actually, hold that. We're going to go downfield to our welcome to country ceremony. And Jacko, you've been given some notes in regards to this.
I have. He's certainly a well-built young man. Is our welcome to country participant, Isaac Hannam. He's going to perform. He's a proud Ghana and Nagarajiri man who, through learning and practicing culture, is aiming to restore and integrate it as a part of everyday life. Isaac has personally performed for Jason Momoa, Scott Morrison, and for an international audience, including members of the royal family.
Marto Changa, Ghana Miarna, Na Wankati, Marni Na Putni, Nad Laku, Yarta Ana, Marni Nadlo Tampiti, Nadlo, Ghana Yartanka Tikanti, Nachalia. My name's Isaac. I'm a proud Ghana and Naranjari man. It's an honour to be here today, and I want to thank you all for inviting me here to welcome you all to country. I just want to acknowledge my elders, the ones who have guided me, empowered me, and encouraged me. I'd also like to acknowledge the ancestors, my ancestors, your ancestors. I invite them to be here today with us all to take care of us and keep us safe. Nachalia, welcome to Ghana country. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's let Isaac perform.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Isaac Hannum. Would you please join with the players, coaches and umpires as we stand for the Australian National Anthem to be sung by Susan Shillabeer.
Let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains, then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Wowee, wowee. What a beautiful rendition of our Australian national anthem.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may be seated.
All right. Well, glorious. Nothing better, Jacko, than that moment after the anthem grand final day. The crowd is in. We're about 2 minutes away from the start. Let's have a look at the teams, Jacko. Talk us through these two sides and their matchups.
Yeah, okay, so we went through this a little bit earlier for those who were tuned into the B grade, but for those who have only come in lately, we've got the sides matched up. Let's have a look at Payneham kicking to the top of the screen. Liam Davis, ex-Nord footballer, has been in fantastic form. He's kicked 44 goals for the year, being the best players 9 times. Tom Brinsley's job on him will be super important for PAC. Equally, Will Doward will probably get the job on Nick Jolly. Been in good form, Nick Jolly as well, but Will Doward has been the best players for PAC 8 times this year. So as we look further down, Trengove in the middle, obviously the reigning Willis medalist with 17 votes on Thursday night. Not sure who he'll get matched up, and I would think that Payneham would need to run with him.
A couple, maybe?
Yeah, we think one won't get the job done. Trengove's got the biggest tank in the competition by the length of the straight, so you'll reckon they'd run two. If it's going to be a run-with player, I'm thinking it's maybe Anthony Giannini, similar physique, and Pinoho would go to perhaps to Jolly. And the other two midfielders that they're going to have to worry about for mine, Payneham, they're going to need to be aware of Jolly and Trengove, both very influential players. At the other end of the ground, Jake Pitt, been in superb form, kicked 29 goals. Dylan Orcello's been much heralded player in the Adelaide Footy League. He has that job. And Tyson Brazil, who's kicked 49 goals for the year. He's at full forward. He's been manned up by Pat Levicki. He's only played the 6 games for Payneham this year. Recruited from West Adelaide, so he knows this ground exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Probably played 50 league games for Norwood as well, so interesting matchup there. And the other one I think that's just really going to go a long way towards determining who wins the game is the captain coach, Craig Pitt, being manned up. I think Max Hodges, the young kid,
might get him.
We'll get him. I think he has to. I think he's the 3rd tallest player, so we look forward to that. And obviously the contest around the ball, we all know that's where the games are won and lost as we look at the Payneham support there. Sam Balderstone, direct out of SANFL footy after a great career at Nord Footy Club, against Cameron Giles, who's had a super season as well. That duel will be breathtaking in itself.
In summary, there are duels all around the park, as you'd expect from the 2 best teams in the best division in the biggest footy league in the state. This is the game we wait all season for. Truly the best of the best. 22 grand finals today, but this is the one, the Sip and Save Division 1. And to get us underway, you're with Sean Jackson.
Payneham kicking on the right of screen. Sam Balderstone pushes beautifully. Cam Giles out of the way and lays it off to Christian Roki. He kicks it forward. Doesn't get too much depth on the kick, however, and it still stays within the centre square. Plenty of numbers around this contest, but look at Jolly. Whoa! Puts out the big argue on Nick Jolly, and let me tell you, that's no mean feat. Agarastas has the footy now. We're out of the centre square at last. PAC have got it back on their terms now, though. They go towards the captain coach in Pitt. He's not able to take it, but well crumbed on that occasion. by Craig Pitt actually. It was Jake Pitt that went with the mark and Craig who crumbed it. Now have a look at this, 2-on-1 here in the centres in the goal square. Well marked by Ollie Clark, and we have inside a minute, 47 seconds on the clock. The worst thing Payneham wanted to happen inside a minute is a goal.
Well, let's have a look at the Simon Black account. Lambo going down. Let's go to Lambo.
Great start, Prince Alfred. First goal in 54 seconds. Not too bad. Back to you, boys.
He's got a slow clock on, fast clock
That's
on.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I want to see we won't get to see the replay, but how did Ollie Clark sneak around the back of the whole Falcons defence? We're about to find out here with a very quick replay. I think we're going to run out of time to show it. We'll come back live to the middle of Hisense Stadium, the Richmond Oval, as the Rucks will go to a Boulderstone and Giles. As mentioned, here's a quick clearance. This is Lachlan McNamara. They're looking for 2 in the first 2 minutes. Oh my goodness. They've clunked one straight in front. This is Brazzle.
Oh, it's the Brazzle Dazzle show. Don't worry about that, Phil. Gee, he had no troubles pushing off. Is that Levicki that's manned him up? No, that's not. That's Levicki in the goal square now.
Yeah, well, unless they've just swapped around who's on the mark, who's guarding the goal line. For 2 in 2 minutes. The red-hot rampaging favourites to get off with a great start. Making their first 2 chances maximum. This is what they did to St. Peter's last week. They got ahead big time early and then crushed them. And we haven't even taken a breath yet, Jacko, and the Redmen are up by 12.
Wow, what a start. What a start. In their wildest dreams, I'm not sure they would have picked that. We'll have a look at the matchups in the front half, and it's Levicki who's picking up...
He's picking up Jake Pitt.
Jake Pitt, okay. So we got that matchup wrong. Orcello is deep as well, so going a little bit smaller. Craig Pitt's up on the half-forward line. We're back in the middle. Jolly gets into the ruck now. First hands on Boulderstone. Is it Jolly? No,
Boulderstone's in the ruck.
Boulderstone, yep, okay, sorry. So here it is again. PAC first to the ball. Plenty of numbers. Got a free kick. They play to advantage. Now they come down this wing. Levicki in best position, can't take it. Orcello now for Payneham. Gives it to the skipper, John Giannini. He transfers the ball to the far side, but he set Sam Boulderstone a task.
That's
there.
not a fair fight.
No, it's not.
Boulderstone in Trengove, just not fair, and Brazzell has his second mark.
And Chase Bauer it was, Phil, that stood the mark for the last shot on goal. And Chase Bauer standing the mark for this one. But the mark has been taken by Brazzell again.
Yep, for 2 in 3. Oh, shit.
Well,
in very quick time.
Amazing start. The big Boulderstone was sent a task out the far side, wasn't he?
There's your crowd in shock.
So Tyson Brazzell, about 45 metres out. Lays it on the boot nicely. Gets it a bit skinny, however. That would have been a great start. Unfortunately, he's missed. PAC out to 2 goals, 1. Payneham yet to score and yet to get it into their forward 50.
The inside 50s, 3-0. Scoring shots, 3-0. Brazzell, his previous goal, that was his 50th for the season. Played every game. What a recruit. And, of course, Princes didn't play the full 18 matches in the minor round. Falcons have their hands on the footy with Rook. He was part of their big comeback when they won at Payneham from the Clouds in the final quarter early in the season. That's some nice forward movement. Finds a target on the half-forward flank. Here's their first inside 50 with Davis to the back. Who's lurking? There's your past players. Oh, sorry, your
school kids.
School kids in the pocket. We wondered where the PAC fans were.
They've worn grey. They should have worn red, shouldn't they?
That must be there. This is the blazer you must wear when you are away from school ground top.
Yeah.
They have borders at PAC?
Absolutely
they do. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
There's rules, Jacko. They must be obeyed. It's a private school.
Indeed. So we have a ball in just outside the forward 50. Boulderstone does it beautifully on the check, but no one able to get in a good position from Payneham. He really needed Jack O'Leary to be able to get on that as the sweeper, just a little bit forward of him. So we'll have another restart. Cameron Giles again up against Boulderstone, takes his own ball. Boulderstone whips it on the left. Unfortunately for Payneham, that has gone well and truly out of bounds. It's gone over the concourse, over the hill. and far away. There's a song like
there
that,
is.
Phil.
Gary Moore, I reckon, did it. Over the fields and far away.
Yes,
Good.
so we found it, however.
Yep. Oh, they're pretty expensive, those Sharons.
Yes, indeed. So PAC, they've got it. Bryce Woolard, I think, out on the far
It is.
side.
In front of the old scoreboard.
He'll be looking for Pitt and more Pitt.
Yeah.
Not armpit, I'm talking Jake and Craig. He sends it long in that direction. Jake in good position. Umpire's actually paid a free kick to the skipper, Johnny Giannini.
He's had a special haircut for the occasion, I reckon.
Yeah, we think a switch of play would be appropriate here, but he's gone long down the same line. I guess when you've got Sammy Barnett, who had a terrific game last week, in good position. PAC got all the answers at this stage, though, when the ball hits the ground, and it's that problem, that area that's causing problem early for Payneham.
Yeah, I've just checked out that group in the corner there. I actually think they're not school kids.
Okay.
I hope they're not.
But they're still being told what to wear, Phil.
No. That grey is the actual Prince Alfred Old Collegians hoodie. They're all in football club uniform, which I guess makes sense. Anyway, back what's happening on the field. Jake Pitt has it after a avalanche of 2 goals, 1 to get us underway in the first 4 minutes. Scoring has slowed down, a chance for the Falcons to settle. Being played sort of on their half of the field.
Yeah, he went once, he went twice, and in the end he was forced to elevate the kick, and Jolly did well actually to make a contest of it in the end.
Umpire throwing right into that gale of a breeze. Balderstone, the backhanded tap to Rook. Gets away from Fisher. Rook's kick inside 50. Umpire here, the whistle.
After disposal.
All got taken care of. So this will be Davis with the wind at his back, kicking just outside 50. He'll think he's half a chance.
I reckon it's Jolly, actually.
Let's have a look.
Is it Jolly or Davis? Last week we could tell with the taping on
the
Jolly.
taping. Well, there's no taping here.
No taping?
No, it's 5. You're right, Jacko. Your eyesight is sensational. Jolly from the old scoreboard. It's going to have a crack here for the Falcons' first score. Won't get there. And in the end, out of bounds will be a throw in.
Yes, they did well actually to bring the ball to ground in the end. They didn't have anyone in great position there, Payne. The kick was a bit flat, didn't allow Davis to get at it. Would have liked a little bit more elevation on the kick. You're going to compete in the ruck here. Hits it nicely out the back. Giannini, Pippett's there. Around the corner they go. And that is their first score. That would put a little bit of relief on Jace Bode. It's always nice when you get your first score of the game and they're out to 1 point trailing PAC 2-1, and Jolly straight away.
How casual's the kick?
Yep, kicks it now. Ollie Clark has it in the back pocket. Look at the run here, Phil.
Yeah.
Look at the run.
Good work right there.
Tommy Fisher. You teach a man to fish, but what's the other bit?
He'll be able to feed himself for life.
That's right.
You came in about halfway through, Jacko.
Yeah.
Falcons have it. It'll be Agorostas, that's Athanasi, and his kick's been marked by Tom Brinsley. Over 150 games of experience with the Red Men. Hands off to the runner. They'll bring it down the grandstand side. Nice wide open is Murdoch.
That's Perryman kicking the ball out, Phil. One of the best, the captain, one of the best kicks in the competition.
You could tell they had a bit of class about it.
Yep.
Murdoch right down the wing. Ocello, the thump from behind. Not sure that was where he wanted to thump it to because it spilt to Jake Pitt. Kick into space. Shepherd and Fisher is on at the 50-metre arc. Centres the ball. Where's the Crummers? They're coming now for the Red Men. Brazel was taken off as he was about to have a shot for another goal. In the end of stoppage.
Looked like a knee injury there, Phil. He thinks he's moving okay.
They're up.
He's certainly holding his shin. That would have hurt, that one on Brazel.
Balderstone's tap. Nye missed it. Here's one of the youngsters who I liked the last time I saw him play. Bouncing ball conceded. That youngster was Mitch Larson, playing his 10th game.
At this stage, Balderstone's certainly having the best of the rucking, Jewel, isn't he? So he'll be up against Riley Robinson as well as Cameron Giles, he's had a terrific year, Cameron Giles. 8 times in the best players this year.
So he brings it in, Levicki. Takes his full distance, long kick, Ocello, Giles, spills to the back. Can they run onto it, the Falcons? Murdoch, I think, did very well. I think that was Murdoch who picked it up. Back to Giles, showing no signs of being a ruckman on that occasion. Some good movement, high kick towards his counterpart in Balderstone. Trengove, nice pick up, quick hand pass to Darwood. Darwood off the side of the boot, but luck's a fortune because there's two Prince's players, as that ball seems to have a mind of its own. Perryman the pick up. They'll head towards that 50-metre kick, a little misguided on that occasion, marked by Chase Bauer, who will appreciate being able to take that mark.
He does, and he brings it in the corridor, but Darwood has all the answers, and again PAC able to pick up the loose ball, coming inside 50 now. I reckon that's number 10 again, Tyson Brazel it is. They keep it alive. Chase Bauer ends up with a footy. He gives it to Brett Ansell. Now he heads back to the wing to Agarastas territory. Had a sensational game last week, kicked 2 or 3, certainly turned the game on its head in the third quarter. And they'll be needing him to do that again today, and as Orcello slaps the ball out of bounds.
So game steadied now. Prince's had dominated the first 4 minutes. Now it's settled a little bit.
They seem to have control when the ball hits the ground at this early stage, PAC. If there's a stat for ground balls, and it's one that we don't keep.
No.
And we should lock
Bit
in.
late to ask.
Dartfish stats.
Their skills are a level up. It's a case of where the Falcons' work rate and maybe grunt can do something.
I think what we're seeing is the clearances certainly would be in Paynham's.
And the ruck, yeah.
Yeah, because Balderstone is giving them first use of it. And if they can get that, just working a little bit sharper, that may be something that helps them.
You'll notice that we've got 4 boundary umpires out there today.
Yeah.
So they're working in tandem when it goes over the fence. One collects, one throws it in.
So Jake Pitt now. Nice mark, read it best of all. He's been manned up by Maxie Hodges, a kid that we've been really impressed by Paynham, who we believe is going to be having a crack at SANFL footy
Larson
next year. Larson's got the ball on the left foot, goes discipline right at the top of the square for Brazel Dazzle. Can't take it, but he crumbs it beautifully. Kicks around the corner. John Giannini in best position. I tell you, the Pitt boys are threatening early, aren't they? Jake Pitt looks like he has come to play today, that is for sure. And Tyson Brazel, already at this early stage, they're providing a handful for the Paynham defenders.
13-point margin, throw in. About 30 metres out. Brazel and Jollies is an interesting ruck duo. In the end, Ansell steals it, runs the defensive 50. Towards Davis, who was held onto, will get the free. And watches about 20 players all run past him. Goes with the short little dab, looking for Rook, who lost his footing, and I don't think he went down that comfortably. He's got the free, but the tunnelling maybe. Yeah, he's not 100%. We'll see what he's like after he gets rid of the ball.
I just saw a big Liam Davis' charge into Trengove there, about 50 metres off the ball.
Yeah, that's
yet to feature really
interesting
at this stage, Trengove.
He's had a couple of clean pickups in that early little... that was almost a blitzkrieg of an assault, that first 3 minutes.
Yeah. Doesn't look like at this stage there's a tag on him or Jolly. I'll try and give you a little bit more on that, but just matched up against Pippet at the moment, Trengove.
Problem is, you put a tag on, you negate something else, and they've just got too many. Someone else will bob up. That's your problem. Coming in now nicely. Good mark play on. They're on here. The Prince's open play if the kick is deep enough, and it is.
Bartlett.
And if it's not Brazel kicking his 50th goal, it's Tommy Bartlett, the league's leading goal scorer on 57.
Beautiful kick.
Getting his first touch shot at goal. Chance to extend their 13-point lead.
Beautiful kick again by Jake Pitt, but he read the ball best of anyone again. Really having troubles with him. Inside 50s and at this stage in favour of PAC, 8-5. And marks inside 50, amazing stat. At this stage, PAC have already taken 5 marks inside their 50.
Usually means you can take 5 shots at goal. They're 2-2. Bartlett is on the board.
Ran into Tommy Bartlett in the car park coming in today, and he said to me, he said to me, it looks a bit fresh. I might go with the long sleeve. Well, he started with the short sleeve, and I said, what do you pack them both? And he said, yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
So it'll be interesting to see whether he rolls out the long sleeve as the afternoon progresses, Phil.
People who are not in Adelaide today might ask what the weather is, and I've described it. It's a Melbourne kind of day.
Yeah.
1 minute the ground is bathed in sunshine, next minute it's overcast, little bit of a breeze from time to time, and some rain due.
Yep.
So,
Nick Jolly now gone into the ruck. Balderstone having a bit of a spell.
Trengove on the bench.
A bit smaller up forward, that means, for Payneham at the moment. Giles over the top of Jolly without any problems, but he ends up with the ball, Jolly, and hooks it around the corner towards Agorastos and Barnett. Barnett competing, Agorastos back onto the ball. Great tackle by PAC's Edward Murdoch. Results in a contested ball out the far side, and he started the game exceptionally well, Ed Murdoch. Oh, Jolly ends up with Louis Clem around the corner. Ball heading towards the boundary line. They want it to stay in Payneham. They can't. It eludes them all. Ends up going right in front of that crowd of what we described as maybe old scholars, Phil.
Yep. They're all got the Prince Alfred Collegiate old, well, whatever they called it. It's the football club.
Right, okay.
Not the school.
So unlucky not to get a free kick there, Payneham, for Ted Hive against the full-back.
Maybe they've decided to just find an area of their own where they don't have to worry about interacting with other supporters of the black and white variety.
Yes. So a free kick has been paid. It's holding the ball. It's going to go to Payneham. They're going to get their first shot on goal. Might be Brett Ansell, is it?
That was my guess. I don't like to guess, but we're both guessing well.
Brett Ansell only kicked 5 for the year. Not a known goal kicker. The blokes that have kicked all the goals in the front half of Payneham have been Liam and
He only
Nick
kicked
Jolly.
5 for the year.
5 goals for the year.
You'd be doing the research.
Oh,
I'm impressed.
That's what they pay me for, Phil. So let's have a look. Brett Ansell, an opportunity to get Paynham's first for the afternoon. They badly need this one. They have the breeze at their back. The left footer. Oh, it looks skinny. Doesn't even make the distance in the end. And Tom Brinsley takes the mark without any opposition, and he actually had Will Doward alongside him. So that's a real wasted opportunity by Paynham there.
Weren't the grey men in the Prince's pocket love that? As that's tapped out of bounds by Robinson. So where are we at here? 18 minutes. 3-0 in favour of Prince's. The other thing probably bearing in mind is Paynham have had the breeze.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
We learnt last week not to put huge judgment on that. But you'd expect this Paynham to be better this quarter than next quarter, and 1 point per quarter ain't going to do it. 55 out from Paynham's goal. They need one. Time on imminent. Right now, they're just playing clearances with the boundary line.
Craig Pitt, the coach, nearly over the fence.
Yeah.
Certainly plays high up on the ground, up the ground, doesn't he?
No soft landings if you go over the fence here, I can tell you.
Yeah, I reckon he might have just thrown himself loose in defence, actually, for the last couple of minutes of the quarter. He's playing just a sweeper's row off the back as Jolly attracts the ball and gives it to Pitt. And he's earned himself a free kick. No, he's given one away for a throw, actually, against Jolly. I think the umpires called it. So, Brett Ansell, Paynham will be hoping for a better kick from him than the last one. He's a bit further out. If he couldn't make the distance from 30, he's not going to make it from 55. He'll need to lay it up. He does. Good kick. Good kick indeed. And the whistle is blown. Yes, the umpire says that's a mark. And Callum Bartlett, who's come back into the side.
Yep.
And he played 9 games, I think, this year. He's kicked 9 goals, Callum Bartlett. I'd love him to kick this one. Experienced player. Good to have him back for the grand final.
Goes deeper. That's an interesting ploy. It just went over the head of Davis. Doward was a couple of steps behind. I'm interested. Did Doward... Oh, no, it is... He's the only one who's got his socks up.
Well, I'm interested in the fact that he was 40 metres away and didn't have a shot for goal with the breeze at his back. And Craig Pitts marked that one, but...
And it's actually right at his... It's like it's a northwesterly breeze. He was in the perfect spot.
Well, if you look at the windsock on the far side of the ground, it's actually going straight across the ground now, so maybe that's the reason. But It's a bit strange him not having a shot as the ball heads in the Levicki direction. He punches that Giannini in good position. But PAC just roll the ball out of bounds, and at this stage they're doing everything right. As I mentioned, Craig Pitt up on the ball as he now starts to make his way back forward again. He's being picked up by Chase Bauer.
We go to the ruck tower, we go to the clearance, it spills out the back. Falcons now have to switch gears, go from backing away to going forward, searching for Jolly. Another stoppage. Glad they've got 4 boundary umpires today because they're getting a reasonable workout. 21 minutes gone, first quarter of the Sip and Save Division 1 Grand Final. It is all the red men at this point. Payneham need a goal to get on the board and centre, and here comes the freight train of Tom Humphreys. And we could see it coming from a mile away up here. John O'Gini didn't know what hit him.
Textbook tackle. That one.
Down the wing. Thumped behind by Prince Alfred. Well done by Mackenzie Slee to get rid of all attackers. Go forward.
Cam Giles has gone to full forward or forward pocket. Riley Robinson's gone up on the ball. Payneham want 50 metres there for Pat Levicki. Good long kicker of the ball he is.
Yeah, let's see what he does here. Sort of not a lot of urgency. If I was the Falcons, I'd be a bit urgent about doing something while I had this breeze.
Hands in the back there, Phil.
Yeah. And it's funny, you see this movement up here going that way, and they all stop and go the other way.
Yeah. So Payneham have it. They go long down the line. That's another poorly directed kick. Will Dowd reads it best of all.
Has those for breakfast, lunch and dinner.
They turn the ball over a fair bit. Payneham, he kicks it back downward to Brinsley, the veteran. He's got another player out top of the square free, and that is Ollie Clark, the wingman. He now punches the ball out in favour of, it ends up with McNamara. He goes, a beautiful mark taken by Jake Pitchy. He started well on Orcello, who's a very good opponent.
That was one of the matchups I was licking my lips about pre-game. When you sent through those matchups as you saw them, which has proven to be, I might add, so well sorted.
Yeah, well, he's got his hands full early, hasn't he, Orcello, with Pitt?
And Orcello was such a big driver, not just intercepting, but then repelling and driving. Payneham as Balderstone
back on.
Just got rid of the rubbish. It's like taking out the rubbish on Wednesdays. Umpire said that was okay.
Not the recycle rubbish.
No, that was absolutely. They'll need. Who was that poor bloke? Oh, Riley Robinson. Okay.
So what they have done, Payneham, to this for the last 10 minutes or so, they've held the scoring from PAC, and they've actually started to get the ball across the back half as Giannini hands it off to Pippett. Goes to the goal square. Tell you what, Davis has a chance. See if the ball sits up. Oh, well, that's unlucky. He's been paid the free kick, though.
Held on to. He didn't have the ball and he was tackled.
He played it exceptionally well, Liam Davis. And for a big bloke, his speed was terrific.
That is so intelligent. We'll just see if...
That's his first goal of the game, Liam Davis.
Okay.
The first 4 Payneham.
Let's go down to Lambo.
First goal to Payneham, and they needed it at the 23-minute mark of the first quarter. What do you reckon, girls? Can they get better?
Of course.
Okay, let's hear a bit of cheering. Okay, back to you.
Thanks, Lambo. Nice try. I don't think he's going to be boundary. I think he's going to take that. I think they've reserved a seat for him now. That was just such intelligent play. Rather than, stick the leg out and try and get the miracle goal, I'm going to play for the free kick here because as soon as I get within Kui, I'm going to be tackled.
Like to see him put a mask on next time he jumps in the crowd with all those young girls, Craig Lambert.
He'll be in the mosh pit soon.
Balderstone back on, slaps it on the defence, but have a look at Jolly there. But Anthony G. Wow, he housed the tackle on him. I reckon that was Tom Humphreys, was it?
Cam Giles, I think. No, you might be right. Hang on.
Cam Giles, it is. I think you're dead right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Large size and quite a force of momentum once he got going. Big pack at the back. Princes are dangerous, but Pat Levicki has been in this situation before. Let's keep with the ball. Now he's lost it. Trengove around the back, a bit of skill. Fisher. Payneham could not concede that quick enough. 3-3-21, 1-1-7, 14-point footy game. Grand final day. 25 gone first quarter, and you're with Sean Jackson.
Yeah, it looks like Anthony Wilson will do the kicking. They'd really love to see him.
Haven't seen him much, have we?
No, they'd love to see him get in the game. It's a ground that suits Anthony Wilson to a T. There's plenty of space as he plays on, has one bounce. Now brings the ball back in. Not the greatest of kicks, but he's run onto it. He got it back. He's outside 50 now. Brings it again with the same kick. That one's much better to Rook. He now goes to Ansell. He's got some space. And the left footer goes short. Oh dear, they just haven't got that connection, that kick going forward. It's sorted out yet, but it looks promising. Aidan Jolly. Watch this kick, folks. He very rarely misses. This will be no exception. Bang. He's hit Mitch Larson. Built like a brick outhouse is Mitch Larson. He forwards it onto the coach in Craig Pitt, who's proving quite a handful for Payneham to deal with at this stage. So Pitt long. No one really there for PAC, and Payneham were able to easily punch the ball away. Well tackled by Wilson. Trengove in best position.
Still got the kick away though, which I think was pretty impressive.
Yeah, reckon he's getting the matchup I actually had, which Luke Donaldson said he didn't think they would roll with. I think I've got that right. Looks like Panoho is picking Trengove up, and he is trying to do a bit of a tagging role there. You can see him on him at the stoppage.
Yeah.
As Christian Rook takes it nicely from the boundary throw-in and kicks it towards Davis. Brinsley got the better turning circle. He lays it off to Lockie Charlton. That's a good tackle. Really good tackle. Yeah, Davis has come to play. One of the most exciting forwards in the competition. There's no doubt about that.
That's three absolutely ferocious tackles. They're going in hard, as you would expect. Grand final day, Trengove in space. Chance to set it up with the clearance. Lockie Charlton back in board, working hard. Giles, did he catch it in? Yes. Balderstone will stand guard.
So here's Panoho now going to Trengove, but he certainly didn't have the tank to be able to run deep. See what he does exceptionally well, Trengove. He just keeps running.
Yep.
And Orcello takes an absolute beauty.
That's a great grab. I mean, how he can even see the football with that hair is a miracle.
So he looks forward. Most players held up. Sam Barnett's a chance. He's going to fly at this one along with Jolly. And that is quarter time. I've got to tell you, they kicked 2 goals inside the first minute and a half. Since then, it's been even Steven.
Yeah.
So we thought at the 92nd mark, Phil, that it was Melbourne all over.
It was like Melbourne last night, like Prince's last week.
Yep.
Like, gee, we better get our joke book out at quarter time.
Yep.
Anything but. 14-point margin. Prince Alfred lead it. The goal scorers thus far, all singles thus far, I should add. 1 to Clark, 2 to Brazil, 1 to Bartlett, and 1 to Dylan Pippett for the Falcons. We will take a break. Hope you're enjoying the Division 1 Sip and Save Grand Final. Thanks to Filming Footy.
The Simon Black Academy is a 3-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football. They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
In a world of instant gratification, Kim likes things fast. That's why she uses the Catch app to search millions of products, like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
And welcome back, everyone. Jace Bode has the full attention of the Falcons team. You can see there. Interesting, the crowd, quite a few around the Falcons huddle, Jacko. Not as many around the Prince's huddle. Always with a fan club, our boundary rider, Craig Lambert.
Quarter time here in the grand final, and it's been a really good start by Prince Alfred going against the breeze. Went over there, huddled. They're very happy how they've started. They're spreading well, they're running harder, and they're really quick around the ball. And the contested ball's been good. Whereas Payneham, it took them 23 minutes to score their first goal going with a 2-goal breeze. Around the huddle, not happy with the on-ballers, not working hard enough, not running forward and back, and coming out the forward line too easy. They're looking for a big improvement right across. 14 clearances to the 6, Jacko. That's the big difference at the moment. Bring on the second quarter. Keep up the great work up there, boys.
That's probably the best address Craig's given over the years.
He's
He's got better and better each week. Fantastic work there, Lambo.
Grand final level coverage there, thanks to Lambo and crew
Great
on
insight.
the boundary. Now, do we have some Dartfish stats? Let's go to them, Jacko.
Yeah, so turnovers were a problem for Payneham. 12 turnovers. PSC end up with 8 themselves, but they can lower that a little bit, particularly their movement into the forward 50. That's what hit them. Have a look at the hit-outs, 15-7. Balderstone doing the damage there. And clearances are in favour of Payneham as well on the back of that, 11-7. Marks is the issue for Payneham. PAC able to get too many marks, 26-10. Free kicks in favour of Payneham. But all in all, I think if you were Jace Bode, you'd be reasonably happy after the first 5 minutes. Well, first minute and a half.
Yeah.
I think they've battled pretty well. So this is a ground you can certainly score into the breeze, as PAC showed. So nothing to fear there from Payneham. They just need to get real good clearance rate on the back of Balderstone's domination.
Well, let's see if this breeze counts for anything. Princes have it and a 14-point lead to get us underway. You're with Sean Jackson.
Okay, so again, Balderstone stands under that footy, but he's given away a free kick this time to Giles. He gets up quickly, no mucking around. Straight over to McNamara, who had 6 touches in the first quarter. He kicks it long in the pit direction, but in best position for Payneham was Matty Nye. Kicks it around the corner, and no one able to keep the ball in. But first clearance to PAC on the back of the free kick given away from Balderstone to Cam Giles.
So we're over by the old scoreboard. Is you around about where the mini league get changed? Not that there will be any here today. Although I did see that part of Payneham set up at home games, that they used to have a mini league game, which was great to see. Get the kids involved. Plenty of kids here today as well, which is good to see. Jolly ground level. Such clean work to the top of the square, reading it off the pack and nailing the goal. That's beautifully done. Bartlett, I didn't think there was much of an alleyway for that one. Jacko, he found it. Quick goal. That was 1:06 gone. 66 seconds very quickly. Score from Woodville Div 2. Quarter time Glenunga leading Old Iggies by 5 points.
Yeah, big Braden de Prince unable to suit up today for Old Ignatians, who had heard him not having him in the ruck. As we see the replay here, Jolly around the corner. I think it was Bartlett, wasn't it, that ended up with the footy? It wasn't actually. It was Pitt, Craig Pitt, I think, that got the goal. So correction. I saw Tommy Bartlett go off the oval at quarter time into the change room, so I thought he was going to get the long sleeve on. He hasn't. Clearances 3 out of the first 4 to PAC as we're back in the middle, and Balderstone grabs his own footy, goes the barrel. Heads towards Agarastus, but in best position for PAC and marking it well was Mackenzie Slee. He now goes to the boundary line. Waste no time. They play on nicely here. I think this is Fisher with the ball. Brings the ball in towards the corridor. Nice mark by Mitchy Wicks. Still waiting for his dad to drop off a bottle of Mitch and Tom Wicks red
and
wine.
You'll still be waiting, I reckon, Jack.
Come on, old man Wicks. Hand it over. Ball is inside 50. Pitt again. Trengove now. Not sure what happened there. His foot got taken away, but good tackle from Payneham. Morcello's in there. Keeps it alive. Giannini in good position. John, that was to Anthony here now. He looks inside the corridor, misses the handball altogether, and Will Doward again intercepts. But he turns the ball over to Pat Levicki, who should have switched the play, took too long, had 2 players out this side and just mucked around with it. He still has ends up with that long kick down the line. I just thought he should have gone a little bit, pulled the trigger a bit quicker there, Phil.
Well, he certainly got plenty of advice from the Prince's pocket out there. That's a high kick. Looking for Davis. Front and square though. Rook into a pretty open forward line. This is Agarustas.
Wilson,
the younger Wilson. Agarustas tackled. Wilson goes down. Can't get back up because coming in hard was Lockie Charlton. Just was waiting a brief moment there for Wilson to get back to his feet and take off.
Yeah, they need to take advantage of this one now, Paynham. They've got it inside their forward.
Yeah, 50. And they trail by 20, which margin's starting to get out a little bit.
All one-on-one all over the ground, which is great to see. Cam Giles knocks it back.
Rook. Rook with the kick, top of the square. Clark stood under it, couldn't take it. Redmen have the numbers, the structure, the teamwork and the efficiency to get it out of defence, but only as far as Jonathan Giannini's in the T-saucer in the middle here of High Sense Stadium.
The Tringo it was that did the big barrel coming out.
Yeah.
No one able to run with him, Phil. He's running around by himself as Orcello comes out the back half.
He'll score a goal if that's allowed.
Yes. McNamara out the back. Now Hayden Jolly. Watch this kick, folks. Bang. Ooh, he keeps it low. Riley Robinson.
Got to the player though, didn't it?
A bit of a cult figure, Riley Robinson, with that strong build of his. They go towards Tommy Bartlett. Will Tommy Bartlett retire at the end of this season, Phil? We had him on the show earlier in the year and he indicated that maybe a bit of pressure at home for him to give up something. Footy or golf?
Footy or golf? Well, that's the question, isn't it? We can all relate in certain ways. Throw in, pretty much true centre wing here at Richmond. That's a big fly right at the back of Balderstone. Trengo wants to come in and shake his shirt. Somehow, I don't know how that's ended up a Prince's free, but it's ended up with Ollie Clark. He's got a runner. Watch out. Here we go. That was Slee showing he's more a defender than a forward. That was not the greatest of hand passes. They're still charging forward though. They've still got some extra numbers. Ran into trouble. They had the loose man, couldn't get it out there. Orcello has to dodge through a couple. Jonathan Giannini and the Falcons, Jacko clear only as far as Ollie Clark. 55 out.
Yeah, panic kick. Balderstone trying to rough Milne up behind the plays is an interesting move. He's given away a few free kicks. He's going to have to watch that a little bit as Craig Pitt kicks it around the corner, but he's certainly trying to impose his physical presence on the game, Sam Balderstone. I like that. I think that's what he needs to do, and he really is still continuing to go at Cameron Giles. He's given him a fair bit of advice, but Cam Giles will be giving away about 30-40 kilos to Balderstone. Paynham's Max Hodges has it now. Goes towards the boundary line, and once again it's a turnover, and Tom Fisher, who started this game exceptionally well.
I think he was trying to interchange himself off and the ball came in his direction, so...
Ooh, he brings it riskily to Darwood, and that is a risk because he's dropped it, or the umpire has given away a free kick for a whack in the head. I think he's holding his Scott as he comes up. Will Darwood, and hasn't he been a terrific servant for PAC? He's missed that kick though. No, Perryman's got it.
So Perryman, we've only had the one goal kicked in the first 6 minutes. That was to Prince's early. How open? Who's that? Murdoch. What deodorant is he wearing? Is he wearing any?
Rupert.
Too far out to score. Goes for the hot spot. 30 metres out. Orcello is there. Dragged by the hair, I thought there for a sec. Race for the ball. Jolly gets there first. How, I don't know. Oh, just eludes his opponent with ease. Puts the ball up. Centres it up, finds a target. Hayden Jolly. That's why he's one of my favourite players in this competition.
Well, he could have given it to Trengove, actually. Trengove was just out the backside of Jolly. He elected to turn and kick it himself, and why wouldn't you? If you've got Hayden Jolly in your team, you don't want him handballing the ball. You want him kicking the ball, because what you get is what you just got. And that's a beautiful kick to Tommy Bartlett, is it?
I think I see a one.
That's Tom Bartlett. McNamara's had 6 disposals already this quarter, and we are only 7.5 minutes in. So good thing we're getting his stats taken today, because Tommy Bartlett, 30 metres out, 45-degree angle. Oh, he's pushed that to the right. That's a bad miss.
I had typed that in.
Yes, tell me. Might be time to put the long sleeve on.
Yeah.
Levicki generally goes long in this situation, Phil. Let's see if we're right. Bang! Look at that kick.
Huge.
It's almost gone to centre wing.
It will now because it's found a mark. So
terrific mark by Davis.
This will clear it well and truly out of scoring territory. Towards the attacking edge of the centre square. That was Jolly from behind. Who's they all wearing black armbands today. Paynham?
Yeah, I'm not sure who
Might
that's
have to text Lambo and see if he can find out. The last time that happened, we got it slightly wrong, so maybe I'll just leave it, let it lie.
Yes, Mackenzie Slee copped a fair whack in the back from Jolly, and there's another PAC player down over the far side.
So Paynham going the hard-hitting route, are they?
Yeah, they are indeed. Yep, there's a few players out there that are Ryan Tromans, it is, at the far side, and one of the players has put his hand up. Mackenzie Slee's put his hand up for a trainer. The trainers are out there now, but Paynham just decided to get a bit more physical in the last 5 minutes, and it's probably not a bad tactic.
It's a tactic.
Yeah, it's a good tactic at this stage. Only the one goal this quarter, and that was inside the first minute. So if they can resurrect their end of the ground, Paynham, well, they'll certainly be well and truly in this game. As it stands, Prince Alfred 4-5 had been doing most of the attacking, and Paynham 1-1.
Whilst we wait for that to be attended to, a day of 22 grand finals. Premierships all over the place. A couple of B grades of Trinity. A lot of close games, actually, Jacko. Let's go down to Lambo.
Number seven for Prince Alfred boys, who's down and injured. So once I get a report on him, I'll get straight back to him. But number 7 for Prince Alfred boys. So I think he could be out for a long time. But I'll get back to you very soon.
Thanks for that, Craig. Not the news you want to hear.
No, not at all. And he's making his way around the boundary. Ryan Troman's out the far side. And he doesn't look good. So Lambo might be onto something there. In fact, Lambo might be able to help him, escort him back to the coach's box.
How does that work if you go off not on the interchange gates? Or has no one come on for him yet?
Well, generally, if you come off, you used to be able to come off with a trainer, you were able to be replaced. I think that rule's been changed. So I'd suggest he hasn't been replaced, Phil.
Okay. Which means they're one down until he can get back to HQ.
Yeah.
All right, throw in front of the scoreboard. Bit of a break for Paynham if they can make use of it. They have an inside 50 loose ball. Well socket off the ground by Murdoch. No last disposal. Well picked up. I think that was Balderstone. Back to Giannini. They'll go again. Barnett trying to get the mark. Couldn't get front of the pack. Barnett picks it up. Gets the hand pass to Pippett. Pippett, the snap to the goal line is tapped across for a minor score. The Falcons 1-2-8. Princes for 5-29. Back to a 21-point margin.
Yeah, love that effort by Big Nick Jolly there over Will Doward. Wasn't able to take the ball clean like he's been able to do to this stage, Will Doward, so that was good. Perryman kicks it out, heads towards Giles, but standing in the way is Chase Bauer, who we all know is a good aerialist. Goes on the left foot, short. Maxie Hodges got the white boots on this week. I think he had the green boots on last week.
Match the shorts.
Yeah. So he keeps the kick low, looking for Wilson. Doesn't get there. PAC got it all well covered. Doward beautifully read again. He reads the ball exceptionally well. Reminds me a little bit of Aaliyah for the Sydney Swans, or ex-Sydney Swans. Now, and how is poor old Ryan Tromans is making his way around the bench.
That's good.
Around the boundary line, I should say, and the player was pushed his own teammate in towards him there and nearly knocked him out.
He took out our cameraman as well in one foul swoop. Here's Rook.
He's walking okay.
Hand pass. Snap. Across the face. Out of bounds. That was by Louis Clem. 12.5 gone. As Jacko mentioned, just the one goal scored this quarter, which you think, given Princes have the breeze, is good for Paynham. Only one goal, 2 for a half, though, isn't going to do you too well in grand finals. They need some more here. Kick around the body, took a bounce, needed a Left-hand turn, it went right, another behind. They're 1-3-9. And do you recall when we last called Payneham against, was it against? No, it was at Goody Saints. They had that 4-14 day.
Yeah, Lambo's just asked Ryan Tromans as he's made him way past him if he's okay, and he looks okay. He looks a little bit ginger, but he's okay. He must have been able to be replaced. So that's an interesting rule I was unaware
Well, there's 4 on the bench now, isn't there? So, yeah.
Yeah. So here they are. PAC got all the numbers, but look at Orcello. He's had a sensational start to this game. Well tackled on that occasion. Ends up having to kick it scraggly around the corner. But, gee, just the fact that he was able to leave his play and come out and meet the ball turned over what looked like a real goal-scoring opportunity for PAC back in Paynham's favour.
Just while we have a quick break, check out the crowd that's here.
Yeah, good crowd. It's really filled up, hasn't it?
It has expanded around a fair chunk of the oval.
Yep. Dower drops that one, but he follows his play up nicely. Flicks it out towards Bryce Woolard. Now they come inboard, PAC. The Brazzle-dazzle show. Can he take it? He can't. And Orcello slaps the ball out of bounds right in front of class of 2018 PAC.
Yep, the Prince's pocket. Payneham need a goal. 14 gone second quarter. But it's down the other end. Jolly, the backhanded tap towards that boundary line, and we'll reset and go again. Usually at this point we throw in a flugber between the posts. No show next week. We need to recover from today. Our grand finale show will be Wednesday week the 22nd or 23rd, around about that time. We'll have our season-ending show. Who will be the premier? Well, we wait to find out. Princes are trying here. They've got the hand pass out by the boundary. Kicks away, out of bounds.
Two PAC boys on the ground there, Phil. They are cracking in Payneham Norwood Union. There's no question about that. It is
about 30 boundary umpires there at the moment.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what, that's straight into the wind and I can hear him from here.
Yeah. Okay, well, a little low in proceedings. Only the 1 goal scored this quarter inside the first minute, I think, minute and a half. We are 15 and a half played, so a real low-scoring game. Both sides' defences have been sound, but it's the inability to be able to link the final pass inside the forward 50 that's probably hurt both of them. So, not sure what we're waiting for. Finally, we've got a boundary throw-in. And it's Davis up against Brazzell. Well taken by PAC off the pack. Can't quite see who that player was. Maybe it was Tom Bartlett. Yes, it was. And not able to perform the miracle goal there, Tommy. That's probably his 1 goal 2, I think. Well, that's where that one's gone out at the fall. So Pat Levicki will get another opportunity to kick the ball 50 metres. No short options opening up for him, so that's what will end up happening here. He's going to go long down the line. Searching for Davis or Jolly, but Trengo reads it best of all. Plays on quickly, puts it onto his left. Now they have it. Clear possession. Looks good off the boot for Pitt. Unfortunately, it's gone out of bounds, and Dylan Orcello will get a free kick in the back pocket.
Well, you think it'd be a pretty short second quarter.
Yeah, won't be a lot of time on, Phil, that is for sure.
It's almost 17 gone. 20 points. Princes should feel comfortable but not home at the moment. Some flies at the back. Jolly took a mark in all of that, if you don't mind. Anthony Giannini has to deal with some interference, shakes them all off. Underground kick to Davis, hand pass. Somehow Payneham are keeping this going. Dalwood comes in to put a stop to those proceedings. And Trangrove, he'll sort it out. He does. Levecki, thumb from behind. There's no one between the 45-metre and the Prince's goal. If they can kick it, like right now, open goal. Orcello's got to go and chase it, and he'll get there. Won't concede the contest.
Gee, he's been good, Dylan Orcello.
He has been very good.
He is the best on ground at the moment, clearly.
In a losing effort, I would agree with you, Jacko.
Yep, he heads towards Jolly. Can't take it. Riley Robinson battles hard for PAC. Jolly does it well though. Gives it to Pippett gives it to Ansell. They hug the boundary line. A nice bit of defensive play started by Nick Jolly. Lambo gets itself a touch. Still got it. Still got the magic.
He wants a beanie.
Yes. So Balderstone back in the ruck. Takes Robinson out of the way. This is the important ball for Payneham Norwood Union. Balderstone gets it towards Giannini. But Bryce Woolard comes around the corner. Flattened after he kicked it.
And flattened into the cameraman.
Flattened into Lambo or the cameraman.
Oh, the camera's the one I'm worried about.
Yeah, that's the...
And a little Oscar that's down there helping out. But anyway, back to the game. Darwood at 50. Good
tackle.
Tackled. Umpire says play on. Rook goes to ground. The ball's under there somewhere. And hopefully the camera will reattach itself. Let's go boundary side.
Just quickly, Thomas Fisher is downstairs getting stitches to his head, and the camera's okay down here, boys.
Nice. Thank you for the camera update.
We'll have to get stitches for the camera,
Stitches
will we?
for the camera, but gaffer tape.
They're crashing in, there's no question about that, both sides. Trengove again gets it, gives it out. Now they got the numbers PAC.
Off.
Have a look, McNamara is playing a terrific game. Lays it off, nice run. Now they go deep into the 50. Oh, Pitt, how does a big fella like that read the ball so well? But he's being extremely well tackled by Levicki.
And Levicki actually did that very well.
Yeah.
He had Giles covered in the first contest and came and laid the tackle in the second.
Yeah, he kicks it short this time, which is different for him. Matty Nye has it. He now goes a little bit longer down the middle of the ground to Rook. He can't take it. Jolly's there. He lays it off. McNamara again. Takes on the tackler. Does it well. Searches for a kick. Nothing there. So he ends up handballing. Or ends up with Riley Robinson. Intelligently, instead of just blasting the ball away, didn't get a chance to drop it nice and neatly, but did enough just to be able to kick a little 15-metre floater to Mitch Wicks. And he'll have his first shot on goal, I would think, Phil.
For today, he's kicked 8 goals in 16 games, 1 last week. I mean, I say a goal last week. They had 11 goal scorers last week. It was more a case of who didn't kick a goal.
Yep.
Look at the run-up, though. Fair dinkum.
Well, actually, it was 50-50. 11 did and 11 didn't.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, your first.
No, only 20. Is it 22 for the all-finals?
It is, 22 all-finals. You're right. At A-grade level.
So Mitch Wicks will be just inside 50. Oh, he goes very close to the man on the mark, and as a consequence, he's forced to kick the ball too high. And there's a free kick. I think it's going to go PAC's way, is it? Because the Payneham boys look like they're remonstrating pretty hard with the umpire.
They usually don't react like that when it's their free.
I reckon it's Cam Giles who's won himself a free kick.
Has.
McNamara's had 9 disposals this quarter. Trengove's had 8. So there's the problem for Payneham Norwood Union at the moment. The on-ballers, Trengove and McNamara, are cutting them to pieces, and they need more out of Giannini. Anthony, that is.
Yeah, big goal with half-time imminent. Beautifully done, Cam Giles. He becomes the 5th goal scorer for Payneham Union. That Payneham Norwood Union, his 6th on the year. And it is ballooned out to a 26-point lead. It's not a match-winning lead yet. If you saw these two combatants 2 years ago, the Falcons flew out to a 47-point lead midway through the second quarter, and Payneham Union pegged them back to lose by 3 points.
Good value, Cam Giles, when he goes forward out of the ruck, isn't he? He can take a mark and draw a free kick like we saw there.
That used to happen all the time.
Well, Riley Robinson going on the ruck allows him to do that. Have a look at Balderstone. Just put the knee straight into Riley Robinson, and he's given away another free kick. So that's at least 3 in the ruck contest that Sam Balderstone has given away. Jolly has it inside 50. Beautiful kick. Could have got a free kick there. Giles ends up with the ball. Gives it out.
Vicky's not getting up at the moment.
Mitch Larson. He goes towards Craig Pitt. Wheels around the corner. Keeps it flat. Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I think that's Trengove, is it?
I reckon it is. The Vicky is only just on his haunches.
Beautiful kick around the corner from Craig Pitt. Found Trengove, his best buddy.
I'm not saying this is game, set and match, but this is to
Yeah, this is starting to look ominous.
Yeah.
More particularly, Levicki coming off with a shoulder, Phil. I think he's definitely done for the day, the way he's holding that shoulder.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's just a stinger.
Yeah.
So, the reigning Willis medalist in his second year in the Adelaide Football League. He's as hard a working player as I have seen play the game, Jack Trengove. He is a running machine. Should still be playing AFL footy.
Yep.
From about 30 metres out, straight in front, straight through the middle. PAC out to 6 goals, 5. Payneham 1 goal, 3. There are some real danger signs now for Payneham.
32 points the margin. The only good news for Payneham is that they get the breeze in the third quarter.
So interesting stat. Prince Alfred have taken 8 marks inside their 50 for the match. And guess how many Payneham Nord Union have taken?
Let's
Phil?
go to Lambo.
None.
Just quickly, boys, Jack O'Leary's off injured from Payneham and Pat Levicki were both off injured from that clash. They're both off the ground at the moment.
Just 2 on the bench, Jacko. Long way to go with that.
Yep. Balderstone still in the middle. Didn't give away a free kick that time, which is good. But PAC still end up with the ball. It's coming towards the near side wing. Plenty of numbers around the ball. Payneham do it well through Ansell. Kicks it left. He's been good, Liam Davis. They get the ball into him. He looks dangerous every time the ball comes in his area. He heads towards Jolly. Oh! What an absolute fantastic mark against Will Dowd, one of the best defenders in the competition. That was an absolute mercurial mark, Nick Jolly. So, the passage of play that results in Payneham having their second shot on the goal resulted from a Liam Davis great mark and then a Nick Jolly great mark.
Yep.
Kicked 14 goals for the year, Nick. I'll back him from here. Probably kick from about 40, almost straight in front. And he has kicked it straight through the middle, and he gets the crowd. Get him up, Lambo.
First goal to Payneham this quarter, and girls are happy about it, the crowd, so we need more goals from Payneham, don't we, girls?
Okay, so now the challenge is for Lambo and crew to go over to the Prince's pocket just for the sake of balance. But, yeah, look, they needed that. The steady
Badly.
at 26 points.
Yep.
Can't be too far away from half-time, although we have had just, 3 goals kicked in the last few minutes. So, half-time, we'll take a break. We'll get some stats from Lockie, thanks to Dartfish. We'll get some scores around the other A-grade grand finals. And Jacko will give us his half-time summary. Jolly, a clearance. Kick to exactly where you'd put it.
Dylan Orcello. That's terrific.
Orcello put his body on the line there again. They've still got a chance here. Giles has taken that. He's lost his shorts in the process.
Looks like he's got the club coloured jocks on, though.
Yeah, he's very well. Well, maybe that's in the rules as well. Who knows? By the boundary. They're keeping it alive, Princes, here. Now they're not. Okay, now they've got... Wilson has it in space for one of the rare times today. Finds a target on the half-back flank. Defensive centre wing. Oh, that's just well done. Too high.
Poor
Allows
kick.
the thump. And that'll create the stoppage. 26 and a half gone. Second quarter. The Red Men by 26 points.
Yeah, not long to go now. They're up by 4 goals to Princes. Balderstone in the ruck again pushes his opponent out of the way. They're out the back here now, Payneham. He's won himself a free kick. I think that's Matty Nye. Yep, it is, but too high. And he doesn't muck around. He plays on straight away. Senses the urgency. Not long left in the quarter. Kicks it almost marked. That's the problem. Almost marked by Liam Davis there.
It's not a day for almosts.
No. He is signalling to the umpire that maybe he could have got a free kick. Certainly playing well, Liam Davis. There's no problems there.
This quarter, Princes have kicked 3 goals, 2 after 3 goals, 3 in the first. Payneham have kicked 1 goal, 2 after 1 goal, 1. So 2 quarters reasonably similar based on the score as Balderstone gets a kick out of that contest. There's 2 Princes defenders in the vicinity. Paying deliberate, wrong league for that. Might have seen it last night, maybe. but not here.
This is good grand final crowd as I've seen
fantastic.
for many a year here today.
Well, we were at Norwood last year, and you do miss it. You can't quite see all of it. They had, of course, Cooper's Hill, which was pretty popular.
Yep. So here's an opportunity now for Payneham, and it is. That's one to get the crowd up and raring for, because we've been searching for a little bit of excitement for a while. That's Callum Bartlett's first fill, I think. Left footer around the corner. That's what he's brought back into the team for this week. Didn't play last week, of course, Callum, and carrying a bit of a knee, but that was a terrific kick and well-read play, and that's 2 in a row for Payneham for the first time today, and that gives them going into half-time. They looked dead and buried 2 minutes ago. They kicked 2 within 2 minutes, the margin back to 20 points, and this game is still alive, Phil. There's no question about that.
It is. 20 points is gettable with a half to play, and this has turned out to be quite a long second quarter.
I think you had the siren blowing about 10 minutes ago.
I did, but then they kicked 4 goals. So we're back pretty much to where we were near quarter time.
I think he
Princes
played
are still around the
advantage.
quarter, but Payneham aren't done yet.
Panoho's free kick it was. He goes long towards Jolly. Jolly! Jolly! Good, that's what it is. I think, in fact, it's Liam Davis, is it? My God, no, it's Jolly.
That's 2 great clunks in 10
Wow,
minutes.
against Will Doward, both times right alongside him. I'll tell you what, if he kicks this, that's his second for the quarter, and we have got game on.
We have.
In a game that was dead and buried almost as little as 5 minutes ago, Phil.
Yep.
That's how quickly this game can change. So
Even
Nick
at
Jolly,
this level.
20 metres, straight in front. Lambo makes his way towards the Payneham girls. Big Nick Jolly, got to do the job first, and he does! And Payneham, 3 in a row, if you don't mind.
Let's go to Lambo.
Last two goals in 2 minutes from Payneham. Only 15 points the difference. Let's go. What do you reckon, girls? Here we go. Come on.
I'm not sure whether Lambo is the filming footy boundary rider or the leader of the Payneham cheer squad.
Well, we didn't get any vision there at all. Our cameraman's still recovering from getting his
Oh,
knocked over.
that's not good.
Now he's filming the sky.
Oops.
His technical repairs being adhered to in the boundary line.
Okay.
Score. Back out. PAC 6-5. Payneham 4-3. Margin 14 points. Centre bounce has been good for Payneham, and they get another one. John Giannini lays it off to Rook. He goes long, back towards Jolly again. Will Doward this time, Pippet around the corner. Got numbers there, Payneham. Agarastas. Oh, that's better. Pippet now. Wheels on the left. He's a left footer. 4 in a row.
On the siren.
Payneham are on fire. Well, I was looking down at some of the Payneham crowd, some of the officials down there about 5 minutes ago, Phil, and they had their heads down. They thought, well, geez, just as we did, that they were in a bad position. But to kick 4 goals in the last 5 minutes?
Yeah.
4 in 5 minutes when they had scored 1 for the rest of the half.
It was so similar, Jacko, to their first meeting this year.
Yep.
When Payneham had a 5-goal lead about the 20-minute mark.
Right.
And bang. Rook, Wilson on that occasion. Here, Nick Jolly. Wowee. I'm not sure if you're recording the Payneham goal scorers. I'm missing one, but we'll work on that. Let's go here, 6-5 to 5-3. 6 individual goal scorers. As you see the teams coming off the Simon Black replay. Ollie Clark, Craig Pitt, Jack Trengrove, Tyson Brazel, Tom Bartlett and Cam Giles. For Payneham, I've got Callum Bartlett 1, Dylan Pippett 1 and Nick Jolly 2. And I'm short 1, which is annoying the heck out of me.
I think Nick Jolly's got 3, mate.
Nick Jolly
2
3,
this
okay.
quarter, yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got the first one?
Earlier in the game, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll accept that. Let's go down to Lambo.
Half time here in the grand final at Richmond Oval. It's an absolutely magnificent game so far. Prince Alfred were doing it pretty comfortably, but in the last 3 minutes in that second quarter, Payneham kicked the last 3 goals. I've got the big Jim Parkinson from Prince Alfred, who's been fantastic all year, communicating to us. We're just going to have a quick chat. Jim, how's the nerves, mate?
Not too good at the moment, Lambo. I'm sorry. It's sort of at 4.5 minutes ago. It was okay. I was pretty calm, and I thought we'd go into half time with a 20-point lead. But you just can't let Payneham off the hook. They've come back. We always thought they would, but gee whiz, 3 goals in 3 minutes has now put the pressure back on us.
I think the difference was, especially in the first quarter, you won a lot of clearances, and I reckon halfway through that quarter they've really picked up in that area, and probably a little bit more contested ball on the ground.
I couldn't agree 100% correct you are. I was sitting up there up in the grandstand with Tom Zorich, and that's exactly what we were talking about. The first 3 minutes or first 5 minutes of the game, we kicked those early goals, and we had plenty of room to move around. We did. And all of a sudden, Payneham smartened up a little bit. Having said that, we still had a pretty good lead at quarter time, and even, as I say, 5 minutes ago. So, it's game on. It is really game on.
Prince Alfred this year, been a great year. Jack won the medal on Wednesday night. You didn't get new facilities down the track. The club's heading in the right direction, mate.
It's been a fantastic year, Lambo. It's been challenging because of the COVID situation, so especially on the back of last year. Not only did Jack win the medal, but Tom Bartlett won the goal kicking medal, which was a super effort. He actually beat his cousin in the last game. In the last game of the year. So we're pretty happy with where we're at the moment. We had 3 of the 4 teams make finals. Our D grade unfortunately went down to Spock this morning. We hope we can get this one. Our C's lost last week, and we're just building with the B grades. So we are very comfortable with where we are, but you just can't sit still in this competition. You've got to, if you want to be the best, you've got to keep working at it, and it does take a lot of work. But we're determined to stay in Division 1 and be not just a club in Division 1. We want to be a contender year in, year out.
And a force, and I think you've set some magnificent standards throughout the year, and I've interviewed you a few times this year. You've got the opportunity now, a lot of volunteers, a lot of great people around the club and sponsors. Jim, just tell us a little bit about them, mate.
Yeah, it is. We do say this often. We've got a number of wonderful sponsors, wonderful helpers. Michael Siciliano is chairman of the club, Tim Hall, Cameron Johnson. Our full committee do work very, very hard at what they do. We're fortunate to have the Sussex Hotel on board with us. They support us very, very strongly, as does Thomas Farms, Cooper's Brewery, which is a dirty word at the Amateur League, but they're magnificent sponsors of our Resource Co. There's numerous that we have that support us magnificently, and we're extremely grateful to all of them.
Fantastic, mate. If you're lucky enough to win the game, because at the moment, you never know, celebrations, where would they be tonight?
We're all at the Sussex. There's lots of COVID restrictions, as we know, as there is here today, but we're pretty well equipped. We've put a marquee out the back of the on the beer garden. We're deciding whether we put the balloons up or not. We'll decide that at the last time. But we can have a capacity of 300 there. So we're going to do all the right thing there. We've just got to, as I say, we've got to make sure that the COVID rules are followed, which are not easy to do, Lambo. But
we live in a different world, mate, and we just got to enjoy every day and every moment. Had an interview with Pitty before the game. I take my hat off to him. Coaching and playing, it's not an easy thing to do, and I think he's done a bloody good job.
Pitty's done an amazing job, Lambo. He started, his first year of coaching was last year, and being the year that it was, it would have been a really hard ask to put it together. He held it together beautifully, and he's just gone from strength to strength this year. He's such a calm person. He speaks really well, very positively, but he's not afraid to give someone a rip if they need it. But he's been absolutely outstanding. We could not be happier. And as you say, not only has he done the coaching really well, but he's also playing good footy. So he's got a wonderful team around him. Adam Sylvie has been amazing as well, and Jack Trengove has helped out a lot too. So it takes more than one nowadays at this level of footy. So he's very, very fortunate. He's got a really good team around him, and we are extremely fortunate we've got him and all of them.
And that's fantastic. Great comments there. What I love about going to Prince Alfred, it's just not the people, but you have a great culture, and you can just sort of feel it sometimes, and that doesn't happen overnight. That takes a long time to build.
Yes, it does. We do work pretty hard on that. Boys will be boys from time to time, as a number of them were here last week, but but we do try and, if there are issues amongst any of them, Lambo, we try and fix it immediately. We're very fortunate. We get all old scholars, majority are old scholars, so they spend their schooling years at Prince Alfred College, and they've had a wonderful upbringing there as well, where there is, there's rules that need to be followed, and we have an enormous pride in the Guernsey. So, it's our job is as difficult as it is. It's made a little easier because they all know each other. They've known each other for such a long time, gone through school for all that, and they come out of an institution where we have all these rules to stick by, and we have values that we need to keep up.
I think that's a beautiful word. Value is so important. Look, from Dartfish, the Adelaide Footy League, Jim, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. Prince Alfred, in 2 hours' time, let's see a big smile on your face. Just before we go, just a few major sponsors, mate. Without them, there's no footy club, mate.
Yeah, no, well, as I mentioned before, Thomas Farms, Coopers, Resource Co, the Sussex without doubt. So, they're the main ones that we really need to support. And we are starting our fundraising next week for Park 9. That got approval a couple of weeks ago, so we're hoping to turn some soil middle of next year, and that we're going to be putting a hand out again, Lambo, for we get a 50 cents from you if we can.
Oh, we can. What Sean, Jacko, and I just want to make sure, especially after the game, if you boys get up, we know there's probably, I think it's next Wednesday, the following Wednesday, you're taking us out for a nice lunch for our efforts throughout the year, mate.
I thought it was Thursday.
Thursday would be fantastic, mate. Hey, from behalf of everyone, all the best, mate, and it's always a pleasure to talk to you, mate, and all the best for the rest of the game.
Thank you very, very much, Lambo, and thanks, boys, up there. It's fantastic, magnificent.
It's always good to catch up with Jim Parkinson. And half-time scores. Prince Alfred still in front, 6-5 to Paynham's 5-3. But if you've only just tuned in now, let me tell you, you've missed an exciting first half of footy. In particular, the last 5 minutes. At that stage, Paynham were 1-3, and they kicked the last 4 goals of the half inside the last 5 minutes to narrow the margin to 8 points. So, in the first 2 quarters, Prince Alfred scored first 2 goals inside the first minute and a half of the first quarter, and in the second quarter they kicked a goal inside the first minute. So, if Paynham are able to hold Prince Alfred in the first 2 minutes of the third quarter, that'll go a long way towards them winning. And we'll now head to an ad.
Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by Filming Footy. In the last 4 years, Filming Footy has become the single largest provider of vision for grassroots football in Australia.
Sean Foster goes, he sold the candy once, twice, if you don't mind, that is the nail!
With an average of 150 matches filmed every weekend, leagues, clubs, players, families and supporters are able to watch local footy, either live or on a replay network.
Slung after he's got rid of the ball, but the umpire has called that holding the ball.
There it is.
And we have the siren going at the end of the game. A great game of footy.
In 2022, it's our aim to have every league across South Australia filmed and have the match of the round live streamed.
Got a loose player in front of the little jockey, doesn't get it, Ty Jaffa, but that's a good kick to Breeden. Back to Matthew Stent. Could be a hero if he can kick this. It's good off the boot. Will it hold its line? It does!
Filming Footy, live stream and game day recording specialists.
Celine has a love of singing and condiments, which is why she uses catch to keep her spreads in high supply, like Celine's Dijon. Yes, however they like to shop, everyday Aussies, check out catch.
The Simon Black Academy is a 3-pillared program that combines both education and Australian rules football. Available in 4 states throughout Australia, the program covers 3 key areas. The first is an education component through the Torrens University. The second is the development of the participants' AFL skills, helping the player to become the best player they can possibly be. And the third is a leadership and growth program. The Academy is a perfect opportunity for participants who like football, They get exposed to AFL coaches and mentoring opportunities as they do their university degree. The first 12 months allows participants to complete a diploma in Sports Management Elite, and if the students elect to stay on for a further 2 years, they can complete a Bachelor's in Business Management with a sports focus. Based down at Norwood Oval and the Arc at Campbelltown, it is a fantastic program for anyone interested in sports management who loves football and wants to extend their education with a Torrens University degree. Feel free to check out the website simonblack.com.au.
In a world of instant gratification, Kim likes things fast. That's why she uses the Catch app to search millions of products, like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Is set for a big hour and a bit of footy. The second half of the Sip and Save Division 1 Grand Final, brought to you by Filming Footy. Phil Hurd and Sean Jackson up in the booth. Craig Lambert down on the boundary. And it is Prince's 6-5-41, Payneham 5-3-33. Just compiling some halftime scores around the other A-grade divisions. Before we do that, we might have a look at some stats courtesy of Dartfish. Should they manage? Here we go, Jacko. See how you go with those.
Yep. Okay, so we have a look at the second quarter. So Prince Alfred, inside 50s, 15-10 and 24-19. So managed to hold the gap okay there, Payneham. Turnovers lowered a little bit by Payneham that quarter, which was good. Tackle count pretty even. Hit-outs, big advantage to Payneham Norwood Union, 24-10 over the half. So that's 2.5 to 1. And on the back of that, they're getting their first hand on the ball and the clearances 23-14. So if they can get, as mentioned at quarter time, a little bit more effective with their clearances, they may well be in this game. They certainly improved their amount of marks and uncontested footy in that quarter, 15-12. And free kicks, well, they're in favour of Payneham, 17-11. So they've certainly had their fair share there. Individual-wise, well, all the players we're tracking today have done exceptionally well. McNamara had 9 touches to go with his 5 in the first quarter. That's 14 for the half, and Trengove 11 for that quarter to go with his 6. That's 17. For Payneham Norwood Junior, well, Nick Jolly had a terrific quarter, kicked 2 goals and had 8 touches. A great effort for a big fella. And Christian Rook had another 6 to go with his 6 from the first quarter, and also 6 clearances. So both groups now in their respective huddles. And, well, on the back of what we saw the last 5 minutes of that half, it is game on, Phil.
It is indeed. Payneham will have the breeze, which I think is strengthening just a tad. Around the rest of the Adelaide Footy League, 5 of the 7 grand finals are 8 points or less. A couple of the blowouts, Brahma Lodge leading Century United by 34 points at halftime. North Haven leading Gaza by 23 points at halftime in Div 3. Div 2, it's Glenunga over Old Ickies by 2. Div 5, Paraka over Kenilworth by 4. And Div 6, St Paul's over Elizabeth by 4 points.
Yet to lose a game, Elizabeth?
Yet to lose a game. They're, they're half away, but they've got some work to do, albeit just a 4-point margin. Some tight games, this one no exception to that. And we will bring you all the second half action very, very shortly. Just want to thank our sponsors for the course of the season, because they've done a magnificent job getting us to air each and every week, including Filming Footy, Sports Interactive. And let's go very quickly down to Lambo. Very quickly, Lambo.
Started the third quarter, boys. exciting. Paynham's come home in that second quarter. It's getting very overcast. Let's see what happens this third quarter. Keep it going, boys.
Jacko, all yours.
Straighten that hat up, Lambo. So the same combatants, Balderstone versus Giles. Balderstone pushes Giles again. This time Giles gets first hand on it. Trengo grabs hold of Anthony Giannini, not seen by the umpire. So no free kick paid, and as a consequence, we'll have another restart. Watch Balderstone here. This is his strength. Just push Giles out of the way. That time, not effective. Ball on the ground. Follows his work up. Giles with a great clearance. Hacks it forward towards Tommy Bartlett, the veteran. Unable to pick it up. Mitch Wicks now. This is nice play. Back to Bartlett. Trengove lurking. Can he get hands on it? He can, but Paynham equally have got hands on it, and we'll have another restart. So for the first 40 seconds, PAC haven't been able to score this quarter, which is a difference to what we saw in the first quarter.
And even the second quarter, their second goal didn't take long. As they're pretty close. They could score a touchdown. Not sure about a goal. They score a behind. Extend their 8-point lead tonight. 1 minute gone. They called it the Premiership quarter, Jacko. And your thoughts and experiences? Is that a wise thing to tag for the third quarter?
To tag? Yeah, absolutely. Levicki comes out, hits it towards Hodges. He handballs over the top to Rook. He now goes long down the line. Brett Ansell, he's asked a lot of there. He can't take it. And Edward Murdoch has it. Well stolen by Sam Barnett. Now to Ansell. Now to Pippett, the left footer. Round the corner. Searching for the man of the match, Jolly. Nothing doing. Now they come out. Good handball to Hayden Jolly. Not Nick, Hayden for PAC. Watch this kick long down the line. Good position by Max Hodges against Jake Pitts. The first time I've seen that all day. He hits it inboard towards John Giannini. That's a nice mark by Max Hodges against a really experienced player. Gia now goes back to that player, Hodges. So again, just slowing down a fraction. PAC's defence in good position. Will he go back to Giannini or long down the line? He decides to go long. All PAC other than Davis. He makes a good contest in the air. Nice take. Now Giannini of Balderstone. Had Chase Bauer there. Decides to go over the top himself. That's a fine mark by Will Doward. Looked like it might get over the back of him at one stage, but he's marked it well, Phil.
Jolly was licking his lips, waiting for it and a possible shot at a fourth goal. Princes now have it, looking to work it down the city side wing here at Richmond. They'll bring it back on board to Woolard. He thought about Charlton, eventually decides to keep it down that outer wing. Long kick, finds Trengove. Nice kick, good grab. Nothing Chase Bauer could do about either of those things. No real urgency, it's just a little bit of keeping off Paynham at the moment. He'll kick to inside 50, Brazel front position, front and square. Nice pick up. Jolly, space, 45 out. You know what that's going to mean. A goal to the red men, as they've done in every quarter so far. They kicked the first major and take their lead back out to 15 points, 7-6-48 to Paynham 5-3-33. You cannot leave Hayden Jolly that open, that close to goal.
Yeah, correct, Phil. Correct, Amundo. Dylan Orcello was trying to cover both Pitt and the goals, and in the end decided to roll with Pitt, and that just opened up the goal face for Jolly. He didn't have to kick it too hard. He steered it straight through the middle.
If they put a black dot on the middle of the line, he probably hit that dot.
Good signs for PAC. I think that's Ryan Tromans, who came off injured early in the second quarter, now warming up on the bench, on the sidelines. Looks like he's okay. So we're in the front half of the ground now for Paynham. Can they get better this quarter with the breeze? Turn over again though. PAC have it. Now it's with PAC as they come into the forward 50. Orcello does it beautifully again. Gee, he is certainly high up in Paynham's best players. There's no doubt about it. Him and Jolly, like the two flagships at either end of the ground, aren't they?
Yep. Now, regular viewers know that we have two awards. We have our most valuable player and our player of the day. Amongst all the activities that happen on grand finals, we will aim to present those during the live stream. It'll be after the official presentations, but might be well after in the change room. So we'll wait and see if we get that live or to be posted later. Mackenzie Slee, the attacking side of the centre square. 30 out. Ochilla got a hand to it, couldn't take it. Princess some space. Brazil, the bouncing ball. And Tommy Bartlett will never kick an easier goal in his life.
Yeah, just a bad bounce for John Giannini there. He thought he had it covered and it looked like the bounce got him and just fell straight into the hands of the sleeveless Tommy Bartlett. We'll have a Simon Black replay here. Hayden Jolly it was who started it, as you mentioned, Phil. Kicked it into Mackenzie Slee. He decided to go long. Orcello, good effort. The ball spills to the ground. It's taken by the Brazil Dazzle around the corner. And, well, that's ground ball 101. John Giannini beaten by the bounce and Tommy Bartlett. How do you like it, son?
Well, Payneham are up and about at half-time. Now they're back to 21 points down. And again, this is a quarter. In theory, they have the breeze.
How's the tackle by Cam Giles? He brought the big fella to ground.
That's, yeah.
No
he should try his hands at rodeoing.
How long will it take him to get up? That's the question.
Oh, I hope he's up in one. I love Sammy Balderstone. He's an absolute big battling giant.
Yeah. I reckon he's a little bit sore.
And yeah, he's not in the greatest of shape.
Yeah, he'll be coming off, I reckon.
He's sort of signalling to the bench, I think, and he's got a long way. So for the moment, the Falcons are going to be one short.
Well, that's funny because he was roughing Cam Giles up in the second quarter and Cam's got him.
Said, well, okay. Oh, here's a beautiful snap by, I think that's Barnett.
It is. Sam Barnett.
That was the reply that Payneham Norwood Union had to produce. And what have we had, Jacko? 6 minutes, 3 goals. A cracking open to the third quarter.
Yeah, what's that? 2-1, is it?
2-1.
Yeah, 2-1. Nice reply, though, from Payneham. Looked like they might have been in a spot of bother. But, a nice reply, and looks like Big Jolly's gone into the ruck now for Payneham. Giannini, Ansell, Panaho, they're all there. For PAC, it's Cam Giles, Trengove, Jolly, McNamara. The A-graders are all in at the centre bounce. No tags on that I can see on Trengove. Looks like Panaho trying to stick with him, but I think he's got quite the tang. He ends up with the ball here, Payneham. Well intercepted again by Will Dowd, who's also played a pretty good game. He got exposed by Nick Jolly a couple of times, but in the main, his game's been very sound as well.
He'll get a couple of weeks off, 2 weeks I think he gets off before the cricket season starts up again.
He's a good cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah. Princes, they have a very good representation in the local turf cricket com, and Will Dowd, quite the all-rounder.
He'd be a fast bowler, wouldn't he?
No, he's a slow bowler from memory.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Thump from behind by the aforementioned Darwood amongst some teammates. They're trying to work it around this outer wing. Here comes the track. I'll tell you what was, if you're asking me for a highlight of the first half, it would be the crunching tackles.
Yeah.
They've really gone. Fisher's got a headband on. He'll be easy to pick up for the rest. To Pitt. Oh, speaking of tackles, Adam Perryman just ran straight into one. Thankfully, no free given away ball up. It's getting a bit overcast, do you reckon, Jacko?
Yeah, it is a little. Yeah, I think the sun's gone for the day, but these are perfect football playing conditions.
Yeah.
Couldn't ask for a better day to play a grand final. As Payneham through Ansell, lays it off to Giannini, Anthony Variety. Now we're inside 50, heading to Davis territory. Not able to take it, ball spills. PAC first hands on it, courtesy of Lockie Charlton. He now goes towards Tommy Fisher, wearing the headband.
Well, the good news is can't see much in the way of rain. There's a tiny little bit of white.
Yep.
That might just be a bit of spitting, but that's about it. So we're going to get through this pretty dry, I reckon.
So Fisher to Charlton, looking for Riley Robinson. Payneham desperately need Anthony Wilson to get into the game. He's been very, very quiet.
Here we go.
Has a chance now to make a tackle. And the umpire, Payneham crowd wanted on the ball. And He's got up and tried to remonstrate Anthony Wilson. He's given away about 50 kilos there to Riley Robinson. I think you've got to pick your target. They desperately need him to get into the game, Paynham. He could be the spark that gets him going.
Staggered the space that we have here that he sort of hasn't, to be honest. But anyway, the game is not yet over. Hayden Jolly's kick into some space. There's some hanging on in the midst of all that. Will go the way of Ollie Clark. He kicked the opening goal. They're racing. There should be some open space to be had. Clark looks for the lead of Brazel. The kick's a bit short. Giannini couldn't get it. Brazel couldn't hang on either. Here comes Mitch Larson to lay a tackle.
Well, good to see Levicki back out there, Phil.
Yes,
off
indeed.
In the second quarter with what looked like a nasty injury. So, shoulder, wasn't it? And he's actually holding that shoulder as he gets up there.
Yeah, that wouldn't have helped him, that tackle by Larson.
That's the beauty of Lambo.
Sam Balderstein's gone downstairs to get his ankle checked out. Okay, he's downstairs.
Okay, thanks, mate. That's the beauty of having Dr. Jeff Verrill on the sidelines for Paynham.
Yep.
He's able to quickly sort out some of their injuries and
reset it, inject it, whatever's needed.
Yep.
Feel it tomorrow.
So we've got a throw in inside the PAC forward 50. Well roved off the pack, but an equally good tackle by Panaho, perhaps. No, this is Wilson. So umpire says, I'm going to give that to Chase Bow. No, I'll give it to Wilson. Finally, we got it restarted. So Wilson looks like he's come down the ground a bit further.
Just following the ball around at the moment.
Yeah, he's just trying to get his hands on the leather. So he lays that up with a 45-degree kick. Dowd trying to take it. Perryman, well tackled by Ansell. Brinsley's in there, as is Sam Barnett.
Perryman a bit frustrated.
Yep.
Not giving the ball back to the umpire. Umpire Crosby
Sort that
having
out
a look
with
at that.
Kick pretty quickly.
Heel is way too experienced to put up with that sort of stuff.
Trengove out the back. As far as Tommy Fisher, and then he turns the ball over and a boundary throw in it once again.
We're going to go to Lambo very quickly.
Ground level here, she's really warming up. The intensity's getting greater, boys.
Oh, he's loving that role, isn't he?
He
Lambo?
is.
Loving having his own camera.
He's finally worked out how to what boundary,
Yeah.
potential of boundary riding is.
Having his own camera is just
I
put
know.
great to a whole new
And
level.
a fan club in front of him.
Yeah. So Ansell around the corner to the skipper, Perryman PAC. He lays it off to Brinsley. Sells the pup beautifully. Decides to go long down the line. Pitt in good position. Couldn't take it. Fisher does, though. Gives it towards Trengove. Can he get there? No. Clark there, but great pickup by Brett Ansell below his leg. That was a lovely pickup.
It needed to be good, and it was.
Yep. And hits it towards Agarastas. We're having trouble keeping the ball in between the white lines. You wonder whether watching this game, if you're an SANFL supporter, whether the deliberate out of bounds would be a good rule to bring in. What do you think, Phil?
When it first happened in Sandford, it confused the heck out of us commentating, but it grows on you.
Yep.
Just not sure if this is the level you want to impose that extra
Right.
level of thinking, for want of a better term. I reckon AFL, it'd work a treat. It takes away all the subjectivity of deliberate out of bounds.
So
here, there is no subjectivity anyway.
Yeah, good intercept by Trengo from Crawford Sanderson. And
Nice.
Trengo kicks beautiful little chip towards the Brazzle Dazzle show.
Chase Spade not too happy with that.
Well, you wouldn't have been happy with a kick inboard from Crawford Sanderson, would he?
Brazel says, Breeze, what Breeze? I'm going back and doing up my socks, doing up my shoes,
Went straight to...
touching my hair. He's doing the full prep job here.
So, Tyson Brazel has one for the day,
Yep,
Phil, only?
no multiple goal scorers yet.
Yep.
Oh no, Bartlett has 2.
Okay. So is Jolly. He's got 3. That looks good
No,
off the boot.
wrong Jolly.
I don't think it's going to make it. Nick Jolly it is. It gets underneath that. And the umpire has paid a free kick to Paynham this time. Trengove's had 6 disposals already in the third quarter, 23 for the match, and we are only 14 minutes gone.
Yeah, the Prince's of 8 goals have come from 7 different goal scorers, Bartlett with 2. Paynham's 6 goals have come from 4 different goal scorers, Nick Jolly with 3.
That's a nice mark by Liam Davis, wasn't it?
He's a long way up the field though, and he can't kick it to himself.
No, we can't. He's going to need Sam Barnett to feature in this play. That's the way he goes. 1 on 2. It's going to go over the top. Well held out. Doward made it very easy for Cameron Giles.
Yep, shouldn't be that. You're going to have a turnover. It shouldn't be that easy.
So as Giles decides to risk it and bring it back into the corridor, it's a nice kick. Hits up Lockie Charlton. They go back to where they just got it from. This time Agarastas is in the middle, but just goes over his head, and it's marked by Brinsley. So it's stop-start play at the moment. The game has slowed down a fraction as he heads towards the boundary. Tommy Fisher.
You can see him a mile off with that wide headband, can't you?
Been busy.
Yep. It's got kind of quiet here for a moment.
Yes, the crowd's gone quiet, and even the commentators have gone quiet.
Yeah.
The umpire's paid another free kick to Paynham.
Barnett.
I reckon that's Barnett, yep.
Kicks it across to the true centre wing position out of side. They move it down. It's not the greatest of bounce. This is Trenko? No, this is Bryce Woolard. Takes 2 bounces. Barnett's in pursuit. Did well.
That was a quick hands.
Pick got into it. Woolard has to lay the tackle on this occasion. And it's out of bounds. They gave some good yardage.
Jake Pitt, Sam Balderstone.
That was lightning, wasn't it?
Sam Balderstone warming up on the sidelines.
Good sign.
Yeah. So he might be okay now.
Well, you want your best players out there to see it through, don't you? On the last day.
A big punch by Jolly. Sends it forward towards Rook. Can he pick it up cleanly? He can't. He falls over. Opens it up for PAC. They do it well. Give it to Perryman. Into the corridor for the coach, Craig Pitt. What can he do? We need a little bit of life. Juice the crowd up and the commentators.
I think it's just setting up for a big final quarter, actually.
Yeah, it's a nice kick, actually. Is that Tromans that's got the ball there?
No, you might be right.
Or Tommy Humphreys, maybe.
I reckon they're more Humphreys than Tromans.
Trengo goes one-on-one with Nick Jolly.
Was Humphreys.
He loses that job.
All right. Where's the next goal coming from?
It's been a while. Oh, there it is again.
Not
that
right
kick
here.
into the corridor, turnover for Paynham that's killed them the last. He's called a point, the goal umpire, I reckon.
Yeah.
Very, very lucky for Paynham. Look at that.
Not wrong.
They're risking that kick coming out of the back half, bringing it back into the corridor, and it's not working for them.
It's 15 scoring shots to 9. Paynham have actually been accurate. They've actually kicked. They were 1 goal 3. Their last 5 scoring shots have all been goals. They've made the most of limited opportunities. You'd say Princes have been the better team, but they haven't put the game away yet.
Yeah.
They look pretty calm here with the turnover and the long kick resetting. Ooh, that's a free every day of the week, and don't be surprised if this will bring out a bit of grand final aggression.
You think, Phil?
I'm not an expert on the yellow cards to really judge that, Jacko, but it is Larson. Recovers quickly, and if you want to inflict some pain in return, this is what you do. Let that indiscretion result in a goal, and Cam Giles has the chance to do that.
Yeah, I see Craig Pitt quickly grabbed Mitch Wicks, who went in to remonstrate. He quickly said, no, mate, we've got a grand final to win. It's not about being the toughest
Not
player.
today.
It's about winning the grand final.
Love the shot there.
So this is Giles for number 2 only, Phil, is it?
Correct.
Being good forward, though. And that's good off the boot equally. Good goal, Cam Giles. That's his second. And, he's great value, whether it be in the ruck or forward, Cam Giles.
Yeah. Some beautiful vision there of the goal umpire in action. Says Phil, the president of the Adelaide Footy League Goal Umpire Appreciation Society.
Yeah.
Not sure if we mentioned the goal umpires earlier. If you talk some footy, Jacko, I'll find them, because we do need to mention those who got to be selected to be the umpires on the biggest game of the year.
Okay, so we're 19 and a half minutes gone. 22-point margin to Prince Alfred after kicking the last one. I reckon if they kick one more, it's almost over. But even saying that, Paynham did kick 4 goals. Here they come out of the middle. Riley Robinson, the second ruckman. kicks it forward. Orcello in good position as normal. Levicki hits what he should have done when he should have taken it. Allows Mackenzie Slee go around the corner. He misses the kick.
7-5, 9 wide.
Bartlett tries to handball through the traffic, gets cleaned up for his trouble. And as a result, Christian Rook ends up with the ball at half-back. Now it's Anthony Giannini. Lays it off to Max Hodges. Good kick towards Sam Barnett, but equally as good was Will Doward. And he sees the ball safely out of bounds.
You can see there from the vision what a crowd we have here at Richmond this afternoon. It was pretty good when the Goody Saints were here, but it certainly filled up at the start of the A-grade game.
No official word on the crowd, Phil, but I did hear 5,000.
No, it was not 5,000. I'd say it's 4 digits though.
Rook to Pippett to Davis, back Davis, tackled, tries to keep it alive. PAC, Robinson now, long, searching for Pitt, razzle dazzle. Mitch Larson does it well. Pitt, Jake Variety, he's barreled after he's kicked it, and Panaho has given a free kick down the ground, has he?
Oh no.
He has, yep. He's given a free kick down the ground to Bartlett. That's not tough, Todd. I'm sorry, mate. This is a grand final. You cannot be giving away free kicks like that. There wasn't a hell of a lot in it, but why give the opportunity to the umpire? I mean, technically it's there. Anyway, Tommy Bartlett for goal number 3 makes no mistake, and that is a bad blue by Paynham.
Yeah. What are we back at to 28? 22 minutes gone at Woodville. Old Ignatians.
In front?
15 points up.
Wow,
22-minute mark. 6-7. Oh, no, I can't read that. 8-7 to 6-4. So we'll
14.
give you some scores when we can. We know your main thing is this game, but of course, premierships are premierships. And
Prince Alfred have had the last 5 inside 50s,
Yep.
Phil, and 14-6 for the quarter. They are in complete control of this game at the moment.
We're back to where we were time on of the second quarter when Paynham made their run pretty much.
It feels like watching the game, it feels like a 7-8 goal margin rather than a, 30 points, 28 points, so 4.5.
Well,
feels like a 7.
Hang around a few more minutes. We'll see what if you're right.
Yep, they might get 5 or 4 in 5 minutes again as Roke comes around the corner. Goes towards Barnett. Doward punches the ball. Riley Robinson around the corner. Barrel by Barnett after he kicks it. Good contest there by Fisher. Forward. Jolly now comes back. Oh, can he get through the traffic? He does. Gets a free kick for too high in the end. And as a bonus, one of the Paynham boys, Tay Crawford-Sanson, ends up on the ground.
He couldn't fit through the gap, so he just played for the free. And Trango, beautiful mark. Here's a goal for the flag.
Oh, no.
Oh, man, oh, man. You set it up.
It was a nice mark. He took an absolute...
Yeah, cracker.
Great contested mark. Once again, Wilson coming back onto the ground. They really need him to just produce a little bit of magic, I think. Paynham's Mac Haynes with the ball inside the back pocket. Vicky working hard for him. Decides he's going to have to go long towards Orcello. Giles, only reason he didn't take the mark was Ollie Clark spilled it from his hands. It comes towards Jake Pitt. Now again Mitch Wicks around the corner. The Brazzle Dazzle show. It's 1v2. If he can keep it alive for Tommy Bartlett, he can't. Levicki gets it and gives it to John Giannini, who does the sensible thing and takes the ball through.
Yeah,
but
I reckon I've seen just about every Rocky movie.
They're under siege.
This is what happens, is we're just waiting for that one last knockout punch.
Yeah, it's a little bit of rope-a-dope too, I think, Phil.
Yeah, it could be. I think that was Rocky 4 was the rope-a-dope strategy. Or was that? No.
Muhammad Ali.
Rocky 3. Oh, no, it was Muhammad Ali. Rocky used it against Mr. T in Rocky 3.
Oh, you know your Rocky movies.
I do, mate. Well, it's going to take a Rocky-like performance for Paynham to get off the canvas here now. 24 minutes gone, maybe a couple of minutes left with the breeze. I think they've kicked 1 goal with it in this third quarter. Princes have kicked away. But the clearance with the red men. Slee, the touch kick. Umpire says going to be play on scenario. Hodges, good spin out of trouble. Turnover. The turnover's at 50. Levicki wrong-footed. Tap to Bartlett. If it sits, Levicki! Brazil got a foot to it. He did. He got a foot to that. It's a goal. And that has got to be it.
Levicki not happy. He's gesturing to the umpire to say, what, maybe holding the ball? Was that what he was applying
to say
for?
he wants to punch the padding. Okay. Never too sure how good that padding
See
is.
if we can get a replay of that. Simon Black contender for play of the day. Here it is. So it's Wicks that brings it in. Now it's Mackenzie
If
Slee.
he's going to argue with anyone, it should be the field umpire for not paying holding the ball. Ball spilled free, kicked it over, clear as day.
Yep. So it's Mitch Wicks. Punched by Bartlett. Good tackle by Levicki. It's hard to see, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, bottom line is the best view was the person who made the decision in the goal umpire.
Yep, they have a chance now, Payneham, though. Free kick paid to them in the middle of the ground. And they play on quickly, which is what they're going to need to do. Giannini goes long towards Davis. Been good in the air all day, and that is three-quarter time, and couldn't come quick enough for Payneham because they trail 6-3 versus PAC 11-3. That is a margin of 36 points, or, as they say in the classics, 6 goals. Premiership quarter, you've said at half-time.
Premiership quarter, I know. Well, we're still 35, 40 minutes away from proving it, but I like the theory. Goal scorers, let's quickly go through those as we see what Lambo's up to. He's gone to the huddles. Okay, for Prince Alfred, there's 6 goals. Same as at half-time, I think. 3 to Jolly, singles to Pippett. Oh, Barnett kicked one, my apologies. And Bartlett, the other one. For Princes, they're 11. I reckon I've got them all. 1 to Ollie Clark, 1 to Craig Pitt, 1 to Jack Trengo, 2 to Tyson Brazel, 2 to Tommy Bartlett, 1 to Hayden Jolly, and 2 to Cam Giles. If I missed one there, I apologise. All set up for the Red Men. We'll take a quick break, be back with more, and the final quarter of the season. You're watching the Adelaide Footy League Div 1 Grand Final. Thanks to Filming Footy.
Like Kim's Kardashian. For all the brands they love, everyday Aussies, check out Catch. This is Usain. When something needs fixing, he's onto it fast. That's why Usain uses the Catch app for things like Usain's bolts. For anything they need fast, everyday Aussies, check out Catch.
Get a quick and easy low-rate car loan from Police Credit Union today.
Welcome back, everyone. Three-quarter time at Hisense Stadium. The huddles have broken for the last time this year. Let's go to up Andrew Ryder.
Boys, three-quarter time here in the grand final. Prince Alfred up by 6 goals. They've had all the answers. They've got one more quarter. Pitties gave his last spill. Let's finish it off. Go direct. Be tough around the ball. Payneham, too many turnovers still. Can they do it? They've done it before. Kick long, be direct, kick the ball in the forward line and create. It's been a really good game. Prince Alfred for me, but keep enjoying it and watching it, and well done, boys. See you soon.
Thank you, Lambo.
You have to fix that hat up for him, try and get that straight on his noggin.
Lost cause. It's like the Leighton Hewitt trademark, the backward hat.
Yeah.
He's trading the 45-degree sideways version. Yeah. But as the crowd disperses,
the great men head back towards their pocket.
the only thing I can give Payneham fans hope with at the moment is we've seen twice this season against Prince Alfred they have the ability to score a bag of goals in a hurry.
Yeah.
They've done it once today, they're going to have to do it twice and then some. It is 1 quarter to go to bring us home. You're with Sean Jackson.
Cam Giles, who got the game up and going in the last quarter, up against Balderstone back on, struggling to jump there, Balderstone, but he did push Giles out the way. PAC it is that goes forward to start with. Now they go into their forward 50. Nice kick out in front of Brazzle Dazzle. It's a good punch by Levicki. Ball goes forward. The veteran Bartlett.
Oh.
Bartlett! Dear oh dear. Put the long sleeve on, Tommy, and excite us properly. Finish your work. That would have been beautiful inside 30 seconds again. Their ability to score quickly has been sensational. Every quarter they've scored something.
Well, they've
minute.
been Cobra Kai. They strike first, they strike hard, and they show no mercy.
Yes. So Levicki wins a free kick and then kicks it directly into the man on the mark. PAC now an opportunity through. Trengove goes towards the square. Unfortunately, ball trickles out of bounds.
Well, I've got my 40-40 theory. If you ever get up by 40 points with 40 minutes left of game time, you do not lose. At this level.
Right, okay.
And we're, 37 points.
40 minutes, with 40 minutes
40.
play. Oh,
here's your time. Oh, no.
This has missed an absolute sitter.
Oh, look.
So, just to give you an interesting stat, Phil, we didn't go through the stats at three-quarter time, but PAC had 9 out of the last 10 forward 50 entries.
18-7 for the third quarter.
And I reckon that's the first 3 for this quarter. So they are in complete control of this game at the moment.
Yeah, look at Hodges. Look at he's battling and there is no help whatsoever. Ollie Clark says, thank you very much. I'll take that football. I'll take it inside 50. I'll find a teammate. He's got some helpers. And Orcello eventually has to come in and do something about this.
Thank God for Dylan Orcello. He's played a sensational game for
Balderstone's come off at the 3-minute mark of the quarter. I think he's done.
He looks banged up, doesn't he?
He does. That tackle by Giles as intercepted by Pitt.
Is that Levicki again that kicked the ball?
It was.
Wow.
He's half done as well, I suspect.
Yeah. I guess you got to play when you're 6 goals down, or 7. No, 6. You've got to play a bit more adventurous to try and get back. So they're going to make a few mistakes as a result. But that one's absolutely critical, Phil.
Jake Pitt has not goaled today.
Had a sensational start to the game. Been a bit quiet since quarter time, but
Prince's pocket as Pitt unloads. set to erupt but can't.
That's 3 points, isn't
That's
it?
3 behinds. And now, no, we're not there. Yeah, we're 39 points. They've doubled the score, 3 minutes gone. Don't forget, Jacko, you have the job of the best player, and I have to come up with a player of the day, thanks to Archie's footwear.
All right, those Levicki goes looking for Barnett. Around the corner they come, Paynham towards Davis. Riley Robinson in good position, although the handball's not the best. And
Here we
now
go.
Anthony Wilson has a chance to stamp his mark on the game. He can't take it. He's tackled and the ball now goes out of bounds, but looked like he might have been able to do something there, but he struggled to have any real influence on the game today, Anthony Wilson, which is disappointing for Paynham supporters.
Yeah. Not even a real what could have been. You could have probably said what could have been at half time.
Yep.
But the second half has been pretty much one directional.
Good tap by Jolly.
And it's picked up by Nye. They'll work it through.
John to Anthony. Now back towards Wilson. Ball goes over his head to Lockie Charlton. He now comes towards the boundary line looking for Pitt. He can't take it. Ball spills to the front. Anthony Ginnity tries to hack it off the ground. Misses it completely. And we'll have another ball up. Some players there looking like they've got some early signs of cramp, which is not to be not surprising. It's Cameron Milne who's done a power of work in the ruck and up forward.
Post game, we will stay with the coverage until the premiership team heads down the race.
Until Port Power start there.
Yeah, until we see the lights
we see
of Adelaide Oval turn on.
Yeah, we'll be out of here.
Or the torrential rain comes.
Crowd
Take your
will be
pick.
starting to move into there, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Okay, boundary throw, and we are 5 minutes gone. No one able to score a goal yet. Now, John Giannini. This ball smothered off his boot. He's well tackled by Wicks. We're going to see a lot of this quarter. PAC will try and get numbers, big numbers around the ball. If you have a look, they've got plenty of numbers there. They're going short, one forward. For the first time this game, we've got a spare for Paynham, and PAC rolling an extra around the ball. So the decision for Paynham is, do they go and cover that man or continue to leave a spare? Looks like or Cello or Hodges will set up as the spare player. Now around the corner, top of the square. Can someone take it for Paynham? They can't. It's Perryman on the left foot to Jolly, to Wicks, to Pitt, Jake Variety. Sure, we've got a contender for the Simon Black Academy Player of the Day.
Yeah, I'm thinking
Field,
about that. I'm waiting for something spectacular to happen. I mean, maybe it's just the siren, but I mean, that is every grand final. That is the moment.
I guess it's probably the goal of the game, the first goal of the game, the first 30 seconds.
That set the tone, didn't it?
Yeah.
With Ollie Clark breaking around the back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, some of the tackling to me has been the play of the day, but
yeah, both sides tackled well.
Gave one to Corey Gregson from Morphettville Park last week. He just had this brilliant solo tackle that stood out.
Right.
But we're looking for things to talk about because the game isn't giving us much at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of a lull as Jack O'Leary heads long. Nice mark. Gee, he's tried hard all day today, Liam Davis.
We have our first final score, by the way. I'll share that shortly.
Yep, really like his game, and he's kicked it, and Roike has marked, or Rook has marked it inside 50. Persevered pretty well all day today too. Christian Rook, he's had 6, 6 and 5 across the 3 quarters touches. So he's done his bit against Trengove there. A nice mark. Looks like he'd be too far out for mine. He's kicking from about 50, tries to punch it low. A good kick. He's hit Liam Davis. Don't know how they left him unattended. That's the last player you would have left unattended or with a hole to be able to run into. So Craig Pitt wouldn't have been happy with that bit of defence.
Well, there's the faintest flicker for Paynham Norwood Union. I think I'm not sure why they're waving the flags behind the goals when they're... Someone's got to teach the kids cheer squad etiquette.
Yes.
You do not wave the flags when it's your team kicking for goals. We have a score. Jacko, what's better than winning a premiership?
Winning a premiership by 1 point.
Yeah, maybe. Even better than that.
winning by 100 points.
Winning a premiership in a perfect season. And that's
Elizabeth.
what the Elizabeth Eagles have done. They've defeated Smosh West Lakes by
Paul's.
20. Sorry, they defeated St. Paul's, sorry. They defeated St. I was thinking Swoosh Smosh, all got mixed up there for a sec. But the Eagles, perfect season. Well done.
What was the margin, Phil?
A fair bit. 3 goals, 7, 25 points. Okay. After half time, if the scores I got were correct, Elizabeth kicked 2 goals, 5. St. Paul's kicked 1 goal.
Right, low scoring affair. And a big ground too.
Hence why we've got it at the 15-minute mark. Early in the piece.
So Jolly in the ruck. Can he get Payneham going this quarter like he did in the second? He certainly tried hard today, Nick Jolly. Like both him and Lee and Davis, the tools for Payneham have been pretty sound. So it's Jolly versus Robinson. Milner's gone forward. Jolly, ball goes over the back. No one able to take it effectively. Pitt it is that gets it first. There's plenty of numbers around these contests. Ansell's there. Can someone please pick it up off the ground? Brent Ansell does, then drops it. Please. This quarter has been devoid of highlights since about the first minute.
Hanging out for one so we can put it in the package, but
yes.
No one's playing nice at this point. Oh well.
So PAC happy to see the clock tick down. There's no doubt about that. Will they come in board here? I wouldn't think he would bother risking it at this stage of the game. He doesn't. Now comes into the corridor. That's a good kick to Riley Robinson. Spoilt by Jolly, but a free kick for over the shoulder. The umpire has deemed that. And he will now go towards the Brazzle Dazzle show, I would have thought. No, he heads to the pocket. In good position there and able to take a really good mark in the end. Is that Trengove? I think it is. Keeps it low. Doesn't hit the target. Now Payneham come out. It's good footy. Ansell. What's he going to do?
Gone a fair way.
He looked up and there was nothing to kick to. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Edward Murdoch's there. He now lays it off towards Tommy Fisher. He's well smothered by Pippin. He has another crack at it, Fisher. On the left foot, if you don't mind. Bit unlucky there, Payneham, but that is a really, really strong finish by Tommy Fisher.
Let's go down to Lambo.
Oh, I don't think he's quite ready, mate. He's trying to get his microphone ready.
There is some wonderful redemption in that moment, Jacko. When Princes lost to Payneham, it was Anthony Wilson who took the ball, and we'll go to Lambo.
Boys, young Sam Balderstone's off for the rest of the game for Payneham, and Prince Alfred seem to be just going all the way now. Back to you.
Thanks, man. I was going to say it was Fisher who was left ankleless as Wilson wheeled around and kicked the game winner. I reckon he's just kicked the sealer here.
Yeah, well, they're double their score, more than double their score. They're 84 points to 40. Back in the middle, Robinson. Tom Humphreys. We're inside 50 again to Brazzle, Dazzle. Payneham good enough now to bring the ball out. Nice handball into the corridor by Jack O'Leary towards Wilson. But Trengove stepping in the way. He's certainly going to be a contender for the Dartfish Man of the match, and what a season that would be for him, winning the Willis Medal, winning the best on ground and a premiership in his first full season of Adelaide Footy League. So Jolly has it straight down the middle of the ground. Nice kick towards Pippett. Trengove again there, taps it out intelligently, gives it to Brinsley. Now it's Perryman, the left footer. Nice kick to Bryce Woolard. He now goes towards Edward Murdoch, who set the last goal up. Got a lot of left footers in this side, PAC. He's another one of them. And a strong contest over there. So, folks, 12 minutes gone. It's very hard to see Payneham being able to get up from this stage.
Well, they need 8 goals.
They need 8. 8 in 10 minutes, 8 and 15 minutes.
And that's, I guess if they kick 8, it will go 15 minutes. As the boundary umpire throws it in. One more time into the breeze. That fell a bit short. They're going to keep with it. Fisher's going to work by the boundary. Couldn't keep it in, which can tell you. Div 2, Old Iggies have just kicked another goal. They lead Glenunga by 14 points.
Wow.
That is 6 minutes into the final quarter, so we are a bit ahead of them.
And Glenunga been hot favourites all year, haven't
couldn't
they?
Couldn't have been any hotter, could they?
No.
But Old Iggy's got him in the last round. We thought, oh, that's just last round.
They did, but on the back of their ruckman not coming up today, Braden DePrince really hurt him, but hasn't hurt him.
So we will be on air a reasonable bit, and we hope to have all the final scores from the A-grade grand finals, all 7 of them.
Nice mark taken by Sam Barnett.
He'll send
towards Ansell. Ollie Clark, been pretty good, Ollie Clark. Now Giannini. Todd Panaho in there as well. PAC, can someone take the ball cleanly? Tackled by Clark. The umpire will rightly call that a ball up.
All right, let's come on. Let's get some. What can we get excited about here, Lambo? I'm just waiting to see what happens when the siren goes and the Prince's pocket storms onto the ground. That will be a sight to behold. Fisher has it. He has the time and space to bounce, draw the defender, put his teammate under a bit of pressure.
10 years ago, that was a hip and shoulder all day, every day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just clean him right up.
Now you have to think twice.
Yeah.
Hodges has it. I guess it's a safer game because of it, if not as spectacular. Certainly no lack of physicality or tackling today, though. Some of those tackles in the second quarter were unreal. They're moving it slowly but surely, the Falcons, looking for their first goal. 4-on-1 contest. Barnett lurks. In the end, just too good. We're looking for MVP. I'd almost give it to the Prince's defence. They've been good for just about all of today. And Sell, Slee pushed under it. Still too good. Still too good.
Yep.
Tom Brinsley, Lockie Charlton, they have been unstoppable there.
Yep,
Fisher onto Trengove. Well, they have a stoppage in front of the windsock.
Who are the 6 goal kickers for Payneham today?
6 goals kickers? All right. Actually, it's 7, but that's okay. Bartlett's kicked 3. Brazel 2. Giles 2. Singles to Hayden Jolly, Jack Trengove, Craig Pitt and Ollie Clark.
Sorry, I did say Payneham, mate. The 6 goals.
Oh, sorry.
6 goals for Payneham.
3 to Nick Jolly.
Yep.
Singles to Pippett, Barnett and Bartlett.
So nothing out of, a couple of blokes that they might have hoped for. As Orcello has the ball now, lays it off towards Matty Nye. Heads towards the boundary line. It's kept in by Louis Clem around the corner. Unfortunately, I think that might be a throw, and it is.
No goals to Liam Davis, no goals to Christian Rook, and no goals to Anthony Wilson.
Yeah.
They've shut down half their forward line. Shut them out.
Yep.
Yes, that one is towards the boundary. 15 minutes gone. Been a great season. We thank you all for your patronage through the year.
So has averaged 2 goals a game this year, Anthony Wilson. He's kicked 30 from 15. So, yeah.
Davis averages 2.5.
Yep.
Rook averages 1. Just he had that purple patch in the comeback. So what's that? That's 4 goals.
That's 5.
Yeah.
In saying that, I think Liam Davis has been, he's worked very hard all day. He's come up the ground a fair bit.
A lot, yeah.
They haven't had the luxury of being able to play. Now Wilson's got it.
Nice juke, nice drive.
Yeah, and a nice centering pass into John Giannini. And he's straight in front. He won't miss from there. The skipper, he doesn't. And that's a little bit of sweetness in amongst the sour for Payneham Norwood
What
Union.
that does is, I think, if I've read, oh crikey, not only have the kids behind the goals brought the flags, they've brought the cut up. Just to explain what that is, that's where you used to get the telephone. Remember the telephone books, Jack?
Yeah.
You'd rip them up and you'd throw them.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of. Are they birds behind the goals? When a goal was kicked, all this stuff just flew up.
Right. Okay.
I might be wrong. No, that's cut up.
It's cut up. Someone's been working hard with the scissors overnight.
Councils used to hate that, I can tell you. Especially around September when the new phone books came out.
Well, some of your misspent youth starting
Down
to
over under the Barry Jarman grandstand, yep. Absolutely.
So we're 17.5 gone. Orcello into the ruck now, which is an interesting move. Giannini going onto the ball. Someone need to provide a spark for Paynham, but it's Hayden Jolly who's been good all day again. Nice kick.
Good.
Towards Craig Pitt. Been a good duel, him and Hodges, at times. Haven't been together all day, but certainly spent some time on each other. He goes looking for his brother. Good effort by Brazel. Levicki, good to see him still back out there, but he's kicked it straight to Craig Pitt again. He gets another crack at it. We'll see what it does with this forward entry. He try and kick. He's got a Lockie McNamara on the boundary line if he wants to use him. He doesn't. He decides to go long. Again in the direction of Brazel. Well taken by Louis Clem around the corner, but the same result as the last clearance out of the back 50, and that is it's ended up directly with Paynham. Now, number 6 for PAC. Just didn't get enough purchase on it, Edward Murdoch. And now Ollie Clark has taken a mark. About 30 metres from goal, straight in front. The chance for Prince Alfred to finally go with more goals than points if he scores. This will push him out to 13-12. So we've got a couple of awards to give at the end of the day. One is the BOG Dartfish Man of the Match, which wins the iconic beanie, and of course the Simon Black Academy Play of the Day. So Ollie Clark, he's going to kick this from about 30 metres. The wind at his back. What's left of it. And he makes absolutely no mistake. The man who kicked the first goal of the game gets his second in the last quarter and pushes PAC, and we're with Lambo.
Oliver Clark kicked the first goal of the game, boys. It looks like he's kicked the last goal too. So Prince Alfred comfortably at the moment, and there's not too long to go. Back to you, boys.
Yes, that's the disadvantage of Craig not having an earpiece. He didn't hear that. That's exactly what I had just said, but all good. We can fix next year with a bigger budget. An earpiece for Craig and a hat that fits straight. We'll be happy.
Thank you, Jacko. Time on. Final quarter of the final game of the season. And the Redmen will win their second flag at Division 1 level 5 years after their first in 2016 and 2 years after they lost narrowly to this very same Falcons side. I always hate the term the next year when they play and they talk about grand final replays. Yeah. But this is kind of like a grand final replay because the stakes are the same. So you can talk about, they got the flag, they got a bit of revenge on 2 years ago because it's the same prize, the same pain and penalty. And they've done it beautifully, Prince Alfred today. Ansell on to Rourke. The Falcons haven't stopped running. Although they've just looked undermanned throughout. They've lost a couple of their big men have got injured late. And they've really been, to be honest, just outclassed.
I reckon there'll be some sore players from both sides though, Phil. It's been a very, very physical game with no quarter asked and none given, that is for sure.
44-point margin.
Trengove hacks it off the ground towards Pitt. Mitch Larson. Can he keep alive? John Giannini gives it to his brother Anthony. Now in the hands of Matty Nye around the corner. Best position though was Hayden Jolly. He lays it off to Ed Murdoch, who's got leather poisoning this quarter, as has Tommy Fisher. The chance to run into an open 50. Probably ran too close to Pat Levicki, but it doesn't matter. Had all the time in the world to be able to keep the ball low and hit up the Brazzle Dazzle show, and I think he'll be kicking for his third, will he, Phil?
Yep, I believe you're right, Jerko.
Good recruit this year for PAC, Tyson Brazzle. Not sure where they got him from.
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast,
I
was
think.
it? Yeah, no money.
Somewhere north.
No, nothing being spared in their recruiting drive this year, PAC, that is for sure. They've given Craig Pitt, one of the best teams, one of the best sides, to figure in the Adelaide Footy League for many a year. So Tyson Brazzle for his third. He's directly in front of goal. About 30 metres. Skips once. Lays it nicely on the boot, but gee whiz, he's pushed that far wide. And that's a
pain. I mean, look, does it really matter if you lose by 50 or 70?
Not really. No.
Paynham could have, they're going to win by 45 and they could have won by 70.
Had their kicking been a little bit over. That's a lovely kick from Levecki. He's done that well all season. Hopefully he'll be back next year. Anthony Giannini has it to mop up. Through Rook, who's got touches. Can't say he's had a huge influence, though. Towards Jolly.
Ooh.
Opponent slips over.
Orcello
comes up forward. I'll fix your forward problem, says Orcello. Gives it to Nick Jolly, whose kick is high and out of bounds on the full. Can tell you that at Woodville, it is Old Ignatians by 26 points at the 17-minute mark of the final quarter.
Wow. That is all
That's
over.
a write-up for the books.
That is all over for Glenunga, if that is correct, Phil, and it is.
Well, the big question will then be, come October, do they both get promotion, which would be the first time Old Iggies have ever been in the top flight, and will Glenunga join them?
Trengove it is, inside the back 50, long down the line. No one able to mark that one. Ball spills to ground. And we've got a lot of numbers around the ball. Players now starting to get cramped. Big deck. This is as big a ground as they would play on. Can't think of any ground bigger in the Adelaide Footy League.
No.
And Richmond, a great surface here today. And a thrill for the boys to be able to play here. And a good crowd. Been a cracking crowd, and they've all stayed. No one's left, which
is important.
You could excuse at this stage of the game. But it is grand final day, and there is no tomorrow. We'll have to lick our lips tonight and sit and watch Port Adelaide and the Bulldogs.
And then I'm off to Adelaide Oval tomorrow for a Sandford doubleheader.
Oh, the mighty Eagles.
Is too much football never enough?
No.
Well, this weekend might find out. 6 games in 2 days.
Yeah.
I'm glad my wife didn't work it out until last night when it was too late that I was going to 5 football games this weekend. Kick inside, Darwood. He's been a rock of Gibraltar.
Yeah, tried pretty hard, Sam Barnett, I will say. It just hasn't gone his way today. They're not certainly disgraced by any means, but that is a disgrace. Will Darwood's kick. He's not sure what happened there. But the Sting has well and truly gone out of this game, folks. It's 25 minutes gone. Shouldn't be a lot of pain left to endure for Payneham Norwood Junior, but they should take some pride in the return to the big dance. Last year it didn't figure in the finals. Jace Bode's first year at the club. So it was a good achievement this year to make it to the grand final, and some promising signs for them in the future. They played in the final of the B grade, didn't quite get the job done there either, but it's a good sign when you've got the A's and the B's both playing in the grand final. So if you're a Payneham Norwood Union supporter and you're sitting at home a little bit disappointed, I think you've got a lot of rosy blue sky in front of you. PAC, well, they've been around the mark for quite a while. They've been quite consistent, and the recruiting of the two brothers, the Jake Pitt and Craig Pitt, has been a masterstroke. Whoever orchestrated that a few years ago, they've been terrific value, past players, both having been at SANFL football. So Pippett lays it off to Rook, takes the bloke on the mark, around, has a shot on goal. Looks good off the boot, actually. It is. Not a lot of excitement around that, but it's a bit of a consolation prize. Christian Rookie's tried pretty hard all day. Payneham out to 8-4, trailing Prince Alfred 13-13. That margin now 39 points, I think. So we're at the stage now where the PAC boys are starting to congratulate each other on the side. And as I mentioned when we called the reserves game, this is the best part of the game. If you're a player or you're a coach and you know you can't get beaten, they can drag these last couple of minutes on forever because it's such a great feeling. Payneham, on the other hand, they'll want the siren to sound as soon as possible. They've had enough. I've lost my co-host.
Mate, just setting up the big post-game show thanks to catch.com.au screaming good deals.
Okay.
Just making sure everybody is okay with what we're doing. You just got to share your memories and tell us how Princes won the game.
Righto.
But it's getting a bit dark here now, as it usually does at 5 to 5. A late start, later finish than normal.
Don't think they'll be putting the lights on. Might need the night vision for the time the presentations are done. No real rush to go on, is it? 28 minutes gone. I think both teams, if you ask both teams, look, it's bad light, can we come off? They'll take it.
Jake Pitt, I think, with the footy now. There it is. There is the siren. They put the Payneham Norwood Union people out of their misery. PAC, well, no surprise here today, folks, because they've clearly been the best side all year, and it would have been an upset for Payneham Norwood Union to win. Look, they battled hard all day, there's no question about that. It was a physical game right from the word go, but in the end, PAC's class was just too great.
Let the coronation begin. Princes, Kings of the Adelaide Footy League, the Sip and Save Division 1 for season 29. As we let our cameras do most of the talking. Jacko, this exhilaration, you've been through this 4 times.
Well, have a look. There's just we live in a different world now. We live in a COVID world with masks and personal space, etc., but that's all out the window in the euphoric atmosphere that is the winning of a grand final in Division 1. So congratulations to the Prince Alfred College. As I mentioned before, they've been the best side all year. They deserve to win. And Payneham, well, they can take some consolation in the fact that they've improved significantly on where they were at the end of last year.
The umpires getting their drinks, leaving their votes. Congratulations, Andrew Crosby, Jason Mounts, the field umpires today. Peter McMullen, Sam Scarman, Anthony Bertoli, Andrew Roberts on the boundary, Michael Reid and Steve Martin with the goals today. And I guess you've given your selection for best player. No different real selection than what the umpires would give. I'll be fascinated to see if we have a match come the end of the presentations.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's the judges for that. Who?
The umpires.
The umpires for the medal, are they?
Yeah, they're giving the vote. They're advising the league officials right now what their votes are. Off camera is the mix of you feel for Payneham. They just want to get off the field. They have to firstly somehow break into the joyous huddles and shake everybody's hands, and then find a spot in the cold, overcast conditions to sit through a ceremony before heading into their own enclosure.
I will say it's a lonely time for the A-grade coach after losing a grand final, mate. So Jace Bode looks a little bit lost out there.
We often say you were a 4-time winner. Were you on the losing end?
Yeah, absolutely I was, yeah. I think I coached 5 or 6 grand finals that were losses. It took me a long time before I was able to get my first one. And as I mentioned, as a playing coach, not as difficult because Jace would be out there with his players.
Yep.
But as a non-playing coach, it's hard to try and find the right words to say to a coach after you lose a grand final, because nothing would suffice. Luckily, his daughter's come up to give him a cuddle now, which he'd be pleased as punch to see. And he'll get around his players. He's in his second year now at Payneham Norwood Union, and he can take some consolation in the fact that they're much improved on where they were last year.
Yeah. Celebrations also for the Paraka Bulls, who have defeated Kenilworth in Div 5 by a pretty good margin. 65 points by in my head mathematics.
Yeah, wow.
I was going to ask you, look, losing a grand final is never easy. Is it slightly easier if you know you've been outclassed by the best team all year and the better team on the day, than if you get so close you could almost touch it and lose it in a heartbreaking fashion?
Yeah, absolutely it is. Absolutely. I mean, Jace, he's no dummy. He's come into the game today knowing that if they were to win, they would have had to have done everything right and got PAC on a bad day. I mean, that was the difference in ability between the two sides, let's be honest about it. They've been the form side all year for a reason, and they finished top for a reason, and they were able to demonstrate all of that today. Whoever has assembled the playing group has done a magnificent job. Certainly a lot of praise goes to Craig Pitt and Jake Parkinson, whoever else is involved there.
Well, if they put as much effort
and expertise into putting this team together as they do when we go there and they set us up with the facilities, which they don't have.
Yeah, well, let's be honest, they have a big advantage over a lot of the over the club sides now with the football factory that is their school.
Yep.
As do St. Peter's. I mean, they have a massive advantage over the clubs when they get the numbers they do playing first, seconds, thirds at their school, get them infiltrating into their old scholars the year after. Someone once said to me that once they started paying, look out, and now they pay. It has exactly been that.
That said, the previous 4 winners, Tea Tree Gully, Payneham and Goodwood Saints last year.
Okay, yeah.
Princes this year and 2017 escapes me for the moment.
Yep.
The thing about Princes this year was how they dominated. This was their 11th straight win. Their last 9 games, their average winning margin was 85 points.
Yeah.
You can have a good month. That's 9 games, and that's what it's all about. We talk about the cup normally. Well, here it's a shield.
Yeah.
And it is chock-a-block with history of South Australian football.
And folks, this is the difference between winning and losing. If we were able to pan back with the camera, you'd see there's a throng of people around Prince Alfred and not many around Payneham Norwood Union. But hey, they'll lick their lips. One thing you'll know about Payneham Norwood Union Footy Club, they'll lick their lips and they'll come back out harder again next year. They're a good, strong club for a reason.
Yep.
And they've been in a power setter in Division 1 for quite a while.
We'll go down to D. Shepherd with the presentations.
1 grand final. Congratulations to Prince Alfred Old Collegians, to 2021 premiers. Please welcome the runner-up coach, Jace Bode from Payneham Norwood Union, for a few words.
Just on behalf of the Payneham Footy Club, congratulations to PAC. You've had an outstanding year. Our rivalry is fantastic, and the way that you guys have handled yourself, your footy this year has been exceptional. So congratulations to Parko, to Pity, Adam and the boys. Fantastic effort this year. To the league, thanks for putting us on and having us up there. Obviously it's had its challenges this year, but we're grateful that we've been able to play some footy considering everything else that's going on in the world. To my boys, disappointing day, but be proud of your season. We've had an absolute dip. It's had its challenges, but nothing but respect for the efforts that we've put in, and thank you. To our major sponsors, GPA, Nutrog as well, Antonia Marks, thank you for your ongoing support. To our support staff, footy directors, coaches, team trainers, managers, everyone that makes this footy club such a fantastic place, thank you for your efforts this year as well, and look forward to seeing everyone back at the club. Thank you.
And now I'd like to invoke the Premiership coach, Craig Pitt.
First of all, commiserations, Payneham. We've had some super games over the last 3 or 4 years, and today was no exception. You really came hardest in that second quarter, and you're a great club. We respect you so much, Jace. You've done a great job, and Johnny as well. So keep your heads high. You've had a fantastic season, and I look forward to all our rivalries in the future. I'm sure we'll have many more to come. To the league, like Jace said, fantastic for us to be able to play pretty much a full season for a change. You've done a terrific job, but made some pretty hard decisions when it came regards to shortening the finals and things like that. But we're just thankful we got to come out here today and play football. To our boys, to Jim Park, who's been a super support for the club, to Sis, president, to Pez as captain. It's been a terrific journey for us this year. We've really come together, and it probably wasn't our football that improved so much this year, but our connection with each other. So something to cherish for the rest of your life now. So thank you everybody for coming out. It was a fantastic day.
And I welcome umpire Andrew Crosby up to award the best on ground, Jack Trengrove, number 9. I don't always come with medals. And welcome Bill Johnson to present the Premiership players with their medals.
Okay. First, number 39, Mitchell Larson. Number 7, Ryan Tromans. Number 6, Ned Murdoch. Number 25, Lockie Charlton. Number 13, Tom Fisher. Number 10, Tyson Brazel. Number 8, Tom Wicks. Mitch Wicks! Mitch Wicks! Sorry, Mitchell. Number 1, Ollie Clark. Number 19, Riley Robinson. Number 26, Tom Humphreys. Hasn't this guy been amazing all year? Cameron Giles, number 29. Number 17, Jake Pett. Number 14, Bryce Willard. Number 22, Lachlan McNamara. Number 35, Mackenzie Slee. Who's next? Let's go number 27, Hayden Jolly. Number 16, Will Doward. Number 24, Tom Brinsley. This guy, for those of you who don't know, won the Association goal kicking medal this year. Number 11, Thomas Bartlett. Our other medalist for the year, number 9, Jack Trengove. I'm not really sure what the protocol is here, whether it should be the coach or whether it should be the captain. Let's go to coach. Number 4, Craig Pitt. And our loved by all, captain Adam Perryman, number 15.
So we have the captain and coach up again. And we award you with the shield, the cup, and the flag. We'll do the one with the shield. And guys, come over.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for this year's Div 1 Premiers, Prince Alfred Old Collegians.
And welcome, an anthem that always rings true on this day. We are the champions and they are the Prince Alfred Old Collegians. We'll let the pictures tell the stories. Might just rotate through. We'll have some Dartfish stats and some highlights shortly. We may even have an interview with Lambo. We'll just see how that plays out. We do want to sort of respect that this is the players' moments. Div 2, Old Iggy's beat Glenunga by 34 points. Div 3, North Haven beat Gazer by 21, and that was the closest result I have yet. Div 5, Paraka over Kenilworth by 65. Div 6, Elizabeth over St Paul's, the perfect season to the Elizabeth Eagles by 25. And Div 7, Brahma Lodge have gone back to back, beating the minor premiers Central United by 52 points. Don't have a score from Morphy Parks in Smosh. For me, 6 out of 7. Look at that history of Prince Alfred. The college, 152 years old. The team, 95 years old. The third oldest club behind Adelaide Union, Kenilworth. The story I love about Prince Alfred, their rivalry with St Peter's so intense. They just wanted to be demoted so they could play St Peter's because that's what they existed to do. And they won their first A-grade flag in 2016. They now have a second cup from Division 1 to add to that. And you can see Premiers 2015 and 16 around the mark. We weren't sure about today. Well, next year I'll have to slot in 2021 Premiers. And interesting, Jacko, you look at those pictures and you see the family. You see the shield being taken. I hope someone looks after that.
Yes.
And the flag, yeah, that looks very rippable.
Oh, I see one thing only.
What's that?
Smiles on faces.
Yeah, that's it.
Smiles on faces. And that's nothing brings joy to volumes of people like winning a premiership. And congratulations again to the Prince Alfred Old Collegians because they've put smiles on a lot of faces out on the oval, as Payne would have had they won.
We might just, if we can, put the Dartfish stats in a sec, just maybe in the corner, so we can discuss those. I have a feeling they're going to be here for a while.
Yeah. Well, they're going to do a lap, is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not going to do it. Well, there is no point in doing a lap.
The crowd's dispersed.
Pretty much they're there. As you have a look at the Adelaide skyline, we might just get a look at the Dartfish stats when they come up.
One thing I will make you aware of, Phil, I do have the stats, individual stats for the certain players we tracked today.
Yeah, well, Lockie's
Trengove
been a legend as always. What did Lockie come up with?
Yeah, well, Jack Trengove was the man that we awarded the Dartfish. Well, we haven't been able to award it to him yet, but we certainly gave
Just
him.
keeping an eye if Lambo gets there. It may not.
Well, first of all, talk about the stats that are up on the screen, the game day live stats. Last quarter, not a lot in anything really there other than clearances in favour of Prince Alfred. Marks again 19-13. So over the course of the game, if you cast your eye to the right hand side of the screen, you can see that inside 50, significant advantage to PAC, 51-36. Tackles in favour of PAC as well. Turnovers higher for Payne of Norwood Union. Tackles inside 50 higher for Prince Alfred. Hit-outs were the only area that Payne of Norwood Union won convincingly there, even though Cam Giles battled manfully. Centre clearances ended up in favour of Prince Alfred 12-6, and marks 72-50, and almost another 50% on top of that. Individual player stats that I'll make you aware of. Jack Trengove, we gave him the Dartfish player of the match. He ended up with 20 kicks, 15 handballs, so that's 35 touches, 10 marks, 5 tackles and 1 goal. And he's a player that does it all. He is not afraid to get his hands dirty and quite often will end up around the 10 tackles. Jolly from Payneham had 12 kicks, 4 handballs, 15 hit-outs and 3 goals. And Lockie McNamara had 9 kicks and 11 handballs. And Christian Rock had 16 kicks and 5 handballs and 8 clearances. So all the players we tracked had an impact on the game, but clearly, as I mentioned, Jack Trengove, well, what a year he's had. We knew he was the best credential player when he came into the league. I can't remember a player having come almost straight out of AFL into the league. He's certainly straight off an AFL list, and, well, he set the competition alight. His form was fantastic last year. I go so far as to say, had he played last year, they probably would have won last year too, Phil, had he not got injured.
Yeah. No, can't disagree with that.
So a marvellous day for the Red Men. And, well, look out if you live in the eastern suburbs is all I can say.
So the Sussex Hotel at Walkerville, I believe, is their abode of choice.
Right.
They probably had a subdued night Thursday with the awarding of the medal with this to come.
Yep.
So that's always a terrible thing with the medal presentation when you're still alive in the play.
Are you allowed to have are the players allowed to have a drink in the change rooms today?
Oh look, I'm not even going to go down that road, mate. Possibly not. Right. Whether they do or not, well, yeah, we might have to. Who knows?
I just haven't seen any sign of any alcohol anywhere.
We might. We've done the Dartfish stats. I might take this opportunity because I don't want to stay here for too long, but I want to stay until the players, and some have started to head down there. If you see Lambo set up for an interview, we'll go there.
He's gone home, Craig. He's going to have a beer.
We're still getting some footage. We've got the highlights coming up at the moment.
Right.
Some thank yous. Reasonable list. Firstly, Adelaide Footy League, John Kernahan, the CEO, D. Shepherd, Tony Sullivan, Simon Dennis, Colin Rouston with the umpires. Every time we need something from the league, we work in a wonderful tandem.
Yeah, and some passing commiserations too on behalf of all the supporters of the Adelaide Footy League to Johnny Kernahan. His mother passed away early in the week after a bit of an illness. So, tough week for their family. So, commiserations to Johnny.
To all the clubs that we visit, we thank them. Most of them look after us really, really well. Those that don't, we tend not to go back to, so that pans out.
Those that don't can improve.
That's it. So we do thank all the clubs. And look, it's not just the putting us up on game days. It's the players and coaches for interviews, all your little off-the-record chats to bring insights, the time there. Sponsors, can't do it without you. Obviously, we're filming Footy, Sports Interactive, Dartfish, the Moseley Bar and Kitchen with vouchers. Certainly the players, thank you for that. We have Archie's Footwear, the sandals, Powerade, Villies, catch.com.au, Interchanger, Villies Bakery I've mentioned. And Simon Black Football Academy, thank you. Always finish with the best because they give us our replays and they're absolutely brilliant. To the filming Footy team, this is where we suck up and say John Douglas, our boss. John, master job. Do not know how you handle all these different streams on a weekly basis. To our sort of leaders here in Adelaide, Alejandro and Matt. To our producers and camera people, and some of which include, I'm going to leave some off here, Jono, Joseph, Tim and Bodie today, who's had the biggest day with the pressure, and he's just as cool as a cucumber. He is an absolute cucumber today. Lockie with the Dartfish stats, my man, thank you. Cam as well, he does it for the Div 2. Our other commentators, I wanted to say thanks to Lambo. He's in the change room, so I think ready to chat to some people. Lambo, Tony Neal is out on the Air Peninsula, running amok there. The Cosmays, Vincent, Nick, Ned and Peter Walsh. Finally, my co-caller Jacko. We come at it from very different angles, but I think together it sort of works.
Yes, the yin and the yang.
That's it.
And thank you to you too, Phil, who do a marvellous job in your hosting each week, and the amount of time and effort and preparation you put into every game. I I imagine the people at home would be staggered by how professional our coverage has become over the last few years, and a lot of that is due to your preparation, so thank you, Phil.
Cheers, mate. It is a wonderful team to work with, absolutely. Most of all, thanks to you for tuning in, our fans, our feedback, the good, the bad, the indifferent. We appreciate that. As we look at some of the final replays, I think, Jacko, we might be done.
Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Quick reminder that we won't have an episode of Behind the Posts this week, but we will have a final wrap-up of the season. We'll get a few interesting guests from some of the premiership sides.
We've got live coverage from the change rooms. Okay, so we are going to keep going a little bit. I just got the phone call to say we're live, so this is some good moments, Jacko. Planning beautifully for the sign-off, but these are great moments.
Yeah, half of the team's still out in the Oval and half... And it's a different world, isn't it? Because it's hard to imagine a change room after a grand final without alcohol. This is what we've got because of COVID.
But that won't be long. They'll have phoned the Sussex. What you do, you'd ring your merchandise outlet and say, those caps, those T-shirts, we're on.
Yeah.
Go.
For sure.
Start printing. And the Sussex, get the extra keg or 5.
You'd hope Jimmy Parkinson has a keg by the gate, a carton of the gate as you walk out towards heading home. It'd just give you a little wedgie, a little one to drive home with.
It's not exactly scenes of total and utter jubilee. I mean, they're not jumping up and down. They've played a hard footy game.
Although, no, the exception is Tommy Bartlett's running around chasing his little daughter out there on the oval like a 15-year-old, which surprises me. It says to me that maybe Tommy will go another year.
Well, maybe he didn't get to play around today and he hasn't got the extra 5Ks in his legs.
Maybe it.
So I'm going to take if my producer can liaise with our other producer, Alejandro, and find out how long he wants us to talk for.
We're starting to
run out of things to say, aren't we?
To get sick of our own voices, and that's
and if we're sick of it,
doesn't happen too often.
And if we're sick of our own voices, we can only imagine what the viewers at home are doing. But
so this is reminiscent of the AFL sides who just don't ever want to go in from the oval.
And they go in, and then they sneak back out under the cover of darkness to the centre square and get that little shot with the cup in the middle.
In fact, I can actually see some players that have come back out onto the oval. Hayden Jolly's back now on the oval. He might be trying to get the blokes to go back inside. I don't know.
Yeah, he's rounding them up. That's what he's doing, and then that's fair enough.
Yeah, he might be under instructions that the lights out at a certain time, and you need to be off the oval.
You know, it's this is taking up good drinking time.
Jimmy Parkinson walking off with the shield and the match day football by the looks of it.
Okay, let's go to Lambo.
Can't hear him. No sound? Well, hopefully you're getting sound at home. We're not getting any sound here.
I always thought the change was slightly dodgy. They're right underneath us, but there's a fair bit of concrete between us and them.
Yep, you can see Jack Tringo still out on the oval here.
Well, that's great. I mean, I don't know if Jack's played in a premiership in recent times. He might have got a junior one at Sturt.
Correct.
Missed out on a League One.
Yep.
Because they're into that Doggies Armada that was the Centrals in the 2000s.
And the coach, Craig Pitt's still out there as well. They're thick as thieves, those two. They're inseparable, aren't they?
I reckon they're going in now.
Yeah, they are.
And they're going to do the song without... They're starting the song, guys. You better get the hell in there. They can't start without...
Hopefully we can pick up the sound. Can we pick up the sound from the change room yet?
Okay. So we'll shut up. We'll let the change rooms take over from here. As there's our final shot. Here they come.
Now they look excited. the first time they've got to sing the song? Did they sing it out on the oval?
No, the singing on the oval is a women's thing.
Not in grand final day.
Because of the change room. Yeah, okay. But they haven't sung the song.
Right. Well.
All right, we've been given instructions. We can wrap up. Folks, if you've stayed with us to the end, we thank you so much.
We appreciate you hanging in there.
That's it. Some moments there that these players, officials, will treasure for a lifetime. That's the nature of grand final day. This is Phil Herden on behalf of Jacko. Any last words of wisdom for 21, Jacko?
We've got through the season, Phil. I think that's the thing we should be most proud and happy about, that we've got through a season. We've got to play all our finals today, 7 of them, 7 divisions, plus 22 finals across the Bs and the C grade. So well done to all the winners today, and well done to everyone who managed to get there, and enjoy the off-season.
See you Wednesday week for our Between the Posts finale show. Until then, this is Phil Herden on behalf of the huge filming footy team saying congratulations, Prince Alfred Old
Good
Collegians,
night, sweetheart.
And good night
Well, it's time
from Richmond
to
Oval.
go. Bom, bom, bom.
Bom, bom. Good
I
night.
hate to leave you, I really must say, oh, good night, sweetheart, good night.
Where we come from, where we are. What's happening, but all that
I think he moved houses this year, broken jaw, had Charlie, worked 2 jobs, like fucking amazing, and all the fun and good things in life. I think we need to really congratulate him and thank
Yeah. We could have done some awards on the ground, but as you know, you're only going to finish it with 2 goals, so on behalf of probably appreciate a bit more. So the player today, we thought he played a really good game, and number 13, best on ground today, and he's had a magnificent year. 40 odd touches today. And Jack, you've had a fantastic year. On behalf of that Fish and Adelaide Footy League, our sponsors, Powerade, Archie's, and the lovely Beanies too, mate. So you've got everything. Excellent game, great year. What do you want to say, mate?
Oh gee, where do I start? No, I guess on today, well, the whole season, I said it the other night, but it honestly is the most enjoyable season I've ever had, and it's purely because of these guys in here. Not only the guys that played today, but all the other guys on the side. It's such an enjoyable club to come into, and it does make my day every Tuesday, Thursday and Saturday to come in and have fun with these guys, and it's just nice that we got the reward for all that effort that we put in from the outset to get the success that we all sort of strive to get. So, yeah, couldn't be better. Jackson!
Well done.
we just want to, just from behalf of Dartfish and the Adelaide Footy League, Prince Alfred, you've been fantastic all year. We appreciate it, being involved with you, and it's your moment, so we're going to get out the room soon and let you boys celebrate, and congratulations from everybody. Well done, mate.
Thanks so much, mate.